Just getting U.S. initial jobless claims on a week-over-week basis. Back to the downside we go here. It looks like 240,000 expected. Comes out 228,000. So in the right direction 2 weeks in a row here for that initial jobless claims print. U.S. Philly Fed Business Index, meanwhile, negative 13.5, negative 10 expected on that number. U.S. continuing claims 1.75 million versus a print of 1.72 million expected there. So that number back to the upside. Just be aware if you're watching the airlines right now, American Airlines earnings call just getting underway. We'll get some existing home sales data then coming up at 10 o'clock this morning. Yeah, an earnings bonanza coming up this morning. Both Tesla and Netflix, obviously the biggest two here. Just reading Netflix set for where it is right now anyways. Its biggest single day decline this year so far. There's Tesla as well pre-market down to that 279, back below 280 once again. Margins are shrinking for Elon and Tesla. We'll get into that coming up. Netflix as well. 5.9 million net paid sub additions in the quarter, and it's down more than 6%. So a few interesting notes coming out of that earnings call as well. From Netflix, the airlines, meanwhile, heading in opposite directions. UAL, AAL both reporting. AAL, the downside, UAL back to the upside this morning. Pretty impressive, though, if you go out to the daily charts for the entire group. The airlines group still very, very strong. Ton to talk about this morning. It's Thursday, July 20th, 2023. Tradertv.live starts now. Right now, it's a SPY, obviously S&P ETF, just making session low on that number there at 8:30. Initial jobless claims, again, if you missed it, coming out a little bit better than expected. Continuing claims, however, climbing ever so slightly. So trying to hold that low from midday yesterday right now here in the pre-market, but still pretty impressive as far as the uptrend is concerned. Individually speaking this morning, Tesla obviously the big one, Netflix as well, obviously downside here this morning coming off earnings reports from both. We're just scratching the surface as far as tech earnings, but so far looks like some question marks have been raised. Welcome to a Thursday, guys. Good morning.
Yes, sir. It is interesting because if you were watching Tesla aftermarket, like it was a wild ride that resolved itself for the most part, initially, like back up to like 290, and it was like, okay, it's not all that bad, and then we gapped down. Netflix wasn't really, you can't really say it was a bad quarter. A lot of good things in there. I suppose the revenue miss was not that great, and they're both to the downside 4% and I believe 6%. The NASDAQ's 0.7% to the downside. Good jobless claims number, but that kind of doesn't always mean what you want it to mean. So hopefully, well, there's going to be some options and things to trade. I mean, Carvana tried to make another run at that 60 double top, so that's going to be in play again. TSM is going to be to the downside, so that puts the chips in play. The airlines were at least strong. I know there's going to be definitely some trades in here today on National Lollipop Day. Shout out to Lil Wayne, according to Prad, the greatest living rapper of all time. He legit said that. I'm not even making
I mean, half the things the guy says. But yeah, okay. Greatest rapper of all time. Okay.
He's the greatest of, yeah, I was taken back by it too.
Okay, so yeah, welcome to the show. We got a couple.
Well, I don't know.
I think we got to turn these
Yeah,
guys
that's
around.
I can't.
I just
can't do it.
Look at that.
Yeah,
I mean, it's not a great start here to the earnings. Come on, dog. There it is. It's not a great start to the earnings here with Tesla missing. I mean, nothing even really missed. I mean, when you're looking at some of these numbers, I thought the margins at 18.2% were actually pretty good. I had heard some rumors that maybe 16% based on some of the cuts that they had been making to all the pricing of their vehicles. But, you know, I still look at, when I'm writing the sticky note right now as we speak, but, you know, I wrote down that we're going to have to find a base here on Tesla somewhere. I think it's going to probably come in here around 275. I mean, we're getting close to that rate now. That's not even that far away. I mean, on earnings, I do expect a little bit of a flush to the downside, then try to find a bottom here somewhere. But we have 275. I actually wrote down 276 as going to be a possible buy area for Tesla. They're still on track to deliver I wrote down deliveries, but sell 1.8 million vehicles for the year. And I mean, they're tracking well. AI and autonomy is going to be a huge story here for Tesla moving forward. It's the only problem is, I feel like this is the one thing that could derail all these tech names. And I talked about this yesterday when we talked about Microsoft's PE, right? And that is, there's the split, is that where we've come from is just so low. This was $110 up to 300, right? And so there's a lot of names right now that are getting that keyword right now, frothy, to the top side, and you're gonna have to just beat and show up and really give investors and traders reasons to buy these names. So I mean, like, what kind of a number could Microsoft post that's going to justify basically the all-time, PE levels that they're at right now? The same thing from Apple. I mean, now you run into Tesla saying a little bit of negative stories there, like I was saying about the margins and about their future outlook on some of those government tax cuts and breaks that they're getting for the cars. We're gonna have to see if that can flow through into the second half and how much that will affect eventually, the pricing of their vehicles and demand, right? When you get $7,000 taken off federal tax credits, things like that, even state tax credits, if those disappear, where is the demand for Tesla? I still think it's gonna be pretty high. They're still really, well positioned and well priced. They're the only ones that are rolling out 1.8 million vehicles per year. So you're gonna have to deal with that if you want to go electric. And then Netflix on the other end, I don't know. I don't know. I'm not super. We didn't really touch Netflix too much there, Neil. But I'm not super excited about this to trade this name. I'm not really certain of too many levels. I feel like it will find a base down here, maybe near this 420 area, something like that. The ultimate Netflix and chill area of 420.
Of course.
I don't know. I'm not super excited. I remember the last couple times Netflix reported, it wasn't a super exciting trading day. So.
I have one trade set up for Netflix.
Okay, good.
And
if
it happens, it happens. Oh, my lines didn't stay. I thought I had this trick solved where I draw the line, so bear with me, and then I hit save on my layout, and then the next time I come to Netflix, it'll be right here. But yeah, so you had resistance, at 462 to end last week, and then that crazy day 2 days ago when Netflix just went ham for $25 upside, it pulled back into 462. So this range here, 62 to 65, I think if it gets that far up, I'd want to fade it in there, 62 to 65 on Netflix. But if it doesn't do that, I don't think I trade Netflix at all. Tesla, no problem. Rivian and Sympathy for sure. I was even looking at any EV name that you like for a short opportunity. If Tesla doesn't rebound, I probably want to have a shot at it. I even put Mullen into that category for a little bit here. So there's going to be a lot to watch. I'm just not sure about Netflix. It's just sometimes it really, really sets up. When I feel it goes too far, there can be a short. If it dumps too far, you look for a long off the bottom. I don't think it's close enough, as Sean said. I don't think it's close enough to a support level that I'm like, oh, this is where I buy it. I don't think it gets to 420 today. So I doubt I'm really looking for a long on Netflix. But there's plenty out there for you. You don't have to trade every single name that reports earnings. And guess what? We even have the banks that are in play. Don't sleep on PACW and Western Alliance. PACW, it's through 10. It didn't really give you the break that you wanted in the after. Well, we were both looking at this. It didn't really break out till the aftermarket through $10, but it's still above that mark. Big level on the daily. The sector's been strong. It's breaking out here. It's got room to $12. So if it can get going, I like the long above. If it can hold 10 at the open, I like the long up here in PACW. So there's lots to trade. You don't have to be in Netflix.
Look, I just want to say, I like Lil Wayne. I've seen him live.
I love Lil Wayne. He's just not the greatest of all time. Come on, man.
I mean, most people can't even understand what he's saying. So,
You can't understand?
Most people can't.
No, it's true.
I mean, that's all. All right, over to the desk. I like Lil Wayne. What's up, Brendo? You like?
Yeah, no, pass. A couple of A couple of interesting notes to pass along, guys, as far as these numbers are concerned. This is what we were discussing here. Operating margin, so 9.6% downside quarter over quarter, past 2 quarters, in fact, downside. He still came out and said they're healthy given the price reductions in the first and second quarter. Yeah, gross margins 18.2%, down from 25 in the same quarter a year ago, and 19.3 reported in the first quarter. So it seems to be, anyways, the sticking point as far as their report is concerned. This was the positive side, anyways, for Netflix as well. Paid net ads, 5.9 million. They had estimated 2.2 million. So a huge beat as far as paid net paying subscribers for Netflix, and a lot of that coming on the back of them rolling out this password sharing restriction in a whole bunch more countries, 100 plus now. They're using this methodology to restrict people from sharing passwords. So a lot of ads coming, guys, on that secondary tier that they implemented to kind of compensate for people not being able to do that.
There were lots of positives for Netflix. I mean, they get rid of the bottom tier, the $6.99, so that if you like the cheapest thing, you're gonna have to look at ads. So yeah. I think that's a good thing. And they talked about like the lowest ad tier. I think it was $9.99. The lowest ad tier is actually going to be a net positive for them versus that lowest tier where you don't see any ads. So that's a very good thing. I think the subscriber ad is really good. But you just have to keep in mind sometimes where things have come from. And maybe that's the story here with Netflix. I was going to talk some Tesla. There we go. I was just looking at the airlines a little bit there. But Netflix, it already made a monster move. Like it more than a double up off 200. It filled in the first gap from that massive earnings, successive like earnings drops. And it just has trouble filling in the second gap. So we got up to like, that 400 level was right in here on the weekly. And you get past it, you just don't really see a lot of continuation. You started to slow down above it. And you wanted things to be perfect. That's what the expectations were. And clearly it was not. And the revenue miss might have just been enough, and you could have had some exhaustion in the stock. And I think a lot of people have been looking for there to be some exhaustion in these names. Tesla, as Sean was saying, when the margins were 18, I mean, I remember hearing a discussion with some analysts like, well, if it's 15 or 16 on the gross margins in Tesla, that could be the bottom. So there were plenty of people thinking that margins could be even worse. So we're expected to slip under 20%. Everything else was pretty strong. And you heard some confidence from Elon even talking about how when you get full autonomous, in the long term, let's just say, when you get full autonomous, the margins are going to be through the roof, which makes a heck of a lot of sense. Now, they've been saying they'll have fully autonomous driving for a long time now, but at some point, they're so far ahead of everybody else, they're going to get it first. And when they do, great. It's just a matter of this stock has been on an absolute tear, and people have been looking for a pullback. And guess where we were yesterday? We were all thinking about a $300 break yesterday. Well, we got to $299, and it already pulled back from a major level. There was a little bit more room on the weekly for Tesla to get to the teens, like 309, 312 is where I kind of thought the top was on the weekly chart. But you rejected 300, so you're already under some pressure, and then things were not perfect. You're under a little bit more pressure. You could see like a slow pullback on Tesla here in the next little bit post earnings. I could believe it. I want to look for some opportunities to be short. I think the 85 is going to stand out a little bit here because that was our support level on the week, and that was the resistance on Friday. So if it were to fail anywhere up there, that's the first thing to look at. Would be a fail on any pop into 285. A lot of times you can get that like squeeze, like everyone gets bearish on Tesla, and then suddenly it makes a monster run against everyone's expectations. So when that's happening, or when there's a chance of that happening, if it starts to go, I really need to see it fail that level first, trap the breakout, and then look for the short. If we just start breaking down, there's 275 underneath for possible breaks. There'll be the 280 level available. But my first look is going to be finding a short setup if we can find one on Tesla. And there's some other names out there as well. Like I mentioned, Rivian, that actually failed the 26 double top on my 15-minute, which is loading up here the last couple of sessions. So I'm looking at a pop. If it gets to 25, that could be a bit of a fail. Rivian has a great consolidation support that if it gets down to 23 in this channel, there's probably a chance at a bit of a buy for Rivian at least. It's been a super strong stock, but hey, if Tesla's going to give it up, I can see that giving it up. Underneath 23, it gets pretty hairy on Rivian. So I'm looking at almost every single EV. It's just a matter of which one gives you the trade at a key level. This isn't really trading anywhere close to 23. Has to pop to give me the fade. I was even looking for Mullen. If Mullen's at 15, I could maybe even short that. If it gets to 20, I think that's automatic. But yeah, it's going to be tough not to initially look for a short when we're down 1% almost.
Yeah. So we started talking about Netflix there.
I know, but I don't have. I have good things to say about some of the quarter, but I have no trade ideas really for Netflix except for one.
You know what? I mean, hold on. Netflix is down 6.5%. Let's just see what Disney's doing. Not that. I mean, again, Disney's going to be a way different name than Netflix because, simply put, I mean, Netflix is a straight, content streaming play, and Disney has everything all wrapped into one. So Disney's not really moving around on that. I was wondering if this was getting hit a lot more than it is right now, because look at this, man. You're right down at the bottom again of this $86, $85 range. So I feel like you could fade Disney on this quarter as well. It's not a great quarter for Netflix. That can't mean really good things for Disney. Again, when they don't have that ad model there as well, so that could be a hindrance to them as they look to build out, their subscriber base as well. And if Netflix is having a hard time, and Netflix has tons of content, and they're having to go to that $6.99 tier, is that a move that maybe Disney wants to do at some point? Not wants to, maybe forced to do at one point. Here comes Netflix right now. I'm the same as Neil. I've seen this stock trade very often off earnings, and it's not overly exciting. We'll see if it can get back up into this 554. I think that's the break spot right there. That to me is the trade that we want. We bounced around there a little bit earlier. I think even a 450 break gets us at $2 or $3. So I feel like this is going to be a name to scalp today. And that's about it. Like there's that 450. So if you can break that, I'd say you get up to these levels, 430. 453, something like that, but you're heading to the downside. Let's just play off VWAP, see what that's doing. That's right now below 450. So I just want to wait for some levels to develop on Netflix, and then we can probably hit it in the afternoon. Just not really worth it early. I think it's down a little bit too far, and I'm not super excited to trade this name today. I've just put out the sticky note right now, so you guys can go find that at Trader TV, Sean. Netflix is not on there, but Tesla is the #1 name. So I feel like there's going to be a lot to talk about. We do have Rahim Alani just is in the building right now, so let's get this energy going. The most handsome man ever to grace our presence is now in the building. So we're excited for that one as he reviews his cheat sheet of notes right now. Always prepared. We love Rahim Alani. So let's go back over to the big desk.
Doesn't need cheat sheets. In a minute, we'll get to Rahim. Couple of interesting analyst notes, guys, coming across this morning. I'm just seeing Deutsche Bank raising their price target this morning to 300 from 270 on Tesla. Mizuho Securities just coming out as well with price target increase on Tesla as well, 330 from 300 on that. There's 4, 5, 6 on Netflix as well. Both directions, some price target cuts, some increases. Bank of America as well coming out with a note on American Airlines right now. I wanted to mention the interesting one here over the past couple of days. This is Redfin, RDFN, down 1% over the pre-market anyways. Not a lot of volume behind this move. Pretty impressive daily chart. If you go all the way out to May of last year, we get all the way up to 17 from $7 on a bit of a pullback right now. Many of you have seen him over the past couple of days. AJ is in the building. He has been with us and is going to be with us for a couple of weeks on a summer internship. You found an interesting note this morning on Redfin.
Yes, I did. Redfin, along with several other real estate stocks, taking hits from Gordon Haskett Research Advisors. This due to their significant run-up in 2023. Redfin taking the largest hit, dropping down 9% from hold to underperforming.
Great stuff. There you go. Yeah, so we'll keep an eye on not only Redfin, but Zillow, maybe another one in that group, maybe downside action. It's been a couple of days on a pullback here for these real estate stocks, guys.
It has, and AJ making his debut.
AJ there. The debut, hit the alarm.
Well, y'all saw him ring the bell, so you know where he's at. I was gonna say, I'm like, where's my bear is looking rather lonely over there.
My bear's doing push-ups and stuff.
You pull up the daily chart on Redfin. It's interesting because like the daily chart looks great, but it's like when in doubt, zoom out. So this was almost $100 stock that I got to zoom the weekly in here. It's not even really that close to, I'd say, breaking the downward trend. I'm not even sure we'd call the trend break. A double up from here is breaking the trend. Probably in the 30 range on the weekly is where you break that trend. So yes, it's been on a tear, 50, 200 period, both to the upside. Looks fantastic. It's on a bit of a pullback. Usually you'd say, for something like this, you always need there to be volume. That's why when Brendan mentioned something like a Zillow, like if you're looking for a day trade per se, a lot of times you'd be looking a little bit elsewhere from Redfin. Zillow, interestingly enough, if it were to be a down day for this group, at least that gives you a little bit of something off the 55 level here. So if you're looking at this group, I've never traded Redfin before. I have at least with Zillow like once or twice. So I think there's usually enough liquidity at the open for you to take this. But yeah, Redfin downgrade. If it's going to be a pain in the group, I tend to think like Zillow does set up at least a little bit well there. And I'm telling you, this market. It's interesting. The overnight lows. I'm just throwing up the NASDAQ because I just saw this here. Like these overnight lows have been pretty interesting early support levels sometimes. Like we just managed to find a bottom on the NASDAQ temporarily when we were dumping right into it. And it wasn't the exact same thing at the open yesterday. Like we were able to hold above it for a bit, and then we tried to hold it a second time. So worth watching this 15.82 level on the NASDAQ. The overnight lows are obviously they're going to be on low volume, but that's a level that has had some significance the last couple of days. There's been a bit of chop around here, and then we've run away from it. We've really bounced away from it. If this gets taken out, you break 15.8, and there's some room to the downside there, obviously. But without breaking down 15.82 and 15.8, it's going to be hard for this market to fall a heck of a lot further. That's kind of the thing. Like we're at a level in the futures where you could go sideways for a bit, actually.
Okay, so I always look at the chat, of course, and everybody absolutely thought AJ knocked that out of the park.
Of course.
But then everyone's like, that is Sean's mini-me. Is that Sean's kid? Like, why is Sean, like, we don't look alike. I don't know. I don't know where that came from, but that's pretty cool. I'm pretty happy to have AJ. AJ, you be a member of my family if you want. But no, I'm pretty sure he has one, and that's really great. But yeah, welcome AJ. He's doing an internship, so we're really excited for that. And I know he was a little nervous going on, I think, but he did fantastic. Go back and look at the chat. Everyone absolutely enjoyed that, and I think that's awesome. You got to sort of, Neil, you got to wet your beak.
You always have to.
As per Neil's greatest saying of all time. You like wet your beak, or you like the gift horse one? Which one? Or is there another one?
No, gift horse was like I accidentally was saying it a lot, and then someone called me out on it, and then we created the graphic. But wet the beak, like I love that
That's
one.
the good one, yeah, because it's like you're dipping into a trade. Yeah.
You know why I love it? Because the other one is scratch the itch. Wet the beak, scratch the itch. If you're sitting there in a trade, and you're like, I should be holding this. Everything about me is telling to take a little bit of profit, but I don't want to get it all out. Then just wet the beak, scratch the itch, get a little bit out just so that you get that monkey off your back saying, I got to cover, and then maybe you'll have a better job of holding it. Like, you got to do something.
So now we have monkey off our back, scratching the itch.
Yeah, I'm just throwing them all out there.
That's good, man.
First of all, we have a red alert.
I mean, Neil, quite frankly, all of those are really great.
Quite frankly.
What's the red alert?
The coffee machine's broken, man.
Thank you to my lovely wife.
I know. So
here's OTC Markets. Thank you for the Yeti.
I'm like sipping my water
Mr.
every
Cheese
5 seconds.
right here. We've got the hazelnut up in here. Yeah, it's down, eh? What the hell? I hope those tasty coffee beans didn't like screw up the machine.
Well, okay, I don't want to throw anybody under the bus, but I'm about to throw somebody under the bus. I went back there, and Brendan was going to get his coffee. And as I walked back, Brendan's like, "Oh shit, it's not working." And then we're like, "What did you do, Brendan?"
Brendan,
I didn't break it. I didn't break it. No, yeah, it's broken.
Okay.
I mean,
that's
how it went down. Like I went back.
This may not be the greatest trading day of all time. I mean, if we can't have our coffee, or we just got to send like Prad to go get us some coffee.
But it's not going to be
not here yet. Prad, No.
No, he's not here.
No.
But Raheem is here.
But Raheem is here, which is more important. We got to get Raheem some coffee. We should be delivering this guy whatever the heck he wants.
Yes, it's true.
All right, thanks for the content, Raheem, and he's over on the big desk.
He literally just said, that's half the reason I come here in the morning is for this coffee machine.
For the free coffee.
How are you?
I'm good.
We've been discussing, if you've been with us over the past month or so, we've been talking a little bit about rare metals and also the tie-in to not only AI, but battery-related metals, that a lot of which come from this country, and there's a lot of opportunities in this space. Last time we dug into a little bit of the smaller cap type names. We'll talk a little bit about more mid-sized companies this week, but from a higher perspective, you were listing off some numbers here just before we came on that are absolutely crazy. Why don't you start with that?
Yeah, and it's quite fascinating if you actually dig into the numbers. Everybody wants to be net zero by 2030. All these things sound great. And the amount of copper, lithium, zinc, all these metals that you're going to need are demand is far going to outstrip supply. Like it's not even close at this point. You want to have these towers up and running. That's awesome, but you didn't think about the fact that you're going to need copper, and there isn't enough copper for that. Everyone's focused on lithium. Last week was graphite, and we can pick whichever metal is in flavor. And the demand for these things just keeps growing. Between 2019 and 2022, the demand for lithium tripled. The demand for nickel was up 70%, and the demand for cobalt was up 40%. Just
Crazy.
And there isn't just enough supply to do that. And then the stats that I was just randomly telling you about, I talked to Melanie Kinderdine at the EFI Foundation. Right now, there are 0 light commercial battery EVs in production. 2 years ago. They need 30 million by 2030 to go net zero.
Yeah.
And you take that into light vehicles, battery vehicles, the amount of metals that you're going to need for these vehicles. It sounds great that we're going to have these vehicles, but you also need things to make the vehicles.
Yeah.
And that's where we're in the mining world. We're going to see a lot of demand coming in. And we're seeing things like Rio Tinto. They just invested into an Australian company called Sovereign Metals. They took 15% of that because they need to get exposure into the metals that they don't currently produce. So I think we're going to start to see a lot of that. Another one that we'll talk about in a little bit, you're seeing some investments and grants from governments, from states, because the U.S. wants to take off its reliance on China when it comes to rare earths, which is one of the biggest producers of rare earths in the world. So we're going to start to see a lot of companies moving into some of these junior companies that are going to be near-term producers, or obviously producers would be great, but generally the ones that have some level of resource and some country friendliness.
It's impressive in the sense that a lot of these EV companies specifically are complaining nonstop about not being able to get their hands on supply of not only metals, but batteries as a whole.
Yeah.
And here we are saying that this is not only just the beginning, but is only going to go straight up from here. So already we're at a shortage, and there's only going to be more and more demand. So let's we're getting on in time here. NEO, the first one, NEO Performance Materials listed here in Toronto. Pretty good looking chart right now.
It trades at around $9. It's traded between $7 and $17. Industrial metals and compounds for industrials. They did a normal course issuer bid. We've spoken about that. So if you believe in yourself, you buy yourself.
Yeah.
And so they've started a normal course issuer bid a month ago. They've got a new facility going in Estonia that they just announced. So the stock is traded nicely. They have a presence in Estonia, Germany, Canada. They're a multinational company, and I think we're going to continue to see some more things coming out of them. They just opened a new entity as well in Singapore.
Up nicely just in the past few weeks here for NEO. Another one, Patriot Battery Metals here on the Venture Exchange.
And if you picked it at the right time when it was down around 250, trading up to 14, 15 bucks, dual listed in Australia. So it's a good looking 1 year chart. Now the thing that I thought might be interesting, they do have their big property in the province of Quebec. Two things that have been interesting with the company in the last couple of weeks. First is there was a report in Australia that came out that said Macquarie was going to do a process for them. The company denied that. And then there was a short seller report about a week ago. So if you want to look at some activity, some friction, I know traders and investors like looking at things like that. So that's one to look at because of that.
We've noticed this trend over the past little while of these companies starting to actually incorporate the words right in their name, whether it's AI or whether it's, in this case, Patriot Battery Metals. So it's pretty self-explanatory, but nice looking chart. NEXT, another one here on the TSX, which is Next Source.
About a 200 million market cap. They are based in Madagascar. They do graphite there, so again, graphite's one of those metals that you're going to need a lot of. And they are planning to develop additional facilities in Mauritius to be offshore, to be access to other countries I want to get access to. Graphite, the stock dropped a little bit here because they just did an overnight deal at $1.65 for $50 million with a couple of banks here. And so, when those things do come, stock price typically follows what the financing price is going to be. So just keep an eye on that one because the price has come off simply on the back of that financing.
Long-term levels, nice support coming into play here. A couple other ones. GPH, let's go to UCU. So GPH and UCU both on the venture exchange here in Toronto as well.
So Graphite one, the reason I thought that one again was interesting, GPH is they are in graphite, obviously, and they just got $37.5 million from the Department of Defense as a grant for their operations in Alaska. And this is, different government levels are doing different things to take off the reliance on, again, potentially on China when it comes to some of these metals. And so you're seeing them put in a funding amount, a grant amount of $37.5 million, which is not inconsequential to a small cap or mid-cap Canadian company.
I mean, Tesla, Elon was mentioning in the earnings call last night that they've ramped up production of their most recent battery at the Austin facility to basically its maximum at this point. So they can't even produce anymore. So they're finding sources for their metals, but still, as we were saying, the demand for this only at the very beginning.
Well, next time you get Elon on, let's have a discussion with him about some of the different battery metals that we can get.
That's why we like you, because we have to make those connections. Great stuff. Rahim Alani, Managing Director of OCI Groups here in Toronto.
We like Rahim for a lot of reasons. Come on now, that's why we like him. I'm also disappointed that you didn't throw in a lame segue for NEXT. And up next is NEXT stock. It's that simple. You were just talking about tickers, and then you had that easy segue. And as far as I'm concerned, you bungled it. Rahim, you did a fantastic job. Brendan, you bungled the segue, and you've broken a coffee machine all in one morning. I don't know what's going on here. But even the best.
I have placed an order at Tim Hortons.
It is. Thank you.
Here I come.
So we got Brankles picking up the coffee.
Yeah, Brankles.
Because usually we have one at least by now. The market is trying to make a little bit of a bounce play. We're still. I was just looking at C3AI because it's at 40. If the market were to flush today, I was kind of thinking tech names, AI plays, what would be giving back, and this would be one of them. But Carvana is worth mentioning. Bit of a move. We're going to get to this on the watch list, but this just pulled back. I was eyeballing a 60 break. I think yesterday a lot of people were talking about the $60 break as well. Let's go to the 3-minute because I don't know why that's not loading. So the 60 break, it felt like it was going to be imminent. 59.65 was the high. You had a nice little double top forming, setting that break up. And then we get a bit of a mini flush. So Carvana, maybe the 50 level. 45 was pretty good. That's the previous big level on the daily chart. I guess it's going to be wait for a dip for a potential squeeze play. I wasn't really thinking of the short off the 60 level, so I don't know if I would have been making a trade off of this. I was just looking for the squeeze breakout from 60 because it's so much room above. It looks so juicy. If this gets past this if this gets past the 60 level, it gets really hairy to the upside. That debt structure and the good quarter caught a lot of people off guard on Carvana, and I could easily see this squeeze much further than it has, so I want to be thinking long until it does something crazy to the downside.
As soon as I heard that the only reason Rahim comes here is for the coffee, I had to order immediately, so that's going to be on the way very soon. Palantir yesterday had that crazy run early on, all the way up 219, touched it to the penny, and that was the best it ever saw. And I mean, that wasn't early on. What am I talking about? This was yesterday. Came down in, had that move there on that AI news with Apple. That's the story there. Up to 19, then came crashing back in, right to where we opened yesterday. So we're gonna have to wait to see. There it is, right here. So this is the play yesterday. Made that move. Yeah, there it is. That is off the open. So 9:30, but then the high didn't come till 10:30. No, that Apple was in the middle of the day.
No, that was Palantir was the breakout play from the 1815. That was the break we had at the open, and it was just a pure even dollar million on the offer.
At 18, and then, there must have been. Well, that's what
no,
I'm
at
saying.
19, I mean, like
at 19, it didn't break it. Yeah, but we basically went straight up that dollar, then came right back in. So I'm actually looking for this name to sort of short in and around this area, 1810 or so. You know, that was the high there before we broke at that level that Neil was talking about, that 1810, 1815, all the way up to 19, came back in, and then just hovered around 18 all day. And now we're breaking back below it. So if we do get one of these infamous sort of runs off the open here, with the NASDAQ down, finally down 0.8, we've had 8 straight up days in this market, right? Almost getting back to all-time highs of 16.8. I mean, right now, the NASDAQ's at 15.8 off of obviously some weak reports yesterday. But I just feel that if some of the areas coming out of the big tech names, then we got to go down a couple tiers, go to the Palantirs of the world, maybe the DraftKings, some of these names that have been exercised to the upside on this kind of a move, even a Coinbase, things like that that are getting possibly a little bit, you know, too excited based on their valuations. I feel like there is going to be a few shorts, especially in it today. I don't know if today's the day that the bears eat, but this is going to be a day, looks like right now, where we're going to head a little bit lower. We got Philly Fed came out, I think, a little bit worse than expected, and some of those numbers that, you know, created this market there at 8:30 to start to head down to the downside. So let's just see if we can hold some of these bids. We already know what the Fed is doing, you know, with that quarter point raise. So now it's all going to be about the earnings. And if they're not going to come out very strong, like Tesla right now is below that 280 mark, or was, yeah, 278. And look, even right now, Tesla, what we just talked about with Raheem and some different alternatives you can play in the space. But right now, Tesla's going to break its low of the pre-market, which really isn't that exciting, man. Tesla's only down 4.5%. I actually look for some longs in this name, but we're going to go over all these names on our watch list coming up right now. It's 9:05. We're going to go back to the desk with Brendan and AJ.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's get into everything else you need to know as we head towards the open here. Already 9:05. 25 minutes to go. Make sure you hit that. Go to the QR code. You can go to watchlist.tradertv.live, enter your email address, and that just shows up in your inbox magically every single morning for free. A couple things to note here as far as there was a ton discussed in this earnings call specifically. They spent a little bit of time even on their solar business that they're still apparently working on and growing as well exponentially. The biggest part of the revenue obviously still coming from the automotive business. Again, it was 9.8% margins, gross margins at 18%, and that was down from 25% in the same quarter last year. They also, Elon also coming out saying, yeah, more price cuts coming, guys, even on top of this margin squeeze.
I think
See you, man.
See Raheem. Raheem taking off. We were just getting a little chat in there with him.
I was apologizing for the coffee.
Yeah, I know.
Ask him how he's doing.
New machine is what we have to do. We have to get a new machine because he was excited for it. We were all excited for Tesla.
We're not getting a new machine. We've talked about.
They're going to keep repairing it.
They're just going to keep repairing it over and over again.
Which at some point it's sunk cost. I'm in Pack W.
We must have
I just got in front of that 10 level. We'll go over that at some point. But you're at some point, if it's like 20% of the cost of a new machine, you're continuously putting back into it.
Oh, well, then you can only fix it 5 times.
Yeah, and then we've already, how many times?
That's pretty good math.
Twice they've already done that, I think.
Oh,
I don't know. It's just getting a new machine. Tesla. Okay, yeah, so there's going to be further price cuts. That's pretty much expected. You know this is going to happen. If you want adaptation, costs have to come down for the consumer who has less money to spend, and that's just a bit of a reality. So there's a lot of things that you could point to individually for why Tesla's down 5%. I mean, Ford got punished for a drastic cut to the F-150 Lightning cut that was like 10,000. That was a lot, and they got beaten up for it. Tesla, I just feel a lot of it's technical. That $300 failure, we talked about this. If we make a move for a fail break off 285, I do like the short there. At least you have, and this is similar to Rivian, you've got a very clear, defined range we put in this month, right? You just look back, 265 was a hard bottom up to the 300 top. So somewhere in here, I expect there to be some dip buying opportunities. If it's all the way at 65, fine. Maybe it's going to be at the higher low of 70. I don't know that I want to test 75. We're there right now. That's essentially like it's holding the open. So I think it's got to be down around 70 or 65 for me. Otherwise, I'm looking for the short opportunity into 85. And if you just blow out 85 and go squeezing above it, any volume and holding above 85, I'm not really thinking short unless it's a red to green situation or 300. Those are the only other levels up to the upside that I think are fadeable. Nothing in the middle. Don't diddle in the middle with this one today. And as I already mentioned, Rivian is the sympathy play for me. 23 has a nice little support bottom there. I like to short in around 25 and 26. I want whichever one of these is going to give me the setup, whether it's Rivian or Tesla. I was going to probably trade Mullen today, but yeah, Day Trader World, our system to get paid for shorts is currently down, where it'll get back up, but right now I actually can't throw short orders out on Mullen. This is setting up for a bit of a flat bottom break through 14. That's what was enticing me. Like I just kind of wanted to take a break down at 14. If we get the locates, that's probably going to be in play, but this one's not free to short.
Oh, it's not free. Okay.
Mullen's not free now.
Okay, some of that's what we were noticing. There is a lot more free paid for shorts right now.
Like Carvana's free,
like
but
Carvana, and I think even Rivian might even be free. I think Lucid was free the last couple of days. So that's surprising about Mullen. But again, with all the reverse splits and all that kind of stuff, it does make sense. Look, I wrote down on the sticky note here that we had, a big opportunity. I don't know about a big opportunity, but we have an opportunity in Tesla right now. So it's on the sticky note right now. We talked about it all into here. About the margins, I think the margins are actually fine considering that how many price cuts they've made. And then this is the big thing too. Autonomy, and then I just got a cheap little hashtag in there with AI. That's what Elon's talking about. That's what they're talking about on the call, and what a dramatic change, their numbers are going to look like once they get autonomous vehicles rolling through, and how that's going to change everyone's opinion of travel. We do know Tesla's going to get flow through with their Uber truck, right? The Cybertruck's going to be huge. They also have the Semi going through. Pepsi, Walmart already committed to those guys as well. We know Amazon's going to be dealing with some Rivian trucks. But, if Tesla can get those on the road, I feel like that's another benefit to them. And then we mentioned Uber, Lyft. Uber's trying to go all electric by 2030 by buying everything in Tesla. Hertz bought, hundreds of thousands. I don't know about that. Here we go.
Sir.
Thank you so much, Mr. Brancos.
The man, the myth, the legend.
Arriving. Thank you so much, Brancos.
Appreciate it.
And the branded mugs.
There we go. We're good to go.
This guy Brancos not messing around, by the way.
That's why he's legit. Legit. We'll take it.
All right, the coffee has arrived, ladies and gentlemen.
Day's been saved.
Brendan can now breathe a sigh of relief. He doesn't have to get, hated on by you over and over and over again.
It's all in
day.
fun. It's all in good
Of
fun.
course. But he did break the machine, so.
He did.
But anyway, so what we're talking about here with Tesla was just that I think it's a long. I feel like there's enough people out here, traders out here, that will get in there and support this name. And that, quite frankly, would want to buy any dip on this name. I mean, it's been really, we've had dips before. Let's just go back, even just go back to May. I mean, you could talk about there's been more dramatic moves at the downside, and earnings is one of those catalysts that can send a name, obviously, back down to some of these lows. But the 50 period's at 245. Are we going to get down there? If you do, I think there's traders going to be buying this name hand over fist. There's nothing wrong with the quarter. They're selling just as many vehicles as they thought they would. Like I mentioned, autonomy is going to be in this name for a very, very long time. And if AI is all the rage, then you're looking at Tesla right now. So I feel like this is the right space, the right name, and a decent quarter. Just getting hit down because it's just well performed. PEs are high right now. You're going to have to really knock it out of the park in order to get a 4 or 5% bump up. We're going to talk about Taiwan semis. Yep, fourth or fifth there. And you're going to see what happens when you miss, right? And, just down a little bit here today. Now, let's just wait to see if we can find a bottom. I thought 276 could be something down here that we're going to look at. That's kind of like where we are right now. But if you just go down here a little bit, there's 275. It's just some of these bottoms. 277. I don't know. I was just bumping it down a little bit. Like, watch out for 275. That's going to be some kind of a key level. You have 273 there as well. Let's just wait. I don't want to call levels on Tesla because it's just going to move with the way the market moves here. I feel like you could dump early with people selling their shares, expecting a little bit of a bigger move maybe to the upside. They're happy with this. They'll take the L or they'll just get repositioned. And then you have that 281 break. So if that breaks higher, then I think we can go long on this name as well. But I don't want to put a hero play on. I've gotten run over too much trying to make plays here on earnings names. Let's wait for it to settle down, and then we will attack Tesla. Tesla's going to be a stock that's well traded today.
All right, let's talk some Netflix here. I put subscribers on the board there if you missed it. 5.9 net added paid subs versus 2 million expected there, but still, yeah, almost 6%. We are trying to hold some key levels here, 446, 447 coming into play, which is that congestion you guys were pointing out earlier. But biggest single day decline this year so far, if this holds for Netflix.
Yeah, like you've already sort of said everything with Netflix in terms of summarizing the good and the bad. We've been over that a few times. If you want to make the case for where to buy it, I think if you go out to the daily chart, it gets a little more, down around here at that 420. If things get out of hand, you got the 50 period underneath there. If you look a little bit more local, it's been sitting around here and bouncing off the 430 level at least. So, but again, that's $20 away. So it's not going to be on my radar as the first thing off the open. I kind of went over 62 to 65 being if you get a really big pop to the upside and we feel we're at that turnaround point in the day, like 10:30, 11 o'clock, in and around that time, and it's sitting up there. That's where I'd be looking for my retracement. If it's sitting at that price after a big run up, I'd be looking to fade that move. So that's my plan for Netflix. You can look to, okay, well, if Netflix is going to get punished and they are absolutely kicking everybody's butt in the sector, then what's Disney going to do today? And if you look at Disney, at least, this is a little bit more clear in terms of its downward trend. It very recently broke this 87 bottom, and you're more or less right here at that 87 low. So this cannot break past. If Netflix starts going and you can't set up a trade because it's a $400 stock, then Disney sits here. Anything under that 87 level looks pretty decent. It already made the flat bottom break from here and maybe only gives you that $2 into support, but that can be your sympathy play. It's just Netflix is a very tricky day trading stock because of how it's priced. Every time you get into position, you know it's usually a $2 or $3 range before you're proven wrong on it. So you got to be very specific with your entry points there. Hence, the only idea I really like is that pop and fade because I like the time of day that it usually happens. If it gets to that price, I think there can be some exhaustion.
All right. I was just looking at that super chat. I want to thank you for that. What's up to Dylan? All right. So do you think the SPY short on open today, what prices will be in play? I do think it is a short. We just talked about the possible dump off of Tesla there. I think if Tesla does dump, then you could get the SPY to go. But remember, you had J&J with a pretty good number there. Some of the airlines today, which we are going to get to. Whoops. AAPL and Y. Is American Airlines in NASDAQ? Yes, it is. So you got, whoa, this is breaking now back down through 18 right now as well. So I was actually thinking that this could try to hold $18. We are going to get the airlines next. What I'm bringing this up is that you are going to get a couple different sectors to the downside today, including technology. We're going to get to that with chips. You have airlines downside there, plus you have pressure coming from the EV side with Tesla. So I do think that it is reasonable to expect. I mean, we've turned these guys into bears already. Will it be bearish all day? I still feel like we'll be able to find bottoms, and then, the same story will pan out where traders will come in and buy dips because why? Soft landing, possibly no recession. We know the Fed's playbook right now. People are confident in the Fed. So what does that mean moving forward? I feel like you get bought up at some point today, but it wouldn't be surprised if this is the day when we start to head to the downside. And maybe we don't find too much support. And if we don't find support, then yeah, you're going to be right looking to short. No, I need the SPY here, SPY. Then, uh-oh. Was that a crash?
No.
SPY, this is the thing, it was loaded up 2 seconds ago and now it's not. All right, here it is. So what I want to look at here, of course, we're going to have some of these wicks, but I was just looking right here at this 452 area. Let me call it up here on the signal chart. So this is the spiders, right, which is, of course, the S&P 500. If there's a lot of traders out there saying, what the hell are we looking at the SPYs for? It is the S&P 500. Look at this 452 area. So this just goes back a couple days. This is where we sort of, were we going to break, were we not? Were we going to break, were we not? We hit that level there at close, came back down on some rebalancing information, came back to the upside, tested 450, then took off to 456. So now we have these tops. This is the level to break to the downside. We could break it really early. If we break 452, then I do think that we could possibly see this 449, 448, and lower and lower and lower. The good thing about taking a short when you break a 452 is you're going to have VWAP up here at 454. You're going to be underneath the 20 period. You're going to be fine. Plus you're running into the 200 at 450. 450, so you hit 452, you take out 450, then there really is no reason for this to stop anywhere but in and around here, 448, 449. So for $10, you ask for some key levels. I think this 452, if that doesn't hold, then I do think we see 450. Then when that doesn't hold, I think if you're down here, then you do break a little bit lower and get into this 448, 449. It's not even that big of a move. I mean, if you're thinking about a dramatic move to the downside, then yeah, just do like what I'm doing. This is a 20-minute chart. Go back over, find some possible support and resistance areas, and the next one would be here around 444. So for me, this 452 break is what needs to happen. And if that happens, I think you can take that, hold it pretty comfortably against wherever VWAP is at that time. Thank you so much, Dylan, for your super chat.
All right, let's talk some airlines here. Yeah, a bit of a tale of two stories here. UAL and AAL heading in opposite directions. I mean, they're both downside right now, but still, UAL here 1.6% to the upside. Nice gap higher through that 56 back to the top end of the range. I mean, both of these reports were very similar right across the board. They did raise their demand expectations as well. UAL did going forward, but you can see nice gap higher back into the range here for UAL, where AAL, on the other hand, is downside, even as they raise their full year 2023 outlook. We're back to about 18 here this morning for AAL, guys.
Yeah, I guess we're back into the old, it needs to be really great for them to buy it up, at least early on the earnings, because you can't really point to anything bad for the report. UAL, at least it's a more clear chart. This is 57 on the daily, so you're not breaking out till you break 57. Resistance is resistance until it's not, but I do like this one for a breakout if it could have gotten above. Now you're $1.50 beneath. I would not put personally, I would not put a breakout order on a stock when it's like 2 or 3% away from that level. Like what it has to do to get there. Do you want to be buying the top on a gigantic candle? So I wouldn't want to do it just now, but if we can grind our way back up there, that looks a little bit good. AAL, I think I was thinking the same. Oh yeah, that's right, AAL's NASDAQ. Oh, I almost made the same mistake because I was thinking it was New York too, but I really thought 18 had a chance to hold, and maybe it is going to hold, but this is a pretty weak move. You have two levels. One's obvious, 18 and 19. They're just, it's like your easy round number. Look at the consolidation, very similar to what's going on there with UAL. The only difference while I was looking at the UAL break is that it was up on the day, so the reaction was positive to the earnings, and I wasn't looking top break on AAL because it was negative and it was down. It's just that simple. But there's your 18 bottom, there's your 19 top. I don't know what else you're looking at. Just to go over, because I mentioned PAC-W off that 10 level, that's it on the daily. It just broke now, so it just broke the 10-10 level and just printed some 15s. So I was able to get some in front of 10 and some in front of 15. I have an offer in front of 20, and then I'm looking for the high of the day. So this is a continuation move from the afternoon. I tried the long there a couple of times, lost 3 cents and lost 4 cents. So let's see if PAC-W can go. It's about the short flow with this one. But I don't know if I'll end up trading those airlines in there. Maybe that 18 on AAL could be something at the open if there's nothing else setting up.
Yeah, so mine was actually pretty simple. I wrote down on the sticky note that I liked AAL. I thought there was a chance if it could hold some of these bids that we may be able to see this 19 break right there, 1920. So I was thinking that. I actually wrote down 1910. I don't know what I was doing there. I guess it is 1920. So you can watch out for that level break. But I also think that we should be able to hold this 18 again with a better number, right? Looking forward, $3 to $3.75 per share for 2023 compared to the lower range of $2.50 to $3.50. So they just kind of upped their ranges by about a quarter, which is nice. But again, it's just about where we're priced, right? It's been a huge move for AAL. I do feel like there is this now that we're down near 18. I don't know if we'll take it early, but you do have a 1750 sort of bottom right there that I could see being supported. So I like the name. I don't feel like it should be down like this. I don't really see. They raised its annual forecast. It was fine. I mean, UAL seems that we have a little bit more information on that name. I want to trade American. I just know that it can go 2.75 million shares here on the NASDAQ, coming out at 925. We'll see the imbalances on that. But let's just see, is there an imbalance on anything else here? Palantir, BAC, Taiwan semis, we're going to get to that in a minute. So let's just maybe go over there and have a quick look. Yeah, I don't see anything here as far as airlines or what's going to be concerned with today. So we'll wait. We'll wait for American Airlines Airlines. I like the name. It's on the sticky note. I thought we could hold that 18. So let's just see it barcode a little bit down here. If we do hold 18, then I think we can get going, especially here off the open. Like, we already have that 18 bottom already basically confirmed. So maybe it's an 18.20 break against an 18 bottom there. Hold it for 30 cents and see if you can get it back into the 50s, 40s, some of these pre-market highs. That gives you 1-to-1. Then if you have that rabbit, that rabbit's foot, then maybe you do get all the way back up here to 19 and change. It just doesn't look like it. The market could fade out, like we said today. And I want to give a big shout out to Dylan again for another $10. We would love to have you work here. I mean, anybody can come and apply, that's for sure, if you're in the GTA. But yeah, don't walk out of your job or anything like that just because you've made a good trade. Because, following one good idea, there could be other potential bad ideas. So let's wait to see if that does hit. But thank you so much for the super chats. And it does mean a lot. I mean, I like going over levels. And if levels break, they break, right? And that's what we're going to look out for. I do think there's a lot of catalysts possibly to the downside. So good luck to you today, Dylan. But please don't quit your job. We had jobless claims lower this morning, though, right?
It is true.
So maybe people are getting a little motivated here. But let's go back over to the desk with only 5 minutes to go. We got a little bit more to go.
All right, yeah, I put their chips strong. Here's why. NVIDIA, obviously leading this group to the upside over the past few months here on the AI talk, still holding up a little bit better than the rest here, 0.95, just trying to hold on to 465, getting back to the upside. Finally, a little bit of a downtick, though. AMD looking very similar. TSM reports earnings. They're down significantly, 4.25% right now, back to the bottom end of the range. But operating margins, bit of a problem for them as well.
Yeah, I mean, it was the first drop they had in like 4 years on profit. So it's not necessarily a great quarter for them, and they've been on a great run. I know the Berkshire's been buying them. They actually broke the 50 period on the daily. We're sitting pretty much right there right now. It did break very briefly in the pre-market, about 98.5. You can see that's local support there. So I've drawn that little line. If we can manage to hold that at the open, there's a bit of a, not a dead cat bounce, and TSM's not a dead cat. So a bit of a relief bounce that could happen off of this level. If that does occur, I think there's a little bit of a long in there. I just need to see it hold that at the AM. But if there is a move up, I'm still kind of believing you can have a pullback here. There is what I missed yesterday, which obviously Intel didn't really get to 35, but it was close enough. That was a bit of a miss, short of resistance there. If you get a bounce on TSM and Intel gets up through 34, I'm looking at the previous close. That this is the zone that I want to be looking for the short in Intel if it gets back up there. We've seen it be strong when things look weak before, but I want to take my stab at it. As you mentioned, NVIDIA should be on our minds, given what it's been trying to do recently. I've got support down here. It's kind of obvious this last week. This 450 has been pretty good. 480 has been a fade all day. I think you're shorting pops into 480 on NVIDIA. It's shown you that top, and I've been unwilling to short that level. Been waiting for it to break out. So I'm looking to short that pop. If we get a really big dip, I think there's support down at that 250. But TSM's on the level right now, whereas NVIDIA, to me, has got some ways to go.
Yeah, we did really well with AMD the last couple of days, and I feel like we're going to stay with the same rhetoric here about this name. And we put it on the sticky note here. We've had some big moves to the upside. We hit that 122 yesterday in a pre-market talk about their chips possibly taking over, not taking over, but being a nice subset to NVIDIA's. But then it came right back in, and this is where we were short. We shorted the 120 break. We shorted again here at 119.50. I just want to see these levels again. Like, I would love for this to get up to 118, 118.50. So this is what I'm going to wait for. I don't think we're going to get that kind of a pop today on AMD, but I'm just looking for this kind of a setup where possibly we get to the downside, try to bounce, try to give some areas of support in there. And let's, you missed the early move, fine, but then you can get that 119.50 right there short when it gives it to you. Then if you miss that, it comes back up, and then you can get this 118.50 short. So there are lots of opportunities where we sort of, gives levels in there. So I'm looking for AMD to do something very, very similar. Wouldn't be surprised if that first sort of take right there is around this 117 mark. I wrote down that we like to supply up here at 118, but it's a nice move to the downside as the NASDAQ sort of continuing down now 0.8. quick look, as we got to go back to the desk because we just want to talk about banks quickly. Right there, this is what the imbalance locator looks like. We've already talked about Palantir today. Going to be a short against that 1810, but let's see if it can sort of get going off of a sell imbalance. Look what you see today. Not too many bids here, right? I don't even know what Kraken is here, CRKN. That's a bid right there. AT&T's a bid. But after that, QuantumScape, okay? And then you don't get too much down there, right? So there's some decent sells in here. Let's see if that does lead the way to the downside. But there's a little bit of a bump up in the market. Minute and a half to go.
Yeah, quickly here, not much as far as news on the banks today, but significant technical breakouts right across the board, depending on what you're looking at. Morgan Stanley, obviously, earnings earlier in the week. PACW, some of the regionals also starting to go. KeyCorp was another one yesterday that finally got above that last pivot. So technically speaking, guys, banks looking super strong.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the reasons. You can pick your poison. PACW just happened to be at $10. So it was $10 yesterday, so I know the level, know the area. I'm giving it to the afternoon support down here. It's about, the high 980s. That's where I want to give it to. If we break 1020, I tighten up the stop. I'm looking for a top of the day break there. But with 1 minute to go, I want to go over Apple. Apple just made a bid to go green on the morning, causing the market to go up. I didn't realize... I didn't see anything. It wasn't on the imbalance locator that Sean was just showing you, but it made a dollar move in the last few minutes here. 196 is the local resistance on Apple, but if it wants to show some strength, oh goodness, that chart is a problem. Yeah, if it wants to show some strength, it's got good support the last 3 days at like 192.5, which was right there. So let's see what happens with Apple. I'm all for this turning the market green, and if Apple holds green at the open, I'd be only looking to join trend to the long side. Carvana is still at 55. I still like a 60 break if it gets up there. Katrine is going to be on the bell on this Thursday, so let's get the countdown going. In 8, 7, 6. We got the thumbs up. We got our coffee. We're good to go in 3, 2, and ring it.
Yeah, like what is up with this Apple move? To be honest with you, this is
still going.
It's still okay. Now it's really ripping. I mean, these futures are starting to go to the upside. I've shorted Apple right here. Just a small little take into these levels. I don't really understand what this move is happening here, but Apple is starting to go to the upside. Let's hold out against with the levels that we wrote down there on the sticky note of a 196 short. So we'll just continue this move. See if we can just average into a few more trades here on Apple and then get that going. We are now short Apple, the first trade of the day for myself. Okay, here comes the move down for Tesla. We did talk about this, possibly breaking early to the downside here on Tesla. So this is what's happening, but the market's going to the upside. So we're going to have to reassess what exactly this market's trying to do. But here comes Tesla. We are going to wait for a sort of a bottom take somewhere on this name. 275, 276, trying to hold out now 277 right here for Tesla. So, we just got a little bit of a bottom take right there. I'm going to have to attend. Whoa, there was big size there. Oh, not big size, but there is size now at 277 there on Tesla. So maybe jam into that. But here it comes. Looks like it wants to break to the down. There it is. Looks like it broke. Yep, there it goes. Okay, Tesla now breaking. And here's Apple, by the way, starting to go up to test me on that 196.
Yeah, and speaking of going up, UAL is on a bit of a tear. So it touched 56.88, didn't quite get to that 57 level, so you're getting a bounce to the upside. I didn't want to have that stop order in, but if we hold up here a little bit, I'd be looking for that break. This is why you ring register. We rang the register on PACW. It's starting to get back down underneath 10. Now, I don't want to add unless it's in front of that afternoon support level. So if it bounces right here, gets to like 97, 96, doesn't break 95, then I can add above 10. Otherwise, you wait for it to get down into the 80s. UAL hasn't broken yet. Carvana is still at 55, so not much happening there. Okay, I mean, Apple's at 96. I don't see size on the offer. Take me out here. But this is that resistance from yesterday. The way they sold off the news on Apple yesterday, it's hard not to like the 96 level. I'm still looking at Tesla. I'm not really seeing the setup there. And Intel's not showing me anything either on the chip side. TSM's not holding the bottom, but Apple's at that 96. I think you give it a little bit past the top, but not much.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to give it anything really. Apple just ripping to the upside. We did not expect this, but there it goes. Now, I feel like, did it get upgraded or something? Like, it is just a huge, here we go.
It wasn't
it's just
even
a
on the
huge
imbalance.
move right now on AAPL. I also did want to look at AMD, trying to get it back up to that 115. I feel like that's going to be a decent short right now, but we got to settle down Apple. What's up, Brandon?
Follow through maybe on that AI note from yesterday for Apple as well. This one also ripping right now. J&J, we didn't mention it pre-market, guys, but Morgan Stanley Wealth Management increasing their position in both Meta and J&J yesterday. They also increased their full-year forecast, so taking up pre-market highs right now for Johnson & Johnson.
All right.
Yeah, I'm going to be, there it is. I'm out of Apple. I gave it to 10s.
That was
I
a
was
good
short
break.
90, and I took it out at 10s. Maybe I should have taken a long break. I don't know. It just, that wasn't my look to go long. Oh, goodness. As I was trading Apple opportunity costs, there was the wick on PAC-W. It did hold 96. I missed the re-entry at 10. This time, I think, okay, I'm going to take some in the teens again, so I'm going to ring the register on that. That's continuing to hold that level and looking good. Carvana's trying to snag to the upside, but don't sleep on, if you're watching J&J, why is Kenvue down 5%? Forget it. Never mind. I was about to look at, because I saw J&J, I'm like, why wouldn't I look at Kenvue? Kenvue's absolutely tanking. I don't know what's going on there.
What?
But yeah, it's down 5% already. Netflix, 440 level in play. I think 430 is a more logical bottom, so I'll probably have a look at that one. Is Apple going to get back underneath? Okay.
It's trying.
It's trying. If it's going to be a wick top, you know how I feel about wick tops. If you want to try to wick me out, if it holds this high and gets back underneath 196, then I'm going to look for the short underneath. And if I got wicked out, I'll try it one more time. Where's Tesla?
All right, we got $2 in the money right now on Tesla. It's breaking 280 right now, so that's going to be a good trade, it looks like, to the upside. There goes Tesla. Holy shnikes right now. You know what? We just forget about Apple all of a sudden, but we can't. You know, it's a trade that we had on board, so we do take the L on Apple, but there goes Tesla right now. Now $3, $250 in the money. We talked about waiting for a base there. It just happened a little earlier than we thought. We were mentioning 277 there. It did break. It only went 50 cents. That is igniting right now, this move upside. Big time move to the upside right now for Tesla. We got $3 now. We'll see where it goes. That 282 is pretty key. We've talked about that in the pre-market there on what kind of levels we'd be looking at. That's 281.50. So maybe that would have been a good out right there. It just bounced off that 281, 281.50 level for TSLA. So that's going to be a level to look at there. If it gets anywhere near that again, we're going to have to get out. So let's put an order right now. 281, like 20 or so, to see if we can get out of another piece of this. Wouldn't surprise me if we do start to come down to the downside there on Apple. So let's watch out for that. Sorry, on Tesla. And then we did short again, like Neil said. Is that the move there for Apple or not? But now we are short again. But we did get taken out of 75% of that at 196. Our average price was 60. So we'd like to get this thing a little southbound here before we are able to take a little bit of profit on Apple and make that trade make sense for us. So Apple downside right now. Tesla trying to get back up to the upside. So far, so good. Just slipped up a little bit on that Apple short. So
yeah, just got a high of the day print on PAC-W. It hit that 1035. That's that pre-market top. Ignore the kind of wicks that are in there sometimes. We hold that 10 level. It was the first thing we liked. We liked it yesterday, but it just didn't follow through yesterday. But if you see something that you like and it sets up the next day, then make sure you're taking it the next day as well. Ring the Reggie there. I'm back into Apple at 90s, 87 actually. I don't have a price now. I had 90s before. I have 87 this time. So sometimes you make that wick, but if you wick a top, that's actually a rejection of a level. So that's oftentimes an entry to short. I always say get in on the back end, not the front end. So I lose on the front end. The back end looks like it wants to work. Carvana is tanking, but you know, these two are definitely going to be interesting for me. I didn't have anything in the big tech that wasn't Apple or even Tesla. Netflix is going crazy to the downside. I wanted to get over to NVIDIA to show you that it's not doing much yet. I don't think it's going to stay asleep for long. It's just holding that 1% mark. If there is a big move to the upside in the chips, I do want to fade some Intel. But to Apple finally starting to work into that downside and still holding these highs on PAC-Dubs. Brendo?
Bottom of the watch list this morning, this one, Pain Reform, PRFX, regained compliance with the NASDAQ as of yesterday. Huge volume coming back in at $10 here for this one.
PRFX.
AMD is tanking, apparently people saying. So, I mean, we can go over to that quickly. We did take some profit there at 63, sorry, for Apple. So you got to ring the register a little bit on that name as, you know, we got hit early. So let's not try to pretend like, you know, we're the Oracle of Omaha here, just buying Apple whenever we can. Apple's strong. Everything seems to be strong today. It looks like the market's going to the upside right now, not the downside. And, you know, the thing about it is we're only in Tesla. Well, we're in Tesla and Apple. But, you know, it's funny to be long one, short the other. But, you know, on earnings, we can sort of do that right there. You know, it's not breaking through this 180.50 area, sorry, 280.50 area. So that's going to be a little bit of a pause for concern. I am still waiting, though, for a little bit of a higher take here. I still think we can get that. So we're going to be patient and see if we can get up to 281. So that's where my offer is. I have some lower bids here on Apple as well. I just put another one in the 60s in case we can get that. People want to talk a little bit about Microsoft. I mean, I don't know. My opinion is going to be jaded. Holy crap, because I'm already long and short here. So I'm already short Apple, so it's going to be hard to go long on Microsoft. But this is a nice move. Trying to stay up to the upside right now, up on the day against what is a failing market. We can all see that. But the market's going back up to the upside. Just real quick, there was one name here that we have written down as a short. We've been short this name for a hell of a long time, and it's just right now, AMD, not giving us anything to go short off of yet. You could have gone in and about there at 114. I feel like that was a tough trade. I don't want to get into something in the first 5 or so minutes, especially when I'm waiting for levels to develop. Tesla, different story. Apple, you know, we knew about this Apple run, didn't really understand why it was going upside. We did have 196, so we're going to stay into that short and hope that this name is the one that will start to work for us back up to the upside. As there it is, man. Tesla definitely having some problems around this 280 level.
Yeah, I kind of felt that 285 was the level for Tesla. There's some trouble happening on packed LB. It's not trouble, but there's some sellers that are refreshing at 1040. Of course, I take some out when I saw it happen, and then it's starting to break through right now. So let's look at that 1050 level. If it can break out from there, I do want to try to play trend if it wants to trend. This is just an opening move here, and you want to see it settle down. So I'm going to hold on to a piece. I'm not necessarily buying a dip at VWAP automatically, but I am looking to do so. As I mentioned, I mean, if you're going to take Apple out, it's going to be at the high of the day. So if we wake the top, I'm just getting out of Dodge on that one. UAL made a nice dip. Are you kidding me? Nice dip, and now that's a really bullish move. You reject off 57, you make that wick bottom. If it can hold above 56, maybe a long into 57 is going to make a little bit more sense. TSM, it is now held that 98. So what I wanted to see happen at the open, get back above that 50 period. So TSM's above the 50, that's on the daily chart, the 50 period on the daily. It's above that. I'm looking to long in front of that higher low. If it gets up to 100, you'll probably see me in Intel short. I'm assuming that would go up in some sympathy, but I want to get involved in this TSM. It could just be a 100 break. I'd much rather take a 98 long. Oh, there goes Apple. So slap to fail on Apple. Should have taken it all out of VWAP, I guess.
Yeah, that's for sure. Let's just wait to see what happens with Apple. We're going to give it a little bit more room here, but yeah, the market is just trying to figure itself out, and it looks like, you know, Apple and some of these other names, Microsoft is really taking out highs right now as well as Apple. We're going to give it a little bit more room, just to hope that this NASDAQ will fade out a little bit more than where we are right now. I mean, you're still below this 15.9, 15.8 maybe coming into play. We already saw it bounce from there. I feel like we could retest a little bit near VWAP right here. So let's just test that out. Who knows? All right, Tesla, we've got a better average price now because it just tanked. And here comes Tesla right now, going to break down through that bottom of the day here for TSLA. So this is going to be a tough name to hold on to, obviously, as you're starting to get lower and lower and lower. I was waiting for a 276 break. That looks like that's going to come into play literally right now. So look, they're really selling out Tesla right now. So let's watch out, just taking out some key levels there, trending it back into the day's low here for Tesla. And we're actually making day's lows as we speak. So this was the short that we were looking for, it looks like. I tried to buy some of these dips. It's a good thing we got one piece out. But for right now, yeah, Tesla's sort of bringing this market a little bit, or bringing its name, the market's kind of holding out, to the upside right now. What's up, Brendo?
Another one downside this morning off earnings, guys. LVS, Las Vegas Sands, with a bit of a miss on their Q2 numbers, but back to the upside right now. Both Barclays, or all three of Barclays, Wells Fargo, and Morgan Stanley, with positive upgrades on the stock and price target increases. So yeah, 2.8% still downside, but a nice move back higher here for LVS.
Yeah, TSM just broke 100. It just immediately rejected the quarters. So it broke 100, immediately rejected that quarter mark. I got some out when it got to that quarter, but if it can't hold the subsequent quarter to the downside, which is going to be like 99.75, then I'm going to get out of this. So it just, the market reversing a little bit there and showing some signs of weakness. I don't want to get trapped buying a top. So it'll be a relatively tight stop. That has a little bit to do with the fact of where the NASDAQ is right now. So if you're in, like I'm taking a breakout long, we're into 15.9, I'm going to have a relatively tight stop on it. So it's a 25-cent stop. Sometimes I'd give it 50, but I don't like where the futures are at. If that's the setup that ended up happening, I didn't get the 98 long. If I get stopped out here, I'll look for the dip buy at 98. I like what's happened. I just want to be cautious where I've bought this one up. And Pac W, I hate your guts. Oh, no.
Hate your guts? I thought you was good.
So I was trying to get an out in front of 1050. It hit 1049, and then I crossed down to try and get it out at 47. And look how quickly it's reversing. Remember I said I'm not automatically reloading off VWAP because I want to see it settle down. If this is going to give it up this way after failing 1050, I need to see some support come in there on Pac W. I'm only holding the last 20%, but I'm looking for a place if it can hold 10 for a reload and see what happens there. Okay, Rivian is almost at 25. So Rivian went to 94. Okay.
What?
Okay. So it's already rejected 25. Bit of a double top if I can trust that wick. I should already be short this at 85 to 90. Let's see if it gets up there. I did want to fade this at 25 first and then see what happens. If it breaks 25, I can always look at the 26 level, which is actually a bigger level on Rivian.
All right, we're out of Apple. We talked about that. Neil talked about that as well. It just kept on breaking higher and higher and higher. Now it goes up to 196. So we'll stop now. We thought that maybe, our first out there was maybe the wrong one, but it just kept on going up. So we'll take 2 shots at it. The first one, obviously, out and take a hit on it. But we got some out, but still, hit on Apple today. It will be a negative stock for me for now. We'll see if we can get back into it. Let's let this market settle the hell down. I talked about maybe getting a dump off in Tesla early. That is sort of what's happened here. But the NASDAQ didn't do that at all. The NASDAQ went straight to the upside, obviously fueled by Apple here, and then fueled by the #1 name in the NASDAQ, I think right now, is Microsoft, just by the weighting. And there it goes right up to the upside as well. Like whatever happened to, they're going to re-weight these things. And, they should start to head down once they figure what that's all about. Did we ever get what those calculations were, what they're doing with that? Like, I don't know, I wasn't here, and I don't know if they came up with anything. Did you guys talk about that at all the last couple of days?
Not really, because I haven't heard anything from that since.
Me neither, so I don't know.
Unless I missed something.
And then Microsoft takes out all-time highs. So I don't know. We'll have to wait. We'll have to wait to see what exactly is going on with all of that. Did AMD give us any levels to work with? Back up to 114. So you are bouncing off VWAP a little bit. If you do like the short, then maybe this is AMD and it's not an Apple kind of world right now. So let's just wait to see. We are long Tesla, of course, as that is, I say of course, but that is starting to go back up to the upside right now. So let's see if we can hold out hope on it. We've already had some good winners on Tesla. We haven't dumped anything out on it yet. We did get out at 277.50 there. That was to take profit, not to take profit off that, but to take profit off that last take right there. So let's go. We got a 276 on board here. If it doesn't work, we're getting out at that bottom. So let's hold out hope that maybe there is some buyers here for Tesla as this market is trying to get a little bit going here. What's up to Johnny Trader as well? Go Google. Okay. Meta's super strong. I mean, this whole market today, we turn these guys over to bears because it's like, okay, there's enough bearish stories, but then the market's like, nah. There's no bearish stories here, but maybe it is a bit too early.
It is a bit early. I got out of TSM, 25 cents. Oh, hey, I'm on both. 25 cents for a stop. It can be tight, but I saw where the futures were, and I didn't want to give it more room than that. I did just miss a reload by a cent or two on Pac W. I am looking to bounce off that 10 again. But Meta got to 316 yesterday in the afternoon and had all kinds of trouble you saw at the close. I mean, 316 does set up for a bit of a break. You are seeing it start to fail back in. I hate you, Rivian, as well, because this is what Rivian did as I was trying to pick up that short on that double top. This is just absolutely failing after that 25 rejection. I will now cancel my Intel short because I'm clearly not going to get it. It's $1. It's 50 cents from the top, but it's $1 away from where I was looking to draw the line and have the Alamo for myself on the short. Intel falling like a rock, down 2.5%. And there was something else oh yeah, TSM just reclaimed 100. All right, if it's going to trend up from here, I will look to try to get into it again. I just want to be patient with it because the futures aren't looking as strong as I would have liked. There was one more thing I wanted to get to, that was SoFi. It's not at $10 yet. It rejected 10 yesterday, but if it can get through 10.10, I like where this is at for a breakout on SoFi. You know what? Maybe it's even like 10.15, 10.20. I just need it clearing out yesterday's top, and then I think this can be a good long there. But I guess I'm already in one financial. I'm not looking to short Carvana, Matt Kearns. I was looking for a 60 break on CVNA, and I don't think we're getting that. Well, maybe we get it. I think 50, maybe there's a dip buy at 50. 45 is a level I know I like to be long on a bounce off of 45, but Carvana's not really setting up for me, so no trades there. I'm now into Rivian. That means this market's trying to come back to the upside.
Yeah. I don't know. I think it's very name specific. I mean, I'm still watching Tesla, and whenever you're on an earnings play, that's going to be something that is probably going to trade a little differently than the rest of the market. So let's just continue to watch Tesla, but we do have a new position right now. I don't know. I mean, I just don't have faith in this market. Oops. And is that going to continue to hurt me or not? Probably. If I keep shorting, it's going to be a problem. But we're going to be short AMD here. We have view up at 114. Let's just make this as simple as possible. AMD, again, has been weak. It's weaker than the market right now. If the market does drop down, I like this AMD trade. Again, all you can do as a trader is put your money into the spots that you think are the best suited for the risk, right? And so right now we're below view up right now. I like this AMD short. We could check to see what TSM is doing right now, but again, these are all different beasts. I mean, TSM was going to have its own catalyst, obviously, with the earnings play right there. And hey, look, that's made its move back up to the upside. So yeah, I guess in what we think, and here goes AMD. It looks like it's going to, there it is. So there we go again. So the shorts squashed. There goes AMD back up to the upside. You know, we've tried a couple different plays now. It's only 950. Really waiting. I mean, as AMD rips up, Tesla's going down, you know. So Apple's still Apple's actually still at this level right now. So I feel like maybe that's a top right there at 196.50. But like I said, do we really want to keep going short on these names? I don't know. The market is high. The market could go flat here very soon. We're trying to break out even again right now at the highs of the day. So this is a little puzzling to me. I was not expecting sort of all these moves. And then the one name, like I said, that I'm actually into the long side that I thought was a long appears not to be, and that's going to be Tesla, and it's hovering near the bottom range now. So yeah, a little bit of a confusing day here for me, but you know, that is what it is. Let's go to Brendan for some news.
Super strong here, guys, for Alphabet. Straight to the upside, just one. This is a 3-minute chart. One red candle so far since the open. For Google, a couple of minor notes here. They're testing an AI power Genesis for journalists that can write news articles. That's terrifying. Bank of America Securities, meanwhile, maintaining their buy with a hiked price target for Google.
What could possibly go wrong there? I have no, whatever. We'll get to that in a second. But a couple of things. I did miss the reload by a couple of cents on PACW. It got to 10.06. I was really I wanted 3s and 4s. It printed 6, so I didn't get it. But on the way back up, if it can't get through the pre-market high, which it just rejected 10.35, I take another leg out. I only have like 10% left. Rivian, which we grabbed the short, I was able to get it at 84. Didn't get anything at 90. It just got into VWAP, so we take some profit out there. It's been like lose on Apple, tight stop loss on TSM. The other two have worked. So it's kind of been a 50-50 morning at this point. Wow, NVIDIA has been strong. If you're wondering why the market's up, NVIDIA is about to go green any second now. There it goes green. It just broke 470 and is now 471. I'm looking at that and wondering, okay, so here comes Intel waking up. This is the one I want short. I think it's going to be relatively weak out of the chip names. So if it gets up to 34.5, that's the zone I want. UPST. So why am I looking at Carvana when Upstart's going? I feel like I had this conversation with Max at the coffee machine yesterday.
Max broke the coffee machine then.
Well, maybe it was, I don't know.
Okay.
Max didn't break the coffee machine.
All right.
But yeah, this was going a little bit more clean in the open than Carvana was. And if this breaks 59, Upstart looks pretty juicy. So instead of waiting around for Carvana, it could just be a jam on Upstart at that 59 level. Still don't have a chip name that I like short. Rivian we're able to get. I'd probably be engaged in Mullen, but we can't get locates right now. So I like this setup. If it breaks 14, I want a 14 break. I was looking to short pops. Yesterday's high would be a level I'd short. 17 would be a level I'd short. Just, we don't have the locates right now. When we get them, I'm going to get on top of that one. But PAC-W and Rivian for me right now. And SoFi is at that 10. I'm looking for higher than 10. Yesterday's top is the key level. I haven't really looked at anything on Palantir. 18, 15. That's a big level. It got to 18 and turned. That's not what I'm looking for. It's here. We had the breakout there. That was resistance. That's where I think you want to put a short. You can reverse into a long, but I think you short at 15. You go long above that price.
All right, so we have a couple new positions. Well, not really the same positions, but different prices. As Tesla right now just touched 276 again, so we actually took a long at 20s there. Again, trying to see if this one wants to go. It doesn't seem like it wants to, but we're going to wait up here, a little north of 277, just in case this gets going. That's where we're long. See how it just rejected again up there? So I don't, trying to get it to go, whether or not it does. This is earnings season, baby. So we don't know where we're going to go on a lot of these names. We did reshort AMD, which we took a little bit of profit there. We're now 25 cents in the money on this short. So we'll just keep on putting some bids out. I have something again in the 80s. We just took a nice fill there at 85 on a dump down there for AMD. But whether or not that holds or not is a completely different story. Apple is starting to finally, Jesus Cristo, finally going to the downside right now for Apple. So we'll take another 60 bid right there and see if it can't continue its march lower on that one. Tesla still doing its own damn thing right here as well. Can't get out of the way of this name. Hopefully this will continue to go to the upside right now, as I do have an offer here. Shoot, man. I do have an offer around this 277.50. There it is. So we just got that out a little bit right there. Now we'll see if it can fly back up to the upside. I don't know. No real targets for this. Either it's going to go or it's not. We just took an out right there. Let's hold out hope that maybe it does go. But that was exhausted. It tried to go there and stopped again. So I feel like Tesla is going to be this short and is going to right now as we speak, as it's happening. Good thing we just took that out. It looks like it does want to crack below this 276. That's our target out. I already have that set up there. So if that does come through, then we are gone on that one. Let's go advanced micro devices, as that's starting to print to the downside right now as well. So what was a little bit of an early short for your boy, we did get taken out of that one. So now we'll just get back in, start to short this again on this level. So now AMD is now 50 cents in the money, as is Apple, and we're getting some of our day back right now. So that's going to be all good. It's really just, I'm not even down anything on Tesla, literally flat on it, but just waiting for this level to break. And if it does, then we'll be flat on Tesla. And, I'm not speechless because I never seem to be, but it's just the fact that this is not a very aggressive day here whatsoever for a lot. There it is. For a lot of these names, it just seems like,
I'll tell you what's weird.
Yeah, like now
Guess
it's
what's
finally
breaking
going.
the high? Nikola's breaking the high of the day at the same time that Tesla's breaking the low of the day.
Right.
That tells you everything you need to know about today's market in one nutshell. Even Rivian's coming down. It's just, so Tesla, Nikola Fortescue, Future Industries, acquires Nikola's Phoenix Hydrogen Hub project.
All right.
Okay, that's a bit of a mouthful, but that's the catalyst, I suppose. The reason it goes up is because of squeeze. To 275. We were long this before at 250, so congratulations if you've been playing the 250 level. I played it once, should have played it 3 times. But 275 is attempting to break out. I think if it holds up here and retakes the top, we've been talking about $3 on this for a while. 3 is a much better level for a breakout. That's where I'd be eyeballing. 3 is some air above it. I think 3 to 4 gets pretty clean. As I was just saying, Rivian is starting to come down and work for me again, but it's now breaking VWAP. If it cannot chew through this 50 level, I might take another leg out of VWAP. Otherwise, I want the pre-market low for the next out. Brendo?
A little biotech keeps popping up in front of me here. Getting a positive note here from Wells Fargo, initiating coverage on Innotiv, which is NOTV. Huge move up to 575 here. $9 price target on this. It's at 575, guys.
So I was just actually saying, Sean, I am looking to trade ATVI. You know, I've been on that a couple of days in a row now. There's a 92.50 level that I like. It's just, I'm trying to be patient. I shorted at 40s to have it drop to 30s, and it went to 50, and I hated myself for the way I actually handled that trade, starting it here and then shorting it more up there instead of waiting for it to get to 92.5. So it might work from here, but I want to get it right in those 40s. If I take it, come on, Rivian, give me that fill. PAC-W, ooh, is it running out of steam again? See, lower high. I don't know how many times you go to the 10 well, because really, pre-market, at the open, it's already been 3 dips at that same level. I don't know that I'm going to automatically want it through there. I might just tighten up the stop and get away from this one. I haven't made a trade on Tesla just yet, and if you're looking at the chip names, NVIDIA's given up 470. I might just, I'm going to try and get into Intel underneath VWAP here and just go tight stop and try and take a few swings at it, because this is one that I wanted. It doesn't even seem to want to give me 34 evens here. So I might just take it in the 70s, give it a couple of pennies above 80 so I can wet the proverbial beak. So wet the beak for a non-full position. That way I'm not sitting around with FOMO in it and doing something really stupid if it tanks down into here and then I jam it like 33.60, because you don't want to short that price. So I'll give it like 5 cents. If that stops out, I like the 34 level. But I'm into Intel. If you're underneath that 470 on NVIDIA, if TSM is not showing the strength it needs to, if 15.9 can't break on the NASDAQ, this was the chip name I wanted to the sell side. I know SoFi is at 10. Oh, wait a minute. Size on SoFi on the bid right now. 500,000 shares on the bid of SoFi at a random $9.95 price. That's this. MIAC say they want the rebate. Hey man, they want the rebate on that fill. Congratulations to them when they get the rebate for being long at the high, because $10 is some overhead resistance on SoFi. I'm not looking at the 10 level unless I see a ton of size on it, and I might short 99 and take a quick little break. I think 10.15 could be more spicy.
All right, well, it didn't take too long to get all of our money back there on AMD. We're now positive on the stock, as this is now 90 cents in the money, as it continues to go to the downside, but blah, blah, blah. Let's just see. It's trying to bounce off of 113 right now. Our last fill right there was 113.25. I do have lower bids right now. I have a 113.15. Just kind of bounced off that. Hopefully it comes in right now. Back to the downside as this market looks to break lower right now again. So 25 cents in the money on Apple. Funny, because our Tesla, that was the out, and then it spiked lower into 275 before coming right back into 277 again. So Tesla definitely a weak name here. Following the mark, there we go. We just got, let's go. I'm not thrilled because we were short Apple there and we got blown out of that, and now Apple's come back in. So I did lose too much money on that short, which is fine because our net is fine. It's just, I like it when ideas work out a little bit quicker than that. But I feel like, trading at 945, 940, that's a little bit better than really just saying to yourself, like, hey, what is going on with Apple? Trying to fight it, right? Eventually we got a high, which we were able to short again. So that's fine. And now that's starting to come back in. But again, that's a couple times in a row where we've been shorting something or longing something that hasn't worked out, and we wound up losing, probably 30 to 40% more than we should have, just by really not believing in the move. When really, I said this before, I only have one boss, and that's going to be the market. So, I mean, I just have to sort of listen to whatever it's telling me and trade accordingly to that, because as long as we can listen to the market, I feel like I'm just such a better trader waiting for it to tell me what it wants me to do rather than going in there and forcing
I got 3.
My hand.
The market, my wife, and my daughter. And that's in the reverse order. It starts with, it's like the daughter's the one that is always right, the wife is mostly right, and the market's always right to you as well. But it's so true. Like, there's so many setups that I wanted that just have not been there today. And it's like, what do you do? You just only trade what sets up for you and make some sense. People have been talk about Supermicro. I know we never really go over this stock, and it's been an absolute monster of a swing type of stock. It's because the liquidity is pretty piss poor. So it's not much of a trading stock, but it's down 5%. And it's hard not to like the chips for the downside in some of these AI names. If you're having this happen on SMCI, it's tanking down 5%. Maybe an SSR bounce could be in play for it. I don't trade it because it's not that liquid. Brendo, what's up?
This segment of the show brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits. The program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Use promo code TTV for 10% off. Got some housing data out there. There we go. Got some housing data out there at 10 o'clock, basically in line with expectations. Market downside, though, across the board, S&P and NASDAQ trying to get back towards session lows. If you go to a daily chart, however, this amazing uptrend still well intact when we're starting to get into the earnings that matter. We're also starting to head towards What's to come next week with the Fed? Still, I double checked here this morning, 96.8% chance right now of a quarter point to come next Wednesday. That's still it. If you go out then to the following 3 meetings, no sign of any change as far as another increase to come. We were talking, if you're with us in the pre-market, about Tesla, higher profit, but yeah, decline in margins across the board. UAL beat across the board, huge beat, increased its full year 23 forecast as well. IBM, another one that reported, not one we look at typically, but $2.18 per share EPS for IBM. Also, topping expectations, there is UAL, just tested that aftermarket high from yesterday at 57, bit of a pullback still. 3% to the upside for UAL. Nice day so far. This one we've touched on in the past before, former runner. AI headline this morning, guys, on Grrr.
See, Brendan's got a sense of humor.
That was about like the most outside the box Brendan is ever going to feel, I think, right
all
there.
you get from Brendan. Okay, so I'm now in, well, sorry, I just got some out of Rivian. Going to ring the register. We got to 24.50, stalled out, a bit of a bounce there, so we took the win. But I'm now out of Pack W. We end up tightening the stop. So I elected not to reload after it rejected the lower high, and then said not going to reload it at 10 and tighten up the stop to under 10. Now, there might be a bounce play off 985. That's this level here. I'll make that a separate trade because I feel like it could break down and then show me the other side of it. I'm now short ATVI. I told you guys I'd look into the 92.50 level. Scalp trading for me there. If it breaks 50, I'm going to be out of that. Don't want to fight it too much. UAL, I still don't mind this 57 break, but can't do it. It's at 97. It keeps on getting up to the high. It keeps on not breaking the high. So, again, I find myself without setup. I hope you... So, whoever got that rebate at 95 for the 500,000 shares on SoFi, that's probably not going to be able to pay for the 15-cent loss that you have there because the rebate's only, like, you get 0.2, and you just lost effectively 75 times that if you took that long. So SoFi rejects the $10 level and heads to the downside pretty darn quickly. Why is Rivian not falling further if everything else is going down? Yeah. This is crazy. Nikola, by the way, looks like it rejected that 75 break, so there will be no $3 test for me. That's the level I wanted there. That's pretty frustrating. I still don't have any Mullen locates. Okay, that's fine. GoEV was the one we traded yesterday. It just made another test of 75. Thanks for pointing it out in the chat, guys, because this rejected 75. That was the breakout that we had that got, look what happened when it tried to break. We had the breakout. It just didn't really go. Well, it didn't really return. 75 is a good short. If it's stair steps, look for like 73 to 75 for refill short. And that's assuming we have locates on this.
It's a $2 trade club right now on AMD. So I was just saying in the chat, take my money early. Psst, damn it. But we taking it back late with pretty good vengeance right here on AMD. There it goes to the downside. We knew this was going to be a short. We just had to wait for it. And we did get stopped out early on that 114 break. Goes up as high as 114.40. And then now it's see you later, alligator to the downside. And we are looking for another dollar club member right now as Apple. Again, man, took our stuff early and maybe late we get the last laugh. Look at the futures starting to come back down into the downside right now. Look at this. Look at this freaking move that we were expecting just happened at 10 o'clock. What else can we do? That was a good move there for the market. Let's check out my guy Dylan. Will Dylan be quitting his job today or at least leaving it? We need to get to 452 was his level. So we're going to wait to see. It is a nice move down. Obviously, the market's going to have to break a little bit lower right now, so we're going to wait for that one coming in. There's the spiders. Nice little top side there of 455. Let's see if we can break even lower than where we are right now. This market, I mean, I'm obviously pretty thrilled with some of the trading here today. So as it continues to go down, AMD, good out for us there as we still... This is the key for me, man. This is why we're able to make all of our money back. We're still actually holding, right now, 30% of this trade, which is not normal for me. So normally when you see all of these outs, you know, it means that, okay, you know, I don't have that many shares left, but I do. And we've just been taking out little pieces on the way down. So we still do have a piece on this one. So although, you know, Apple still took our lunch early, it's now coming back in a little bit, which is fine. We lost too much money on that. Let's see if we can't make some money back. Google was really ripping earlier, up to 124. That's fallen back into VWAP as well. Now that we're below and this market is getting bearish, we've turned these markets, these bears and bulls around. So I do still expect a downside push coming in this market, and I still think lower. Look at Tesla. Tesla gave it up. That 275 was a great level to short. You know, unfortunately, it's been a little bit wild. Thank you, Rob. That's very kind of you to get that coffee.
Yes, sir.
No, I was gonna. What was I gonna say? I was gonna say Mr. Rob or something like that, and I was like, that doesn't make any
Mr.
sense.
Rob.
I forget. I was gonna say something funny, and then I couldn't think of it. So Rob got me on that one. But the thing about Rob and Randy, like both these guys have worked here like 20 plus years, you know. So it's great to have
over 2 decades. Yep.
Yeah, have such good, you know, camaraderie here at the office. So
They were both here when I started. Were they both here when you started?
I'm not. I mean, I know Randy. Yeah, probably.
Yeah, maybe. Because
They're old.
I know they've been around longer than I have, but it's a great team here, as you guys have probably already found out. Just to go to the NASDAQ quickly, because that's probably the most important thing, is 15.8s right here, right now. So we got this 15.8 level. We've already bounced off it once. If this gets taken out, I don't have to tell you that could mean some more to the downside. It's going to be 1% down on the day. I did re-enter for the 34 short on Intel, waited for it to get to 90s. I want to show you Meta. Meta 311 I have as support for Meta. Got down there yesterday, wicked that bottom, and then recovered. So that's where I'd look for a bit of a short. I want 10 before I take anything out of ATVI. Still holding on to that Rivian. It hasn't shown me a reload. It's at the low of the day. We break the low. There could be maybe shorts underneath it. But this is a potential bounce zone for the markets. When you're at 15.8, the first thing I think about is, okay, well, what's setting up for potential long? Well, what lost on the short? Is this going to work? I'm going to try and clear this candle.
It will work.
It's going to 195 Apple is like chart just crashed. 195 Apple on this 15.8 hold on the NASDAQ. I'm looking for
I'm
long
bidding
bounce.
195 to get out, so I think that's
Brendo.
probably right.
Amazon just breaking to the downside here. AJ and I were just discussing this kind of interesting note here on Whole Foods. Guys, get ready. You can now pay with your palm. You can scan your palm and pay for food by the end of the year at Whole Foods.
Yeah, that's sick. I mean, I think everybody should do that at some point. I mean, why not, right?
That's where the world's
the
going.
Technology is there.
That being said, like is it that much more convenience than paying with your phone?
No,
Like I always have my phone on you, or you could have your watch on you.
It is more convenient.
I know, but it's not
But the other thing too is it does benefit those that are maybe not as
tech savvy.
Yeah, like
I get
someone
that.
grandma's going in there and she can just face palm, boom, right on there. I think that makes sense. I think that's actually pretty cool. So. Yeah,
I think it's cool.
Good on Amazon, but why would that mean that Amazon's going down? We have to find out that reason
that I don't know.
Right now. But okay, let's look at that. So we just took another piece out of AMD there. I don't know. We ripped up there to 75. I don't really know why I put a bid there, but I did. So I got out of that just a little bit there on AMD. Wow, I got out at 75. Now it's taking down 12s. What a good move to the downside right there. The one name that I was thinking, I mean, we're huge now on these shorts. It is what it is, but that just is what it is right now. So, okay, nice moves again to the downside. We just talked about that with the market. One name that could hold is Microsoft. Microsoft was pretty strong earlier on today. So this could be a level of a little bit of concern there for me is going to be Microsoft. But we still do have a decent level here, trying to hold out on that level. Again, let's just see if it does wind up holding this 353. Level there on Softy. There it is right there coming into play again. So we do have some tops there. 350 looks like that would be an area to start to go long on any of these names if you are excited about that. So that's something that I would look for there. All right, on the next flush, What 12 just resisted again on AMD. And again, it's just about being foolish a little bit, and you don't need to be like that. You need to just take the profits where the profits lie. We talk about scalping out in this market. We have to do that. Neil just mentioned, finding an area that might have been of some kind of a concern for Apple or for some of these levels that may bounce. Sure, we're going to be $1 in the money, but I like that play at 195. So we should be taking out levels here and taking out some profit once these are hit, right? Because what you don't know where this market's going. Tesla down to 270, I think, could be a decent buy. We are resisting off that 272.
I like 270.
Yeah, the market just bounced off of 15.8, kind of as prescribed. Went down about 8 handles, right back to the upside, and some of these stocks got very excited. And look, we missed that AMD bottom at 112 just because. So yeah, big mistake there. Let's see if we can get it back in. But for right now, yeah, a little bit of a missed opportunity, I feel like, right there with that AMD trade. I feel bad about that.
So I just went 90 short again. Actually, I had 91s, and then Intel broke 34, so that's swing number 2. I got that one. I'll slap the fail on it because it seems like it might be relatively strong. But I did grab that Apple. It made a bounce. It whipped underneath 195.20. Got like 5 cents lower and then made a local break. So I kind of got the long in front of it. I'll give it to the local bottom, and then maybe it can take another trade off of 95 because I'm going counter trend. I want it off this bounce. It's like a wick bottom. I'm not giving that to 95. That's not really the setup I'm looking for. So let's see what happens. If it gets to VWAP, I do want to have something out. It has been relatively strong. Another name that's been relatively strong, people have been mentioning Google. I think you could look for load. I think you can look for a similar play here. Google, the breakout price was 122. I didn't think there was anything as obvious until it got a little bit further down. Just preferred Apple. I think they're very similar in terms of bounce plays, whichever one you wanted to happen to look at. Ooh, I need to go over and refill some ATVI if I can get it. I was able to get a bid when it went the first 10 cents down to VWAP. Once it gets up into the high 95 range, 92.5 range, we will get some more short in that. But we're just able to ring Reggie on Apple. And remember, some of that trade had to do with 15.8 on the NASDAQ. So even if we don't break this low, I wouldn't want the NASDAQ making a fresh low here. That would be a bad sign. I would take profit. If we break VWAP and we're heading to the upside, for some reason the NASDAQ's breaking a low, I'd take profit wherever that happened. Pretty unlikely because Apple's such a big deal. But if we do break VWAP, 196, I will definitely get some in front of that. Let's see what happens there. Still holding Rivian because that seems fine. But now you have 3 consecutive green candles on Tesla. So I'm watching that out of the corner of my eye. I do not want don't want Tesla making too big of a strong comeback while I'm sitting in that Rivian short. Have not reloaded that at all yet.
Yeah, we're like I said, we're just looking for better opportunities to trade through. So we talked about 353 possibly being a good bottom there for Microsoft. It looks like that was. It ripped up about $1, but I'm not in the camp of long yet. So there it is. We'll take out another 80 cents on Apple there. Take that bid. It's almost $1 club. It's 85 cents right now on the short for Apple. But again, I was waiting at 195.15. Can you believe it went to 16 there? So we will take a 35 out. Now let's see if it does fall in. We do have a bid on AMD a lot lower now as well, trying to make sure that we can take some profit on this one if it does fall. And then I am looking at this AMD of 113.50 there. So I do want to get short into AMD if it does pop up. So I'm going to put that offer there. Right now we are pretty light on it. So if we do get into, that 113.25 area or something in and around there, if the market does continue to rip up, fine. We are, piecing out of all of these. Again, we knew that this would be traded today. Unfortunately, for me, we will have a red mark on Tesla, which is fine. It is a downside move. We are waiting for it to base out there. Looks like 272, but I'm just, like I said, I'm not in the camp of going long yet here. We're still under on VWAP, and the market still does seem, a little bit weak, obviously, today. We got that huge move early. We knew the buyers would come in at some point. Generally, they're coming in like around now. 10:30-ish, 10:15, trying to get some of these bids going on a market that's downside. So that 15.8 came in. Well, you can't see it there, but that 15.8 just came in and was well supported. Let's see if it gets knocked down a little bit right now. So I'm not in the camp of going short going long. I only want to look for shorts right now. And that brings me to TSM, which is now trying to wick top at 99.50 there.
It looks good.
So that could be breaking down lower as well. Maybe 90. Okay, here comes Apple. Maybe 98.50 right now. So Apple right now trying to get back in to 195. Again, another area of concern. AMD's falling down. That's $1.80 in the money. We're going to wait to see if that can fill up this 112.30 area there. Maybe that's where we should just have a bid instead of, okay, let's put a bid at 112.30 and just see if it can somehow push down in and give us that one fill, and then we'll hold the rest for hopefully a lot lower.
Yeah, I'm still looking for places to add. If we break 15.8 again, I'm looking for more places to add shorts. I got back into Intel because it just wicked underneath 34 again. It's at a level I like. TSM is very close to the 50 period on the daily. That's at 98. If it gets underneath there, I think it gets pretty nasty to the downside. Apple's trying to get to VWAP again. So I have a tight stop on this underneath. I'm actually risking 20 cents, which is not much on Apple. So if we can get to VWAP, this could be a place to take some profit on the front side of it. If we can get to 50 here, I'm just going to get an offer out. I have taken another leg out on ATVI, but that's not going to be super sexy till it gets to 70, down to 92 even, which I will go long. SoFi, wow, oh my goodness. Maybe that person should have not bought shares at 95. Whoever it was that bought 500,000 shares. This just got back to the low of the day. Sometimes size does not matter. Size on the bid on SoFi doesn't get through 10. This could be an epic reversal. If this gets through 950, that's nasty on SoFi to reject 10 if it were to break 950 here. There's another gap to be filled down to $9. So I'm keeping an eye on it. I thought this was going to be a play at 10.15. Ended up being the $10 was the price to watch. So you had to get out in front of it way too early in my estimation. And that buyer got absolutely right. You are right, guys. Upstart, you know, you could want a breakout to happen all you want, but if it doesn't actually make the break, got to put that one ice. It's at the low of the day as well. So I was pretty bullish on a squeeze if it could have gotten above 59. That hasn't happened. I've canceled my order. You got to be able to move on to the next. Unfortunately, that's just how it is. Tesla is, I don't know, 270 I think could be a bounce zone. That's fine. I don't think we're going to get shot at that 280 level. Let's see about 75, however. If it does another failure at 75, that could be a little bit interesting. But when Tesla gets going, you got to be careful. This is why I'm watching it, because Rivian, I probably want to take it out if this starts challenging VWAP. Intel's at 34, so we're basically back to square one on that name. And oh, I need to go back over PacWest for you. So PacWest, it was a great trade early. It's now managed to hold that 985 that we were talking about. So I got out to see how it did with this channel. Well, it's holding this channel. If it breaks back above 10, I'm going long again. So we get a break back out above 10. I'm going to go long and give it to the local bottom here on PacW, but it has to show me that breakout.
All right, well, I mean, sometimes you get what you need, and that's what we just got right there. So we'll ring some registers here on AMD. So AMD just came in and it gave us exactly that 30 fill actually, which is where it's at right now. So that was a good one here. It does look like Apple is joining that dollar club as the market's breaking lower. So this is what you expect when you have a big name like this and the market doesn't participate, you know, to the upside. I was just watching Tesla back to 274. If that's going to be a short, maybe possibly coming in, but we'll take another trade on right now. Whenever you hit that sire, and that means we got a new position, maybe something that we've never talked about yet, and that's going to be Wells Fargo. I just feel like it's barcoding right now. Up near this 90. I don't know. I want to give it to about 80 here on the short. We'll average it in. We're just trying to break below VWAP. It's not super exciting of a name. I just thought that if the market wanted to go to the downside here, you know, we could short some of these banks that are all up today. So that's what I was sort of thinking. JP Morgan, a little bit riskier because of how it can move, but you still have that 156 top. So, you know, a lot of these names are in the pocket here to go down. Now, whether or not they want to, I cannot control that. But the one thing that we can do, again, is dance it off for the dollar club, because Apple's right back down near 195. So, you know, we've waited for this to happen. It just came in. So there it goes. Watch out. There is a little bit of size there at 195. So whether or not it breaks or not, I think it's probably just inevitable was the word I was going to say. And there is the break back down through 195. Thanos. So, you know, in what took our money early, you know, I'm going to slap the fail on too aggressive too early. But you know what, man? it's all good. When the market starts to fall down and then your thesis sort of continues to work for you, I know there's a lot of traders out there that would have maybe less aggressive stops, so congratulations if you're still any of these trades. We have back-to-back dollar clubs now with AMD and Apple, but again, we're still actually going to be red on Apple considering that stupid trading that we did early on that name. But AMD is now actually holding out quite well on this move. We are relatively light on AMD, so you know, hopefully it can come back up and we'll be able to short it near that 113.50. I'm just wondering if the market is finding a bottom here a little bit.
So I stopped out of Apple at that 19.15. However, we always got to acknowledge a keystroke error. I actually held on to 20% because the amount of size was wrong, so I had to punch that out manually when it broke 95. But that's that other wick here. If it holds 95, I might still look for the long here, but I would prefer that 15.8 be holding on said NASDAQ. Intel kind of in the pocket there. I'll show you what happened with this trading because it's kind of been free money off this level. I was here yesterday in the afternoon sitting in this ATVI. It's now breaking VWAP. I think it's a long at 92. I think anything into 92, I'm going to look for more aggressive longs than even the short would be. So we're underneath VWAP. I want this. It'll be 30 to 40 cent range because it never quite got to 92.50 even, but it's been working out pretty nicely. Rivian is still holding fort to the downside, and we just broke the low by like 3 cents or 2 cents there. Didn't really see a VWAP reload in here to get 24.50 or something like that, but this is now starting to crash a little bit further. So Rivian, do not forget 23. Look at the flag. Look at the support locally. If it gets to 23 bucks, I think that's where the long is going to come in on Rivian. It could be a 24 breakdown trade for it. I don't really want to take a breakdown at this time of day, but the futures are looking relatively weak. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh is right. Okay,
Another
so
chart.
there goes WFC, so that's going to be a good little trade for us as well. I got out of Apple because, again, we take the dollar on Apple, and then we'll just see where it wants to go from here. So that's something that I'm looking at now. We'll average, okay, well, now we've got, oh, no, we don't have our full position on Apple. What's going on? We want a little bit lower than that. Oh, well, it doesn't matter. I put a bid there. I put a bid at 05. We'll see if that comes through. I'm actually at 02 now. I pulled my 05. There it is. So now we're long on Apple, just against the day's low, which it looks like it's trying to put in right now. We just wanted to see if there was a bounce off 15.8, and it doesn't look like there's going to be. So right now, there it goes. We are going to get out of Apple and just momentarily. There it is right there. So we'll flush ourselves down the toilet for just a small little hit there on the back end of that trade. So just thought that maybe we were going to rally a little bit from 195, and that's not the case at all. And meanwhile, I was talking about WFC, which was about 7 or 8 cents in the money there when it went all the way to the downside 63s. I'm at 62, so if that's no, I'm at 61. Okay, so I feel a little bit better. Let's put something now at, like, just because it doesn't seem like it wants to move too much, let's put something at 64. Again, it's only 5 cents. I know it's not huge. We'll see if we could take out 10% there. Then we'll wait for our 60 fill, and then hopefully back down here near the 200 period. Breaking through 50 would be the next leg for, I'm about to say SoFi, for Wells Fargo. Micron at VWAP right now. I know we're going to throw to Brendo. Let me just look at Micron real quick here, just to see if there is a trade, because it is at VWAP right now. I do have an idea for Tesla. It needs to get a little bit closer to 274. That's what we're going to be shorting that name. Okay, so here is a breakdown as well. Micron did absolutely nothing all morning. See, again, this would be a name that I should have been looking at when we were looking for some shorts. This is kind of what I like to see. A little bit of a barcode nation, and then that move. Wow, were we right on Apple on that short or what? Holy crap. To be stopped out of our Apple short up here at 196.30 is crazy. It's now $1.50 in the money to the downside and still going. We probably should have held on to that short, but hey, coulda, woulda, shoulda. Let's go over to the big desk with Brendan.
Hey guys, typical for an earnings season. Not much attention, or not as much attention on small caps today, but there are a few moving around here. I mentioned this one early on. Gorilla Technologies back to the downside, basically gave everything back. We're right back to where this thing ended yesterday. Big move to the downside yesterday. But yeah, AI-powered innovative smart port solution deal with British Telecom announced for GRR, as I was saying earlier. It's like PRFX, pain reform back to the downside right now, but did get above 10 once again and started to hold there Again, this was 2 days ago, but they regained compliance with the NASDAQ guys. So big move up here for PRFX, a staggering 1.1 million shares on the float for that one.
Yeah, 1.1 million shares. Those low floaters, they never stop. Meta's starting to flush here. I'll get to, like, I took some profit on Intel, took some profit on ATVI. We'll get to those in a second. But Meta broke underneath that 311. It just broke 310. I'm going to look to short underneath that nice little blue line there. But I also wanted to get to SoFi, which is breaking 950 as we speak. So it's getting pretty ugly for that SoFi. Whatever, man. That person could have been covering. I have no idea if they were covering short or what they were doing with that order, but it didn't work out for them in the short run. If it holds underneath 950, I'm looking for the short there. As mentioned, I just took some fills out of Intel, but you can see how well it's holding up, right? Like it just every time. Let's see, take my stop out, look for the next wick high, get in on that wick high, and then try to get out in front of VWAP. I want to hold the bulk of the position for underneath VWAP for a bigger flush, but I just kind of rinse and repeat, take the out, take the small hit, stay alive, look for the next leg. If we continue to trend down, this should follow suit. I'm looking for TSM to do a similar thing, but it hasn't given me an entry point. Like TSM, it just wants to hold this line here without actually breaking down. So really no entries yet. I think it's going to happen in TSM. It's just a matter of it actually happening. Ooh, I was supposed to get a 90 fill there on Intel. Going to get on that bid and see if we can grab it. Rivian's A-OK. This market seems to want to give it up. What are you going to do when you disappoint a couple of tech earnings? They've been dragging us to the upside. When we go down, it goes pretty heavily. 310's a bit of a battle, but I think this is a short on Meta underneath that 311. So if it bounces, retest 311, I'm going to look to get into that short on a little bit of a relief bounce here, if it happens on Meta.
So we did get a 61 fill on Wells Fargo, so we'll spend a little bit of money for that. I mean, it's not moving, but at least the idea is there. Let's see if it can continue to make a move to the downside right there. We only have one negative name that we've traded today, of course, and that's going to be Apple.
That's mine, me too.
Yeah, it's the same with Neil. So both of us, not the most, greatest calls here on Apple, but I still feel like when I look back over at this sticky note, I wrote down here 196 short. I mean, it's at 194.80. So, I mean, we turned these bulls around into bears. We had all the names. I have AMD short. I mean, we have everything is printing out fine except for Tesla. Tesla's the one that really didn't hold. And I'm not even down. Like, I'm down on Tesla, but it's just, it's not as much as I thought, you know, the damage we could have done on this name if we were completely wrong. I'm going to cancel some of this Tesla, let it come back up to the upside again, and see if that does want to move. The new name, again, the only name that I'm down on, and this is what was sort of the segue leading up to this, was Apple. And then here we go now back into Apple, right? So I don't, you know, we're going to go short against that 195. We just took a little bit out there as we do have 85 short. We got out 82 there. That was kind of by accident. Let's put something a little bit lower, like maybe 71, something in and around that range. I think we could probably be happy with if we did get a fill in and around there. So that's what we're going to do right now. Try to wait on Apple and see if it does print down just a little bit lower for us right now. But look what the hell is happening in AMD. You want to talk about being happy with a trade? Man, we are smoking on this one. I mean, it's not too often you're going to have $2.50 in the money, but we're doing it again here today. We did it yesterday over and over again. I'm getting much better at holding positions for these kind of plays. So guess what, man? We're about to level that up on this because right now we've had back-to-back days. Yesterday we had 5 greater than $1 winners, right? And it's just like the losers are adding up early when we take big hits, but then we're able to make it back late. So we just got to adjust, and that's what we talk about all the time here with trading, and especially on this show, is you got to find your niche, find what you do best, and then just hit it. There's some amazing traders in this office that, you know, really crush sort of the opening ranges and stuff like that, and that's great, and you want to be able to find out what you can do. But I just feel like with the buying power and everything like that, if we're able to wait out for some of these plays and then put on really where we want to put on, then we could do some damage. We just got to be a little more patient. That's why we're putting out the sticky note for free every single day. We just got to be a little more, you know, aggressive with what we're doing and wait for something to pop up. Look at WFC, a name that we just found breaking through VWAP. Let's see if it can go a little bit lower. There it is. Good take here on Apple. We just got a 73 fill.
So a new position alert for me. I'm now short SoFi. Waited for it to really resolve under 950, but you'll see that I'm out of I'm all out of Rivian. Rivian made the 24 bounce. It was bouncing off 24, and I got trailed out of it at that level. Now it's immediately breaking 24. So we had the short in front of 25. It's now breaking 24, but I'm out of it. We took it 24 to 25 to 24 to that downside. I think there's still another dollar in it. It's just a matter of this is a bounce level usually in around this chop. So I'm looking for a consolidation to re-enter the trade. As mentioned, SoFi broke that 950. It was looking like it was going to hold. Let me go to the 3-minute chart here. It was looking like it was going to hold. It wicked back above and then snapped back underneath. And when it retook the local bottom, I got into the short trade. I'm going to give it to like 951, so 5 or 6 cents worth of risk here. And let's see if it makes that other 50-cent move into the downside. It's all red. It's all down. Congratulations if you've been looking short. Some have been tricky, but ultimately it has worked out to the south side. Intel's now in the 80s, so that's starting to work out pretty nicely. There was something else I wanted to get to, but it'll come to me after we go to Brendan for crypto. You don't even want.
Just hearing Bear Cave with a short report on Hershey. If you're a chocolate lover, heads up on Hershey. Sam Bankman-Fried, meanwhile, we were talking when this first started that this is definitely going to be a movie at some point, but I'm definitely watching this. TJ Miller, guys, already with an animated series here called Fortune with a 3, highlighting the FTX saga and specifically Sam Bankman-Fried. So heads up for that coming to a screen near you. Back above 30,000, meanwhile, for BTC this morning. A little bit of an uptick. We are pulling back currently, but still positive on the day, 0.7, 30,082. ETH down here, 1,900 gets taken back as well, basically flat on the day, guys.
Yeah, it's a weird one.
We were just talking about Coinbase, like it goes to 112.
I want to throw up over Coinbase.
But right now, Apple's cooking, man. Apple's the one name here that is cooking to the downside. We talked about this short, obviously with the market breaking. We've given some key levels there. Let's go check out the spiders again to see if, our guy Dylan, he's about to retire. No, 452, we looked at that level and we called that was going to be a possibility here today. So with the SPYs all the way down right now from 455, watch out for 452. It's only 10:30, but the market's been quite sick for the last little while. But you know what? We've made some sick, wicked, and nasty. Shout out to Jack Armstrong or Chuck Swirsky, whoever that is, for the Raptors play-by-play. Chuck Swirsky's now in Chicago.
Yeah.
But he used to say sick, wicked, and nasty. Look at this drop down there for Apple right now. We've got shares on board, so we're brushing some of that dirt off our shoulder from earlier and say to ourselves, can't believe you got out at 196.30. Right now, that's $2 in the money, but here it is. Huge move down. See, this is what I'm talking about. Neil said congratulations to people that have been looking short. We've been looking short. It's just, Apple now, give us our money back, man. There it is to the downside. We have $3 now, $3. What did I say? $3 now in the money on Apple, on AMD, as that's trying to go down. Watch out for 111 now on AMD. Obviously, the number one name here today is going to be AMD for me. And, let's just wait to see if Wells Fargo can join that club. I don't know. The banks don't seem to be doing anything. We're already out of 30% of this name. And Apple continues, man. Its march lower. Wow. What was a disastrous first 15 minutes has really turned this guy's frown upside down. So, great trading here again today. We call the short. We Sam Bankman-Fried on this short. And now we're going to see what happens here. As there goes Apple. Can it be back-to-back dollar clubs for this name here again? We should still be short from 196.20, but we put on more shares there. You could see that we liked it so much. Triple the short right there. Look at Apple absolutely collapsing. And there it is again. Let's hit the awesome button because this is what's been doing. And there goes Advanced Micro as well, Neil, breaking through for a $3 winner, trying to break through 111.
TSM's still holding, but TSM has like 8 red candles in a row on my 3-minute chart, but it still hasn't broken 38. I got first out on SoFi every 5 cents until $9 even is essentially what I want, and I might reload it if we get a move to the upside back into 950. So we got to 46 short. Actually took a little more than 5 cents. Okay, it broke 40, so I took 38s out. That's a distinction without too much of a difference, but look how well Intel's holding up. I got into the 80s. I got my 86 print. I got my 80 print, and then it's bouncing back up there. Sometimes you just got to accept that Intel's $3 stock wants to give you 20, 25 pennies. If that's what it is, then that's what I'm going to trade it for. Meta was an absolute ugh. That's the only thing that's what I got for Meta through that 311 level. It never gave me the pop to fade, but look at it now at 307 and absolutely dying. It's been a good morning. My frustration will be for Apple. Quite frankly, everything else has managed to stay in the pocket except for that one. The way that it filled, I suppose that the open could have been a hint. I don't know. Have to reflect on that a little bit later on in the session. But this market is absolutely tanking. Bitcoin, by the way, is, loads up chart. It is literally at 30,000 on the dot on my Binance chart. It just broke it right now. I just flipped the Coinbase and it didn't go. This is Coinbase breaking 105. I would hesitate to short 105 as 30,000 is going, but if we hold underneath 30,000 and trend underneath it, then Coin 105 has been a good level previously. You can see what it's done at the 105. If that $5 range breaks to the other way, I think we could see 100, but let's be patient with it. We've managed to get back green by getting the shorts and holding them. I do not want to short the bottom too aggressively, especially on Coinbase. It can burn you if you do it at this time. It's 10:30. What usually happens at about 10:30? Whatever direction we're going, we could level off and get a little bit of a mini bounce. So take some profit, calm down a little bit. If there's anything strong, maybe there's a long in there for it. But I'm not going to rush into any entry shorts. As I say that, Coinbase is at 104.
Oh, man.
Oh, Coinbase.
Yeah, Coinbase. Good trade on PACW, obviously. And
Where's that?
I don't know. And we also have Apple. We just took some out at 194 flat there. I mean, we just shorted 195 and change. So obviously we're sit back, relax. You know, we're sipping some tasty coffee. Shout out to Tasty Coffee again here. But yeah, I mean, it's been a good day, obviously, as you guys can see.
broke.
So TSM broke lower, I guess.
It broke 98.
It broke 98. Well, yeah, I mean, that's sort of coinciding with this $3 winner that we do have here on advanced micro devices. We said that we would wait, even in the pre-market when we were talking about, oh, we don't have any levels or, you know, stuff like that. You know, you could see sometimes, like you said, you just wait. We did short at 114, so that's where it is right now, down to 111 and change. It does look like maybe we are getting a little bit of a bounce back in some of these names. We did take some more out on WFC. Again, just a sort of a slow name here, willing to sort of let this one play out a little bit for us there on Wells Fargo. Let's take another bid here because that was such an epic fall on Apple. Do we think it can go more? Yes, we do. But at the same time, you know, nothing wrong with taking another piece out there for profit. So that's exactly what we do there. Take it out and now see where we go here on Apple. Hopefully to the downside even more, but we already got a 194 flat fill. We've got two down here at 190.14. So let's just wait to see if this one can make dreams happen even more to the downside now. But I feel like we're getting a little bit exhausted on some of these moves. Notice we haven't mentioned Netflix once yet. There's 270 to the downside for Tesla. I mean, this has been pretty clean as well. I mean, obviously, as the market continues to break lower, like that SPY level, by the way, Dylan, shout out, man. I hope that $10, the super chat is working out well for you now, because now these markets are really spitting down. Watch out for a 270 break coming out a little bit quicker maybe than we thought here on Tesla, looking to break lower and lower and lower now through 270. We've already had that bump off of 274. We were waiting for that short, but that never came in. So for right now, we're just going to wait on what's happening here with Tesla, downside move, AMD, Apple, everything's starting to print out a little bit here for us now. Are you in? Are you in Intel?
I know, I'm still in it, but
okay.
it's in
you
holding
have so many
up strength.
positions. I'm waiting for
it's
it
actually it's 4, but it's weird because it just scrolls it through. It makes it seem like it's more. I always feel like that's the case, but look at it holding 33.8. Like that's why I originally started. Take your 5-cent hit there. Take another one that was 7-cent hit. Now it can't seem to break 33.8, but I did just get TSM, which is underneath the 50 period on the daily again. That's here, so it's breaking down. It's underneath support. I don't know where the bottom would be here, but 95 makes a lot of logical sense. I think scalp to each individual or even dollar level on TSM is going to be the play. So I took the breakdown. It wicked underneath before, but took it for hopefully for good here. So it's all short. SoFi was the latest one for me. It's already 10:40, which means we've got to go back to the desk. Brendo's got Sector Watch.
Could be a lot worse here for the S&P 500. Decent amount of green on this board. We were talking about some of the banks back to the upside. JP Morgan actually leading right now, 0.8 to the upside. Goldman's here, Wells Fargo here, Morgan Stanley I saw a minute ago as well. But without strength from banks, without strength from some of the healthcare names, pharma specifically, J&J on that positive note this morning, an increase in their full year guidance, up 5%. AbbVie here, Lilly, Merck as well, all positive on the day, helping to offset an otherwise pretty ugly board here. Amazon 1.8 to the downside again. Get ready to buy food with your palm. At Whole Foods coming up, Tesla 6%. It's actually more than that. I just saw almost 7% now. Meta, Microsoft, Oracle, pick one. They're all red as far as tech is concerned. NVIDIA, some of the chip names downside as well. 3.5% for AMD. Apple, Google faring a little better, basically flat for both guys.
So when I sent this one out, like I probably got out early on Rivian. Never really got an entry to Tesla. Like I wanted to short Tesla, but it just didn't get to. It didn't set up any of the shorts that I was looking for. I'm looking at the chart. There was nothing I wanted. I thought Tesla on earnings was like one of those like early squeeze bounces that you fade into because they buy it up at the open, and it just never happened. But they did buy up Rivian, so it was a sympathy play. It ended up giving me the fill. That's all. But it's now back through 24. So that's a bit of a wick bottom through the 24. Even I thought 23 was going to be the bottom there. We'll see what happens. SoFi is doing something similar. They get broke down 95. You know what? I'm not going to just sit on the offer in front of this. I'm going to allow it to get back up to 950 and then show me a curl. Then I'll try to get it on the way back down. It's not SSR or anything. So you should be able to, you can hit the bid to go short. If this was down 10%, then you want to sit on the offer to get more short. But I want to make sure that this isn't the absolute bottom before adding to this position. TSM feels like it's going to be okay. There was something else. Oh yeah, Netflix. So remember we said 420 and then kind of loosely 430 on Netflix. Didn't really see much there. Wasn't really confident in the short until it got to 460 on a pop and fade. Well, we're at 435 now. So we're pretty darn close to what has been decent support on Netflix. 420 is a much bigger level if you zoom it further out, but 430 here on Netflix could be a bit of a lunchtime play for us. You're finally into the 70s on Intel. This has taken a while. It's been holding some strength. We've been multiple times short, stopping out. Now we're looking for the low of the day here. So if I get something in the 60s, 33.50 is the bottom. You got to cover at some of those levels. It's been holding up rather nicely into a falling market. We've been fortunate enough to be able to take our hits and then kind of get back into it. Oh, Tesla's wicking the 270 bottom.
Is it? Oh,
yes. Got to 269.40. Ooh, I missed that. Damn it, I was getting orders out on Intel. I might have missed that little wick underneath on 270. This was the first level I wanted to try. 265 would be another for any kind of a bottom bounce on Tesla. You want it tight to that local bottom, which is 269.45. I don't want to be too far out in front of it. If it gets back underneath 270, I'd look to grab something off that low.
All right. Meanwhile, we just got, where is it?
Another one.
I mean, we've had a couple.
Another one.
And then one last one.
Another one.
WFC, we got to 54. So right there, I mean, we basically played that top to bottom. I mean, this is the bottom break right there of 46.70, and then we got it at another bottom right there of 53s out. So far so good on that play. Really happy with the performance there of WFC as it's looking to even go lower. So now we only have 40% left of that trade. Let's see if it does break lower now. I'm just wondering if I don't want to say the bottom's in, but we just hit 15.7. We've been bouncing off of key levels like this pretty much all the time. So let's just wait to see if there is something else here that maybe we can see with Apple. I mean, we do have, it's still up there to 195. So, whatever. We're in the money 50 cents. I kind of have to go back to my old self a little bit here and maybe scalp some more out of this trade, but we still do have a bottom take that we like. So, down here to 194, we've already got a lot out here. So let's just maybe wait to see if we do get another break lower, because I'd hate for this to break and it looks like, oh my God, we got another piece there. And it reminds me of this trade right there on AMD where it just went back up. We got a little bit scared and then got out before it dropped down another $2. So, let's just stay in the pocket here again today. We'll stay short. We've been talking net short all morning, and that sort of is paying dividends as well. I hope that, when we're giving out calls about where these stocks can go, there's 250. I mean, I don't know. I was asked about this in the pre-market, where we were possibly going with the SPYs. That's a 455, and we just dropped down right to that level of 452.50. We actually bounced at 452.75 there. So I hope for you, Dylan, that those puts cashed, because I mean, obviously if you're in anywhere like that, that's a good little range for you. Just dropping back in, we thought that right there, it's that top or so of 452.50 that we thought could come into play, and it, you know, pretty much got there. So congratulations, Dylan, good job on those puts, and thank you again for the super chats. As here goes Apple right back up to the upside. I'm not going to re-engage in any shorts until I see some key levels come through. So if that means that we have to hold a little bit against, not against us, but a little bit to the backside here, then we will do that and try to be as patient as we can as WFC is kind of climbing. Everything's kind of climbing back up, which is why you have to take profits. Wow, it's 10:46 already. What's up, Brendo?
More positivity AI related. Here's a little one, GFAI. This is Guard Force AI, if you've never seen this one before. They came out with this morning. They're launching a new robotic security solution for Singapore. So GFAI, guys, huge mover, 24%.
Older one, yeah.
Now, yeah.
BFAI is some other one.
This is the one that reverse split and then did the ridiculous bounce after it reverse split and went insane to like 30-something dollars. Now I remember Guard Force. So that's the daily chart. That's completely insane. You try to ignore some of that, at least in the short term. We got $5, $5.20 in here. If the market stays weak, it's hard to really believe in an AI play holding up a move forever. So maybe like the 520 level and $6. Oh crap, I'm probably not going to be able to short anyways because we might not have locates. Yeah, we don't have locates, and I still have not been able to get the Mullen ones anyway. So that's unfortunate, but
our system's up.
It's up?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll try getting them myself then.
I didn't try anything, but I did log in to
I
test.
asked Wrinkles, but he's probably busy. 520, that'd be one level. $6 would be one where I would try it, but I have no locates to get into that one just now. Just a couple of things. I missed Tesla there. So I don't, like, if you get that scalp play, you probably have already scalped the dollar and are looking to, if it works, if the rest again, but not sitting in front of it. Like, you're looking for a fresh low to go long off. So I missed it because I was over on Intel getting a bid out, which was, it is what it is. You're going to miss some things here and there. Guard Force, I'm going to go try and get some locates for that one. There was something else I wanted to get to with some chip names. NVIDIA didn't get to 450. I think I still have my line in the sand drawn there. I don't know, it's probably not going to go back far enough. But a nice bounce on NVIDIA. That got all the way up to 458. But, hey, it's still down 2.5%. This could be a bit trappish. If this tries to get back up and fails like a 460, I'm not sure this move is entirely done. Bitcoin is still underneath that 30,000. Coinbase, 100 would maybe be a long on coin. I'm still thinking about that 105 zone. Like, if it can be a fade off 105. I don't want to rush into shorts. I've been fortunate enough to have them work here after some frustration in the first 5 to 10 minutes, but jumping in heavy at this time to re-engage in shorts is not the best idea. I'm usually looking for those scalp long plays. Might have missed out on some Tesla there. I'm looking for something else that sets up for that. Burn, CVNA, burn Havana when what he says. Carvana? I haven't even looked at Carvana.
Yeah, that's one thing that we've missed out there.
It's under 50. Okay, hey man, if you're short this, congratulations, because it double topped. This was almost at $60 for the breakout. I had an order to go long on a 60 break on Carvana when I sat down, and I obviously have canceled that since. I think 45, that's the level. If it wants another 10% down, I'm looking 45. This is already SSR. It went short sell restricted at 50, so it's well beneath that. An SSR bounce would have to be here. But I like the 45 level just a little bit better on Carvana, so I'm going to wait it out. 45 was that good bounce yesterday in the pre-market, which that feels like 2 days ago for some reason. I don't know why that feels like 2 days ago, but 45 was the big level on the daily. That's why we're so concerned with it. That was this level here on the daily. It got all the way to the next one, which was 60. So 45 should be the level I'm looking for, at least. I know a couple people I know Max is looking at that level as well. If it gets there, we try along.
All right. Let's go just with 10 minutes left.
Wow.
We've talked about Coinbase a little bit there. I'm not doing too much now. We could talk about some levels that I'm interested in. I mean, if Apple can get back to this 195.50 area, you know, I'd love to re-engage in that short for that time if that can come through. We'll wait for a 194 bottom again. I did put a bid down here at 194.20. I said that I'd wait for it to drop down a little bit, but we've made so much money back here after shorting this initially that I just want to take it out. We'll see about it. If it does break below 194, great. But I do feel like, you know, there is a potential. We always look at this, and I talked about this earlier when we were trying to pick out some levels. You know, when we were up here, I said, you know, possibly we would test that 15.8. Then all of a sudden we tested 15.7. And these are levels that we've talked about here. After earnings, you know, what's the next shoe to drop, right? And I mean, so many of these names are priced literally for perfection that it's tough. You know, if you don't beat and you don't come out with absolutely monster earnings, then yeah, people are going to question the valuation of some of these names. So Tesla being down 6.5% right now kind of makes sense. I do feel like there is going to be some buybacks coming through here, not on the stock, but buybacks from people buying them back right there. And look what happened. We just held 270, like pretty smooth, man. 270, about as clean there as you can get for a hold. So again, this is probably a good long. If we can come back into this area, I like that long, right? And so we're going to have to be patient with some of these trades that we think are coming through again. AMD was great outs down there at 111.50, but we're still there. We missed that 111. We'll wait for that again. WFC came up. We got something out at 62 or whatever. Now let's see if it can bounce back. We just tipped out at 55, so I didn't even notice that. So let's put a bid there around that 55 area. I have a 55 and a 50. So some of these plays, just letting them settle down a little bit here and hoping that we can come back in. This is good enough for me on Apple. It just came back in, so let's just put a bid out there and take it. I'll cancel now my 20s. We just got a 34 bid right there, so we'll do that on Apple. Get that out. It just dropped. Like, this is the thing. Like, although it's not initiating a new position, you know, I mean, that's 75 there. Nice drop down in there into 30. So we just made 40 cents on it. That's the way I look at it. When you're holding shares and it's 40 cents against you, then it comes right back in. Nothing wrong with scalping some out and taking a little bit of profit on that. So there it is right there. So you just saw me right there take out some 34s. So that just made me 30 cents by taking a piece out right there. So that's what I'm planning on doing. If we get into any juicy levels, you know I'll be there to short some more. So that's what we're going to do. Wait for some more shorting opportunities. And I just feel like that's going to come by. You know, we could run back up to VWAP, and if we do, then that's when we'll be waiting there to get some more shares short. You don't need to jump into anything just yet.
Yeah, I want to get to, there was a question in chat I want to get to, but if we bounce to 15.8, I think that's an obvious sort of reload zone for some shorts. But there was a question in the chat from Gizmo. Hopefully you're not eating after midnight, buddy. But why is Goldman Sachs up when everything is down and it had bad earnings? Well, when tech was really, really strong, all the financials were crap, and now that you're getting a bit of a pullback, I think it could just be a bit of a rotation. So everyone thinks the worst was already in for some of the banking sector and the financials, so it almost didn't matter. They expected the worst, and they're deciding to buy it up. But watch 350 on Goldman Sachs. Not a bad level for potential breakout. If this gets through there, could be to the moon. Let's go to Brendo at the desk.
Hey guys, yeah, the bounce in the U.S. dollar continuing 2 days in a row back to the upside. Yields as well following suit back higher ahead of what is to come with the Fed next week. Wanted to highlight this. This is the two-year Treasury back to almost 4.9 there at the high this morning, pulling back a little bit right now, 4.86. But the 2-year, the 10-year, both significantly higher on the day as we head towards the next Fed decision. There is the DXY, meanwhile, back above that 150 area, which was this low going back to February of this year. So we're flirting with some of these earlier significant levels as far as support is concerned. I was mentioning 96% in the pre-market, all but right it in now. 99.8% as far as a quarter point to come. Next week, 25th, 26th, going to be the next two-day Fed meeting. As I was mentioning earlier, though, if you go out to September, November, and then December, it's all about hold, guys. So maybe just one more to come from the Fed next week.
Yes, sir. So I just got out of SoFi. So it made that bottom break in, just come quickly, just the last execution for me, made that bottom break. Now it's back above that 950. So you get in. I actually ended up taking like not 5 cents, it was like 8, but I'm going to get out when it breaks that 50 level pretty much every single time. For sure underneath there. If it wants to reestablish underneath, great. I can try to jump back into said trend. And while that was happening, I did get a couple legs out because the market was bouncing. So when we took VWAP, I got out of Intel. I still hold on to 10%. Probably shouldn't have, but the 34 level, it got into VWAP, could not break any lower. If the market trends back up, a weird thing happens here on Intel. It could turn into a breakout long. So if it gets back above like this pre-market high, like 34.15 or so, you've got higher lows. You've kind of been fighting the trend. I've been able to. I'll probably end up closer to flat than up on it, but this could be a break back out. If we even sniff 1% on the NASDAQ and try to rally from here, then this turns into a bit of a long. So I'm not there just yet. I probably try the short off 34.10 one more time. Until that happens, I'm now pretty much out of all the shorts after this little bit of a bounce. I wish I could tell you that I'd sniffed out Rivian for a long, but I was thinking 23. I got out in front of 24. This is now all the way back into VWAP. Yeah, you know what? This could have been, if we get back in and test VWAP again, I do want to re-enter this trade, but I flipped to it and it just tanked 15 cents when I was thinking about a VWAP short. So I wasn't sitting in front of it. I usually like to take it on the back end, like it goes to a level, short it off a consolidation off the high, not short it as it's going into it. So I'm looking for the consolidation here in Rivian to re-enter the short. If we don't get it, we don't get it. I'd like things to settle down at this time of the day and not chase moves.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. That's what I was sort of talking about before. Was like, there's so many moves happening in front of our face here. I just heard Pratt talk about J&J, so he's going to talk about that later on as well. All right, so we already talked about our Apple fill. WFC's not really doing anything. Rivian's up there. We could check out, I don't know, Oxy apparently is at VWAP. Let's have a quick look if that's any sort of a trade. Again, we're just sitting here waiting. That's all. Trying to be as patient as we possibly can with everything right now. We've already sort of talked about that. And yeah, no, Occidental, again, that's just what it's doing, so it's not doing much. Let's check out JP Morgan at that 156 level there. Okay, so it broke higher. So that would make sense. So we're watching out here for what we are watching out at WFC, just to see if that is doing anything right now. And JP Morgan takes out 154, so then we look over here at Wells Fargo and note basically the same thing again here happening. So they're trying to take back out through VWAP. We'll hold on to this trade, but at the same time, ability to take it out if it does get above. And we were going to wait for 80, but why not just take this out if it breaks through 72 now? It didn't really go down enough for us to justify holding it 12 cents, although our best fill was 20 cents. I don't want to hold it too much past this 72. So we'll adjust our stop on this name and go over and have a quick look at earnings. All right, Capital One. Okay, we've talked about a couple banks there, big credit card name there.
Yeah, American Express.
Yeah, CSX coming through as well. So transports. American
Express is the one.
I don't know. Is that Schlumberger? Is that their symbol?
I guess all we're looking, you're going to be watching for what just reported for the next couple of days, right? Like for the next few days, it's going to be watching for Tesla and related EV names, and of course some Netflix in there. I never actually had a look at Disney, but nothing on that board. American Express,
Wait,
yes.
Disney was on that board?
No. I was saying in sympathy to Netflix. The next couple of days we'll be looking at some Disney. But American Express is not always a trade, but it can be a bit of a bellwether out there. So I'm going to watch it closely for sure. I failed to get my Mullen locates, but I'm about to do it because Mullen is at 15. So we have less than 1 minute to go. Time flies when you're having fun, and trading is always fun. Being with you guys is always fun. I just got into Rivian, so didn't chase the move, and it bounced 15 cents to get me in. So if I chase the move, you're short of 24.30, and you're risking 16 to 20 cents, or you let it bounce and you can risk 5 to 10 cents. Right? So just be patient at this time of day. If you rush into trades, you get bad prices. And you know what? As a day trader, price is everything. Absolutely everything. I get 41s, I'm getting 31s instantly. So ring the register on that one. Anything left before we head to?
No, I was getting some bids out for WFC. I mean, I think that, they're going to talk about a couple new names. You got Max and, well, Obi's here, but probably some Carvana talking. I'm assuming there might be some Amazon talk. I have no idea. That's not a name that I looked at yet today. But
Will there
yeah,
be Amazon talk?
good day. Yeah, there should be.
If Obi does not talk about Amazon,
Yeah.
then if he doesn't trade Amazon, I will eat a pineapple pizza slice.
Obi, you now know what to do. All right, with anything
He
left.
can't even if he tries.
Yes, he can. He can
No, he
avoid
can't.
Amazon. Obi, Amazon for an hour, no Amazon, okay? Here we go. So let's go. That'll be hilarious. Join us at 2 o'clock when Neil will be eating a whole, did you say a whole pineapple
I
pizza?
stopped myself instead of slice.
A
I'm not
slice,
that
okay,
dumb.
Okay.
I hate that.
All right, so join us at 2. No, I don't know. We'll see. Obi can talk about whatever he wants. All right, for Neil, myself, it's been a great show. Thanks, Brendo. AJ, we saw AJ make his debut today, so congratulations on that, AJ. I don't know. Is that a congratulations thing? I don't know.
Yeah,
but
sure
yeah,
it
I
is.
guess so. All right, without any further ado, thanks to Ramin, Fabian, everybody. Thanks, Brancos, for the coffee, of course. Which, we've got that in.
We need it.
Let's go over to the midday show. It's Midday Madness. It's Pratt and it's Obi. Ciao, guys.
Welcome to the midday market, mayhem, movers, madness, whatever you want to call it. Oh, damn, I recently learned what it's called. There's a term for it when you say a bunch of words together in one sentence that start with the same letter. It was like in a TV show or like a movie, I forget what it is. But yeah, damn, I learned what that term is. I forgot what it is. But hey, welcome. Hi, Obi, how you doing?
Everybody. I'm all right, man.
You know who we're sponsored by?
Let us know.
Let us know. We're brought to you by Surge Trader. Account funding up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of the profits. Enjoy relaxed trading rules with up to 8% max trailing drawdowns on all new accounts. Shout out to Surge Trader on. I'm getting really good at this. Shout out to Surge Trader on the sponsorship over here. Obi, man, today was a wild day. Obviously,
Wild.
I had a pretty good day, but what I have been doing every single day is opening up the donation box after 11:30. So I want to make sure that today we're not doing that. I don't want to be opening up no donation boxes, and let's keep it that way. But lots of good trades on the board.
Oh, yeah.
And I can't wait to talk about it. You wanna start us off?
Sure. I mean, I am shut down for the day. I did not respect myself today. And I mean, you know what? It happens. It happens. It's a work in progress, right? So today we're going to be taking reps. We're trading in TMS. So putting in the reps, working on good habits. That's what I'll be focusing on today for the rest of the day. And yeah, guess you might be able to guess which ticker I clocked out on today. I did. Here's a funny thing.
ZNMA, is it?
ZNMA?
Yeah.
It sounds about right. You got the letters in there.
Okay,
The letters are there. But yeah, no. Let's see. Without saying the name, I did have a. Here's a funny thing. I did have a short bias coming in. I was like, oh, 135 would be a key. Yesterday we had trouble getting through the 135, so I was like, okay, well. That 135 could prove to be resistance. At the end of the day, we pushed into 136, and then it slapped back down into the close. So I was like, okay, well, 135 over under potentially. Let's see if the sellers kind of come back in. And what do I do out the open? I start going long on top of this 134 defense, and it was working well for a little bit. I was about 50 cents in the money a couple of times, and then something happened here, which was very interesting. 134.50 is the opening price for the week. So I was trying to play around the week red to green, green to red move, or whatever you want to call it. I was looking for this to push back towards the green around this price. Now, what happened at this 56 that I noted is that price when it ripped up into that area, it was blocked. It got like stuffed almost, and I did not respect that tape. And kind of pretty much held a bag back down into here, and then held on to hope, pulled up the blotter, traded the P&L. All the bad habits started rolling in. Could not save myself today, but you know what? It's just another day, and this is where we reflect and we move on forward, and we try to learn the best that we can from our lessons. And you know what? That's what we're going to be doing today with you all. We're going to be taking reps in TMS, trying to take good trades. Right? We're not trying to change the mindset of the trade, just trying to play the game the way it's meant to be played, I guess, with no regards to real or not, right? So just trying to put in the reps there today. That's what I was looking at. Now I know Pratt has some stuff to say about J&J. That was another ticker on my watch. I also had Tesla on watch. I was strongly short biased on Tesla. Didn't take a single fill on it, but you know what? We could come back to the idea here. It seems like that 270 might be holding pretty decently here. We are still under the 46 on ES and under 16 on the NQ. Quite a quadunk out the open today. That's all I'm looking at today. Let us know what you guys are trading in the chat. But yeah, that's all I got for today.
Yes, sir. I mean, thank you for your honesty over there about what happened on the day and about how you're going to be on the training platform and so on. I mean, I'll be honest with you. Today was a little tough to start off. I started off with multiple losses on Netflix and on Tesla, and I figured, hey, if this is how my day is going to go, I'm not going to bother trading these stocks. So I actually stopped trading Tesla, stopped trading Netflix, and look for other positions where I can put some risk on. Here's one of my starting trades of the day. I tried to take the pre-market area, 276, I think, or 277 breakout short. Got trapped into it. Immediately pops to the north side. Lost on that one. Later on in the day, was able to catch a nice little short to make up for those losses. So Tesla is actually number 2 on the day. But actually, if you look at it on the P&L scale, it's flat on the day. I was showing Obi how I've traded 8 or 9 stocks today. 5 of them are flat, 2 of them are losers, and 1 of them is a winner. And one of them, that winner, as you can obviously see, is the one that I'm long, and I've been trying to hold that long a little bit longer at the moment. So why don't we dive into that trade? J&J coming out with earnings, but in pre-market actually sells off a bit off that earnings move, goes down to 155 or so. Talking to one of the traders on the floor over here behind us, who actually sits next to Obi, he pointed out something interesting, how J&J on a longer time frame bounced off of a trend line that he was watching. I actually wasn't watching that trend line. I just simply took a kind of like the pre-market area breakout, also the consolidation of this opening high breakout. Also, it matched up with the 5-minute opening range breakout. So multiple reasons for me to take that breakout over there long. Got into that position, enjoyed the ride to a north side, where if you go, once again, if you go to the longer time frame on, wrong page. If you go to the longer time frame on J&J over here, you'll see that the stock kind of has a little bit of a resistance area from 167.23 to 166.27. So that's where most of my exits were. I scaled out most of my exits in that zone, and I figured, hey, if this stock is getting ready to burst through that area for another run up to the north side, then I don't want to be that person who sits in the back always complaining about missing out the trade. Just get back in and give it the same amount of risk you would have done somewhere around here. So got in over here, giving it about the risk of the re-entry back through that range, giving me another beautiful move, $1, $2 to the north side, where I got to capture that move all the way up to 168.80, 169 almost on J&J. So shout out to J&J, my number 1 stock on the board, and honestly, the only winner on the board. You guys have seen me talk about, risk management and risk to reward setups. That's where half of these trades show up. Even that SoFi. Shout out to Neil for calling that SoFi trade. As soon as he mentioned that trade, I actually punched long and gave it that risk of that 1 penny. I got filled on the $0.50 area, so I got filled 9.95. 9.955, and my risk was half a penny or $1 at best, or a penny at best. So taking that entry, given that risk, if the stock was getting ready to bounce off of that area, monster move to the north side incoming for how much size I had. But obviously, I should have been ready for the opposite too. If someone was getting ready to sell 500,000 shares of a SoFi, especially in the high day over here, either they got a lot of profits to take over here, or there's a new seller coming in and wiping out this buyer, right? Neil also mentioned that, hey, it could have been profit-taking order, or it could have been someone going long. We just don't know. All we know is there's a buyer at that moment, and that buyer got absolutely wiped out, pushed to the downside, and look where the stock ended up later on in the day. Things like that, reading the level is absolutely clean trade. So shout out to Neil for pointing out that level. But sadly, I didn't execute properly. My eyes were so glowing my dollar signs were glowing for the long side that I wasn't even thinking about the short side. Missed out on a beautiful trade over here. But yeah, SoFi is one of those 2-3 losers on the day. Netflix was one of them. TSM flat on the day for me too. I traded that position, I think, quite well, honestly. I started off with the loser on it. I tried to take this 98 area short multiple times, lost. Then eventually I started flipping long. I said, screw this. I'm going long 99. I got long 99. I added on the 100 break, tried to see if we could go for that 101. We didn't get that 101, so that was a good little winner to cut down the losers over here. And then later on in the day, I flipped into a short again, added on the short, took profits, got stopped out, and now I'm basically done with TSM. I'm happy with it being absolutely flat on the day for me. Don't want to stress out about it anymore. Last but not least over here, before we send it back to your man Obi-Wan Kenobi, UPST. UPST 55 level was pretty important, very significant level. We traded the long off of that level yesterday. It was my best stock of the day yesterday. Today, 55 level coming back into play to the downside. I actually missed the short off that level. We got one quick little short scalp off that area earlier today, but right now I'm actually, you know, in a little bit of a sour position. Thankfully, I'm keeping my size small. I'm not trying to donate my whole day back. I'm okay with, you know, putting some risk on the table over here to see if I can drive a Rari or a Lambo later on. I'm tired of taking these public transits, but hey, so, no risk, no Rari, right? So you gotta put some risk on the table. Yeah, let's just max his Lambo. I don't want to drive his Lambo. Can I get an animation with the Porsche GT3 RS 4.0, please? I'm joking. Don't do that much hard work. You're good, man. Go for it.
Nice, nice. I saw some people mentioning some tickers in the chat here. So I like this. I like this 270. We've seen that little bit of base here as the NQ and the ES start making a little bit of a green potential bounce here on the day. But yeah, I just want to see if this 270 is defended well. So I just started longing there. It's happened once, twice. Third time's a charm, apparently, and apparently not. I don't know. We're going to find out. But yeah, let's just risking that 270 there. Let's see if that 270 defense is going to show up. Now, looking a little bit left, we can see right here as here, let me just pull up a 15 or so. That we've seen some consolidation here before, but like there is a gap down into this into the low 60s. So let's see if this 270 defense holds, right, on Tesla.
All right, in that case, it better be a Zoom bus.
What are you guys talking about?
It will be a
Brampton Transit Zoom bus. Yeah.
Well, both animations. It'd be funny. Like, if you have a losing trade, you do the plus one.
Different animations for winning and losing trades.
I like it. I like
nice.
it.
I think I like that idea as well.
I like it a lot. I like it more than you like it. You hate it as much as compared to how much I like it. You know where that's from?
No, I have no idea.
No?
Where's that from?
Chat, if you know where that sentence I just said out's from, you'll get some brownie points. Go for it.
Yeah, no, just trying to see if this 270 respects or not. As Tesla is quite down on the day, we've come down about 10 points already. But this 270 kind of has proven itself in the past as well. So let's see if it defends not too strong, not too crazy strong of a level, but we have pulled back about 10 points from the high without much relief.
Job.
Right? Look at these straight 15s, these 15 reds. So yeah, if this 15 is going to go red as well, that's fine. We'll just respect that. Again, today my focus is respecting the tape, right? When I'm not being a slave to the tape, that's when trouble starts happening. So that's what I'm going to be putting the reps for today as the ES, second 15 on the ES, and let's see if the NQ can print the next green, kind of giving us some relief. Back in the day, I think we might be able to recycle some 275 before maybe we're continuing to the downside later on, but I think this might be a little too hard, too fast on the time frame here for the sell-off. But I could very well be wrong, like you guys know. I'm definitely not right on a lot of ideas today, but we'll get there. No worries.
Yeah, I'm just watching UPST now as it took out that 56 area, waiting to see if liquidity can be Giving some time for liquidity to play out over here, get back below 56, but very close to stopping myself out. Don't really like this trade over here. Looks like UPST now wants to trade above 55, and if that's the case, we're very much wrong in trying to enforce the short on this position. 55 area very much in play yesterday. We ran up to what, $60, $61 if I remember correctly. So today, yeah, 55 breaking to the downside, but now getting reclaimed is an obvious indication that this level wants to hold, and we might eventually get that gap close for that swing trade play that I've been talking about on the 4 o'clock show a couple days ago, I believe. So waiting out to see how liquidity plays out over here in this $56. Rejection obviously would be good because that's what I need, and I also need this market to stop pumping to the north side, which it looks like it's done, right? S&P 500 moved all the way to VWAP and is now pulling back. NASDAQ never really pulled up to VWAP and still showing me green candles on the 5-minute chart, which is not necessarily good for me. And here's the UPST above VWAP and trying to really hold above 56.2. We are seeing some new sellers come in slightly above 56, so that is also good indications. There we go, new sellers coming in near 56, trying to push the stock down. I would love to see the bidders running away from this position also. So let's actually filter the bids for nothing but 100 shares. What I'm trying to say, sorry, is I don't want to see one lots on the book because it's almost nonsense. It's useless. Most of them are algos and they're fake. They're not real. I did tweet a couple days ago that I knew that bid was fake, but I still front run it because I'm a gremlin. That was a joke. I'm not a gremlin. I'm not front running fake bids. If Spoofy Man shows up, I'm running away for sure. Because we're scared of the spoofy man. But the NASDAQ is now pulling down. We are kind of seeing that 56 rejection on UPST, so that's good. Let's see if we can get that pullback. And J&J still holding in the higher end of those ranges, 80 cents in the money on that bad boy. Honestly, I don't have targets on J&J right now because that stock is, taking out some of those levels in the past. Is beauty. Now we're looking for maybe a run up to somewhere in these areas on the swing term scale. Their earnings report came out good. Let's quickly show you the earnings report over here. Go to calendar, go to Thursday, and go to before market open. J&J, there you go. What is that? Reported and expected, I think is. Where's the expected numbers? Okay, there we go. Estimates and reported. So quite a good beat, and their guidance was a beat too. So overall, good expectations for the future over here on J&J. I hear LFG coming out of Sean right now. I'm going to say the same thing because UPST just had some size show up on the bids, on the ask, and it is now going even much lower. Let's go. Maybe we are correct on this trade. But I hear Sean, coming back to Sean's comment, oh, look at that. We're now testing the ask on UPST at 55.80. Coming back to Sean's comment, you're short Apple?
I shorted Apple 195, AMD 113.
Shorted Apple 195, AMD 113? AMD 113, and obviously if the market's pulling back, we saw S&P 500 reject VWAP. We were looking at NASDAQ pull back without even going back to VWAP. Shorts are pulling back right now and paying us. I just need UPSC to pay me so that way I can keep on stacking to this day that I've been having. Good day for me, especially for the last few days where I keep having good days and I keep giving back money. I don't want to get into that thing.
Nice. Yeah, that 270 kind of failed for a bit, so we got out on the dip underneath the 270, but it seems like we're bidding back up. So let's see if we can kind of get back in there on Tesla. That 270 kind of a failure to follow through as of right now, but yeah, let's see if that 270 can still defend. We dropped back down like 50 cents. I stopped out. Now again, still like I feel like the idea could still be on. That 270 rebroke right away and kind of picked back up. So I'll try it one more time here on the 270-ish. If we can even get back there, it seems like we're not getting back there. But yeah, a little bit of a chase. Let's see if we can distinctly push past the 271. That dip back down didn't really follow through. Like, look, we've been picked up from these 269.40s a couple of times as well. So yeah, let's see. It is compressing kind of into this 270 here, but that rip back up, that dip and rip back up might have been a little convincing there. So a little bit of a chase back into the 270. I'll give it to the half if we can convincingly break below it. But yeah, no, this is looking like that 270 defense might actually be there on Tesla. I could very well be wrong.
Come on,
but again, I'll let the tape let me know if that 270 is going to be weak again. Now I know people in the chat talking about BA. We can take a look at BA as well. BA straight to the upside. I was watching this earlier as well. That 210 break. Nothing that is very dull in this market, is it? Everything is booming, everything is moving around, a lot of volatility. Yeah, BA is looking like it is up on the day. Does this thing has a catalyst or something? Let's see, FAA approval to test automated aircraft systems. Nice, so it's up on this catalyst here. Alice Air takes delivery of 4 new freighters, and then also this one, I guess. Is this related to BA? Yeah, there we go, right here. Software, workhorse, Boeing. Okay, yeah, so some Department of Defense deal with Boeing. I know they get a lot of those, but it's up strong on this catalyst here, pushing for this, looking left, this 215 area on Boeing. Boeing, again, being a great company, good staple of the aerospace and defense, right? Yeah. Nice look on BA.
Real quick, I want to give a shout out to one of our viewers in the chat, Dieter. A happy birthday to Dieter. And thank you for always coming out and hanging out with us in the YouTube chat, my friend. Shout out to you. Happy birthday. I think he's from Montreal. Here we go, back to the north side on the market and back to the north side on UPST. Not looking good. It wants to hold VWAP at the moment and wants to trade above VWAP. Also, at a quick glance, I noticed that KRE is actually down 1% on the day. I thought Pac Dubskis was doing good, at least from what I heard from Neil throughout the day, that Pac W was around 10.50 and you know, holding up on the positive end of the day. Yeah, 0.5% at the moment. And if I remember correctly, there was another regional bank that announced earnings. I think the ticker is Zion Bank Corporation. They also had a pretty good day, so I'm wondering why KRE is giving up the ghost over here from the overall moves that we've been having. So let's go check on Western Alliance, see if this is the one that's down. Western Alliance is also up 4%. So someone in this KRE basket obviously is selling off because they can't hold up the gains today. KRE down 1 full percent. Let's go take a look at XLF. What is XLF, the financial ETF, doing today? XLF up 0.24%. So good move on the banks today too. Looking to hold the gains that we've been making so far. Bank of America, Wells Fargo. Ooh, Bank of America still above 31. So that's a beautiful move over there that we've been making over the past few days. JP Morgan, I'm guessing still about 150, 156 now. Let's go, baby. So another monster move on JP Morgan today. Insane. And now UPST trying to get back above 56. It is above 56. Watching it carefully with a very tight stop over here above 56 to most likely take a loss on it and walk away from that trade today.
Nice. Here, I see in the chat here a bunch of stars. You have my attention here. Pro day trader saying, Obi, this time of day, quick scalps, quick punches. Okay, you know what? Let's go into a little bit of a scalp mode and try to piece off some change off of these tickers. That's what I'll be trying to do now, I guess. Yeah, I think you were right. A lot of chop around lunchtime as well. So yeah, it's a good time to get those reps in for the scalps, for the quick scalps. So let's go a little bit scalp mode on Tesla here as it tries to push towards that 271. So you know what? I'm in at 87. So real quick, I will probably get out most at 271. Got to be a little bit faster than that. There we go. That 271 coming in. Hold on. Bang. Okay, so took that quick scalp there off the 271. Let's see if this kind of continues here. Again, we are curling back up off this 15.7, and then again 16 from yesterday, and then the 15.7 and the 15.8 as well. So every about 100 points, I'm keeping an eye on that those levels as it seems
Obi,
like.
what if that was an algo created to go into the chat just to create liquidity?
What do you mean? What's an algo?
The algo's in the chat telling you to just scalp the ranges to create liquidity so they can use you.
Maybe, I don't know. But then again, like this is, again, we're paper trading here, right? We're in TMS,
used.
so not really adding that significant liquidity along the 271. Let's see if we can get the 271 quarter here. That 271. 271.25. There we go. So yeah, quick scalps here. Let's go full scalp mode on Tesla, as it looks like it might be turning, and if that turn looks pretty decent, then we can turn those scalps into maybe a little bit longer term. Got that quarter right there. Let's scalp this half.
A no bueno
Let's see if we can get to the half. Actually, excuse me, in at 38. Let's see if we can get the next dollar here, 272. Quick scalps. The tape does seem like it is a little bit bid on the side of the bids here. Let's see if we can get half. I'll take out some at half there at the 50s. We're about 5 pennies away. Real quick on Tesla here, some crazy moves. Yeah, I think you're right about this. There's a lot of chop. There we go. We got the half there. You know what? I'm going to take the rest out at the 75. Bing bang. Here we go. All right. So the rest out at the 75. If we can even get there, we're in at 40s. So yeah, we're about 10 pennies in the money there. I think that's a good strategy for around this time, right? Like quick scalps, when you're in the money, take it, and if you're not, if it kind of doesn't look as convincing, just hop out, right? Hop out and come back to it. Pro day trader, drop in the knowledge here. No algos, been here since 2020. Let's go. Yeah.
That's what an algo would say.
Is that what an algo would say?
That's what an algo would say.
I don't know. What would an algo say?
Exactly what he's saying.
Yeah. All right. So you know what?
Would you say you're an algo if you were an algo?
You know what? I don't know what I would say if I was an algo, but I'd be fast.
Boop, boop, beep, boop.
I'd be pretty fast, right? If I was an algo. I mean, maybe one day when Neuralink comes into play. We can maybe achieve those lightning fast speeds. You know, maybe have some weighting to go on one-to-one with the algos, right? So I don't know. I'm looking forward to that. What's your opinion on how trading might change if Neuralink actually catches on and we're about to become cyborgs?
I'm down.
The market would change. I mean, the world would change, but sure. But how would the market change? What's your opinion on that?
It wouldn't change.
Like, you don't think it would change?
No, I don't think it would change. I mean, market's always ever changing.
Of course.
Right? So it is going to change, but in the aspect that you're plugging in a Neuralink to trade or whatever, it's still markets, the human psychology still being affected. Yeah. Right? So yeah, you'd be maybe a little bit smarter with Neuralink. Yeah, maybe you'll be a little bit faster. Executions might be a little bit quicker, but you're also executing bad trades quicker. You're also executing wins quicker. You're also doing everything that human psychology does, which is taking profits quicker, doing everything stupid quicker, doing everything smarter quicker, but doing everything stupid quicker.
But what if you were to check that those mistakes that you might be making, and you're like, okay, well, if you'd get a better insight to the mistakes that you have.
You're still gonna be making mistakes, man.
For sure.
Like Neuralink's not gonna help you fix your emotional problems, right? And if you have like,
you can't turn on autopilot.
Yeah, no, you can't. Like it's gonna be like Matrix, where you can tell it to like, hey. I forget what the guy's name is. You just call in that guy and tell him to download how to fly in a helicopter, and you instantly now know how to fly in a helicopter, or instantly know how to do jiu-jitsu or whatever, right? Yeah. It's kind of like that if you think about it, where you have instant access to the internet and you can just contact and learn stuff on the go without having to actually have a phone or whatever. Kind of think about it like that, but. You're still going to be able to feel things and have emotions. And if you are having emotions, you're going to make mistakes no matter what.
Oh, for sure.
That's just a human thing.
But the thing is, I think it would clean it up a little bit, right? It would definitely clean it up a little bit. But yeah, no, that's just my opinion there. A little heavy there on that 271.50 there, so I just hopped out. Didn't really like that. But we did pick up off that 270, right? We did pick up off that 270. Futures just kind of muted here, still within this kind of, we haven't really convincingly bounced. We're still kind of chilling right there as well. Now, you know what? I want to take a look, a little bit of a deeper look on Tesla here. Look, this consolidation pretty tight. Right where we had this consolidation from before. Let me just remove this line here. Yeah, just we're literally off of these areas here. So this 270 we know was defended right here. We know it's an area where we kind of pushed off of. We dipped down, consolidated, and then popped back above. Couldn't get back below, and that 270 kind of held before the run up towards the 300 test. So we've come straight down from the 300 test, 299 into 270, right, from yesterday. So I think that's that even on a larger time scale, I think that might be a little too hard, too fast. Although I was, like I said today, I was a little short bias on Tesla because for this very reason here. Where is this line? There we go, bang, right there. So you know that these tops kind of are coming in, and there is a follow through on that. So larger time frame trend that's going on here on Tesla. We have these. We've had these tops before where it kind of like it rips up. Very convincing. Maybe you have earnings in and around that area that kind of helps draw out this chart, which is kind of what we saw yesterday as well. And then here an attempt at the level, but really doesn't really come in, and then we come back up to this level. So can we expect some resistance at this level where we've had all-time highs and kind of pushed off heavy 3 times off that trend resistance? Yeah, it's kind of proving itself today. Now this is why I'm not. I guess I'm a little disappointed in myself for not maintaining poise on my short bias today. So like that 300 comes in, we know that this area is a significant area from the past. So I'm thinking short all week. I'm thinking short 270s. I'm thinking short, but I know that the level is up here in the 290s. Where could it come? I don't know. We could still blast off. I don't know, but like I was a little bit more leaning towards the short side for that reason. And now we look at that follow through really coming in, and within 2 days you drop from 300 almost 30 points down to 270s, an area that kind of showed itself to be key. So that's why I have the 270 on watch. That's why I like it in and around these levels. We'll take scalps, we'll take those reps, but yeah, that 271 still kind of holding. So let's get a little, I want to get a little long here on top of the 271 to see if it follows through right away. There is some strength. If we can kind of break this consolidation, right, this kind of flat consolidation, 270, 213-ish, I think we have the ability to kind of push towards that 275 potentially and kind of test. Because if we are in that long-term downtrend, that's fine. Like I respect that overall. But I think this is, from yesterday to today, a 30-point drop is a little too hard, too fast. So maybe a little bit of a reversion, a little bit of a bounce in store here on Tesla. I don't think it's too out of the park to ask for something, for maybe not ask, but like look for some sort of reversion, even if it's minuscule, back up into some of this price action that we've been having on Tesla. I see someone mentioning Rivian in the chat. Let's take a look at Rivian real quick, because these EVs might be doing the same thing. Holy, look at that. Yeah, I should be trading Rivian here. You know what? I want to pull this up as this is making a run for its weekly highs right here. We kind of had a double top around 25, 26-ish, and then kind of dip down hard today, and literally we're doing a V-shaped recovery on the day. That 25, definitely people getting in short underneath this 25. I think that's not a bad idea, tough, right? But when it comes back into it, does it really squeeze, and do we have the potential for going back? I think so. You have all the shorts from today that are underwater, and then you have half the day's shorts from yesterday that if they're still in this, they're also underwater. On this trade here on Rivian. So that $25 level might be a decent look. Now, if Tesla also continues to push up, I think that'll fortify that long in the Rivian trade as well. So that 270 could prove to be key continue on today here. So let me just pull up Rivian, and I might take some shots at Rivian here into the 25, or I'll look for some relief here. This is a pretty strong trend. So you know what? I'm going to throw up a moving average on this so I can kind of define some of that trend for me, make it a little bit easier to observe. So yeah, a little bit of downtrend and then uptrend now. So any pullbacks into the bottom of the trend, let's get long. That's what I'll be thinking here. And then if we get that confluence with a Tesla push towards that 272 break of this consolidation and then push up to 274, maybe that trade will come in even better, right? But if you're already long Rivian, good on you. That's a solid look there, almost a V-shaped recovery on the day.
Yeah, someone in the chat saying, Pratt, are you paper trading? And then someone else instantly replied, Pratt is for sure not paper trading because you can tell how sad he gets when he loses.
I mean, yeah, you gotta try to keep those emotions in check as best as possible.
Never.
But at the end of the day, we're human, right? It's not easy. It's not easy at all.
Nah, you gotta
right?
be you, bro. Be you.
If
If you're someone who's got emotions, you know, let it flow. Let it flow. Let it flow. Do you?
True.
Do
But
you.
like, just don't let them let those emotions affect your
flow.
decision making, man.
But yeah, you gotta pick and choose when to let it flow, when to not let it
The
flow. I let
control
it
is
flow
what's
on
important.
Friday nights every single night. As soon as the clock hits 4 o'clock, it flows, boy.
With great
It
power
flows.
comes great responsibility, right? And if you have powerful emotions, you got to be responsible with those, right? There goes Rivian 25.50.
wow.
While we're talking, I'm slacking. That 272 came in, and that Rivian blasted to the upside.
Blaster.
So no relief. But the squeeze looks like it is on. Now, what is the short flow on Rivian? Now, I know it's above 10%. Let's take a quick look. Float checker. Okay, let me just type in this Rivian here for you. It's doing a verification check just to see if we're not robots. All right, so Rivian right here, bing bang.
What the heck is that
10% across the board, maybe 15, 16, let's say about 12, 13 on average. So yeah, it's got a piece of float. That's a decent sized short. Here, you know what? A little bit in the money here, 272. We got that, right? So why don't I get out a piece at 272? Just because we keep that scalping on until this trade really pushes and starts working, then we can then it's more than likely to start trending a little bit in that direction, just like Rivian did, right? Just like Rivian kind of did on the day. Obviously, Rivian being a little bit smaller market cap, so you don't need as much dollar volume to make this move. As if you were to replicate this move on Tesla, oh boy, that's a lot of dollar volume required for that push back up. But you know what? If enough buying pressure is there from those shorts, I think that we could very well get some covers into and a push towards that 275. That's what I'll be watching. This kind of action, kind of proving itself, showing people showing their cards here, right? Showing their hand on this break if it really does come in with veracity, right? That's what we'll be looking for on Tesla. They're looking, again, it's a name in play. We had Tesla and Netflix earnings, crazy earnings yesterday, right? This kind of action, that's definitely catalyst type of action. And if I just remove this out of the way, they had decent earnings, but bigger picture in mind, right? And again, also, I think I heard Pratt talking about this morning. How do you expect their margins to be good when they're cutting prices, right? It makes no sense. So, you know, there's that as well. So a little bit of confluencing factors supporting for the short idea here. Now look at this 273 coming in. That 270 really showing us, that chart really showing us. So like I said, putting in the reps, putting in the trades we should be taking, and working on the good habits. That's what I'm doing today, at least attempting to.
I mean, let's be real. Is Rivian even a good company compared to Tesla, right? Is this move warranted for Rivian? If Tesla's margins are, getting hurt, Rivian's up next.
Oh yeah.
If Rivian's moving like this into previous resistance levels near $26, I'm getting ready to short this stock. So I'm waiting patiently.
Rivian has no margins. They lose on everything.
Rivian's got no margins because
making
they don't even make money. They don't
They're
even
not
make
making
cars
money yet.
to get produced out to begin with. Their sales are struggling. Everything's struggling. But over here, I mean, they recently came out with a 50% delivery beat on estimates or something like that. So Rivian having a nice little pump over here. I'm looking for that 25.80 to 26 area to look to get some nice short fills, because this move is ridiculous if you ask me. So let's watch the stock moving up. Are you long right now?
On Tesla?
Rivian.
Rivian, no,
No,
no.
okay.
I got the 72 out and a 73 out on Tesla. I'll be looking for that 74, 75 test incoming. Potentially, it could not come as well, right? But that 272, this tight consolidation just on top of 270 looked like it was breaking down. It sold it to you like it was breaking down. But then the defense, you had, like I said, you got to watch the tape at that level to see what happened. And here, I even got out. I had the long, I got out when it broke below, and then that rip back up to 270 was so good, I was willing to get in 80 cents above the 270 to take this move higher because I saw what happened on that dip below 270. So yeah, so we could be experiencing a potential turn here. Now again, it's confluencing factor with the futures as well. Look at these futures rip to the upside. We said that they had started to slow down of their quadunk from the morning. So yeah, we're getting a little bit of a lift on the NQ and the ES. Now I'm watching the NQ a little bit closer because this is Tesla, right? So a little bit higher weighting in the NQ. But yeah, that 15.8. About 20 points away here on the NQ. So if that 15.8, if we can even get a test of that 15.8, I think that 275 is well within reach. We see this previous consolidation right here, 274 break, 275. So just a little bit of a reversion on the day, potentially coming in on Tesla as well as the rest of the markets here, because that was quite a quadunk. A little too hard, too fast. You're pushing almost 200 points off right out the open, right? So I think a little bit of reversion might be up for grabs.
So this is the level I'm talking about on Rivian right here. As you guys can see, yesterday's high around 25.95, I think. And then we got last few couple days ago's high around 26.50. So anywhere from 26 to 26.50, I'm looking to really short this position. So giving it some time to move back up north side. Where did my chart go? Hello? Okay, there we go. Looking for the stock to, giving it some time to move up. Looks like already a little bit of a minor rejection coming in. Don't expect the stock to really pull all the way back to VWAP. If it does, then looks like I'm not going to get my fill on the short. And I'm not chasing this position because you know why? Price is important, man. Your price is very important. If the trade works out for you at your price, is awesome. But if it doesn't go to your price, then you know what? Another day. You just have to wait for it. Today, just wasn't your day to go for it. And, there's these lot of I don't know what, it's probably Instagram algo picking up on what I share with you guys, because I'm noticing every time I share like a Porsche reel to like Max or Ian, I get a lot more Porsche reels. Every time I share like a trading one to you, I see a lot more trading stuff. So right now I'm seeing a lot more trading stuff, and in there, it's just like so obvious. People talking about how the best traders only have like, at best 10, 20, 30% win rate, right? And they might take a lot of losses on day, but that one or two trades where they know that they're going to really win, they're not assessing about, is this trade going to work? Is this trade going to lose? They're instantly thinking about, where am I going to get in? Where am I going to be wrong on this trade? What is my risk on this position? And they slam that trade. That's what I'm doing at the moment on Rivian. I don't care if I'm going to be right or wrong. I know about 60%, 70% of the time I might be wrong. But that 30% of the time that I'm right, it pays for the 8 trades that I'm wrong on the day today and puts me at a decent spot to trade with. So that's what I'm looking to do, looking for that repeat of that setup of something that I've traded today, so repeat of setup that I've traded in the past, which is shorting previous resistance areas from 26 to 26.50, giving the stock a little bit more breathing room to the north side, because this move is still not done. Obviously, if I think this move is, there is move to 26 or 26.50, why don't I just get long on the breakout of 25.65 is probably what chat's thinking. You're right. I could get long on the breakout of 25.65, but then what is my risk on that position? How much am I risking for my possible reward? Looks like my risk is somewhere below 25.40. If the stock re-enters 25.40 to the downside, I'm wrong on that call out for the long side. But if it doesn't re-enter 25.40 to the downside, how much of a move does it have to the upside? Is that reward worth it for how much I'm risking? Those are all the things that you want to factor in if you want to take a brand new position on a stock that's already up 3% on the day, where the NASDAQ's actually down 1 full percent and the S&P 500 down 0.2%, right? So these are the things that you want to be looking into as if you're wondering if you want to take a brand new position at this high a day, especially at this time of the day with 17 minutes left till lunchtime.
Yeah. Definitely. Look, I'm watching this 274. That 274 just came in real quick. That test on Tesla, a few pennies away, didn't really clock me out. I did have a piece of sell there on the 274, but you know what? Like we said, this is coming together here. This bigger picture place off that 270 on Tesla, that 274 incoming. And look, looking left, where are we going to have trouble? This 274-ish area. So if we can convincingly break, we've already broken one consolidation. Can we break the next consolidation right here? This consolidation being a little bit less significant than this build up and wind up into the 270, right? So let's see if we can get that 274. And if we can't, I will potentially be out of this position. But yeah, no, I'm looking for that 275 and a potential break of this, and then maybe a reclaim of that 275 to see if we can take this further. But again, bigger picture, Tesla short. I think shorts are on the board. But then again, the market could go anywhere, right? I don't know. I'm trying to come up with higher or lower probabilities based off of the information that I've been presented with, right? So that's all I'm trying to do here, trying to get better at that skill, building that skill, as it is like I think it's a lifelong skill. You're never going to be perfect at it. I don't think so, but
That's an excuse.
is it an excuse?
Yeah.
Brad's perfect at everything, so I don't know.
No, I'm just saying that's an excuse, but you can always try to be better.
Yeah, exactly, right? That's the attempt. That's the attempt, right? The goal is to trying to get good. Getting good is the goal, is it not, Brad? Gamer for life. No?
Getting good is the goal, eh?
Always.
It's just about being,
1% every day, man.
That's the only way to think about it. That's honestly the only way to
means.
think about it.
Yeah.
It's when you try to make these, these leaps and bounds in little amount of time because you are pocket watching somebody else's career or pocket watching somebody else's trades, and you're like, I want to be where that guy is. Why can't I do what that guy is doing? It's like, hey, it's just not your time right now, man. Just focus on your career.
Your greatest enemy is yourself.
Focus on your career. Just focus on your setups. Focus on your trades, and you'll get there eventually, right? For me, as I keep talking about, to trainees on the floor, your first 4 years are university. Your first 4 years are university. And on that note, I'm a senior because this is my 4th year, right? So I'm still in university. I'm not done graduating yet, even though technically I graduated in 3 months, right? I'm not done graduating yet. There's still a lot of learning to do. And guess what?
Hands in the West.
Oh, baby. I'm out here. I'm sure even Neil, with his experience, he's not done learning yet. You're never done learning in this job. And right now, what I'm learning is Rivian's about to pull back without giving me that entry at the north side.
That 274 is also pulling back. That might be
274 on Tesla.
274 on Tesla, getting a little bit of a pullback there. So I will try to. I'm going to piece off of some of that position there and just keep a little bit. We are in from 271.28 here. So I'll just get out of that little bit of reject. 274, it kind of came in a couple of times. I was watching it, and it kind of clipped above just there, just by a few pennies, and then straight back down. So
baby.
that was I think that right there might be good enough there for the long idea. Now, like I said, if we're gonna totally revert on the day, you want to see this 274 break and that 275 kind of hold above this consolidation, this double consolidation that we've had. If we can hold above that, I think we'll be decent. Now, you know what I'm not looking at is VWAP on Tesla. Let's see where VWAP might be, and that could give some direction to where we might find some liquidity right there. And look at that, we're right under VWAP, so that sell-off happens right under VWAP. What's the price right there on VWAP? 274.67. So yeah, 67 cents away from VWAP. You get some selling coming in, a bit of a front run on VWAP. So yeah, what's happening?
Why do you have your chart set up like that?
What do you mean? How is it set up?
Why doesn't your VWAP just show up on the right-hand side over here? Look at this.
Oh, like that? Yeah, no, I just don't have that setting on. I like clean charts, man. The less spaghetti, the less
Those are
line,
lies, Obi. I've seen your charts before.
No. It just looks like that from afar because I have so many up, but a lot of them don't even have lines on them, you know? So
I like it.
I don't know. Maybe but you know what? To be fair, I have started putting a lot more moving averages and VWAPs on the chart when it's warranted, right? Like really getting to know when and how to use those indicators to my advantage and to manage the positions well, right? But yeah, no. At the end of the day, the tape is king, man. Tape is everything.
Tape is
if
God.
you didn't have anything, you could definitely still trade off the tape.
Tape is God,
Tell you that
baby.
much.
Tape is God. I always tell people, I mean, if you think about what the tape is, it's basically, or what the chart is, it's basically a visual
Historical tape.
representation of a tape, right? And what an indicator is, it's basically looking at everything that happened in the past and putting a whole picture together in a mathematical formulated way. So, which is obviously lagging. And when you're taking in more information from the past with these moving averages with VWAP, the more information from the past you're averaging in, the more lagging that indicator is and more useless it is for you as a day trader. So if you're looking at moving averages from 10 years ago and you're trying to make a trade out of this, you know, it might hurt you. So you want to maybe, for me, that's why I like to use EMAs. Right. EMA takes in more relevant data, and if you're looking at, you know, obviously on the 1 year chart, you start off by looking at your levels, then you go off even more smaller time frame. I love to take a look at the EMAs on the 5 minute and the 3 minute when I'm trading, and then the 1 minute I just leave the 1 minute up for the viewers. I never have the 1 minute when I'm trading in the back. There's no use for me in the 1 minute unless I'm trading off the open, because off the open, you know, the tape's already going so crazily. I need that 1 minute action to kind of understand what's going on. That's just how I trade. Coming back to the market, though, ladies and gentlemen, we're actually holding a nice little channel over here on the market on the way towards VWAP. Let's see if that channel can get taken out and break to the downside. If that channel breaks over here on NASDAQ, more move to the downside, 15,700 test getting incoming again, and maybe we break that 15,700. Did we do that today yet? Slightly, looks like, not yet fully. A perfunctory break coming in over there for that 15,700 and a nice little pop back to the north side, but no move to VWAP just yet. But here's the same kind of move on the S&P 500. S&P 500 holding a nice little channel back to VWAP, creating a higher low, higher high so far, and now only down 0.3% on the day. Let's see if we can hold this pattern, continue rocking to the upside. That's not how it goes, right? It's like, what is it? Do you know what I'm talking about?
It sounds so familiar.
Yeah.
What's that from?
Chat knows what I'm talking about. It's like, keep on rocking to the high side. Anyways, I think that's how it goes. Let's see if the market wants to to the upside for the rest of the day over here, or do we see more weakness coming in and push it back to the downside? Chat's smart, bro. Chat knows everything.
Yeah, the omnipotent chat.
Omnipotent chat.
So
the
somebody
omnipotent, everything.
Somebody in the chat is just pointing out this ticker here, and I'm like, oh wow, nice. It's been doing some decent volume on the day as well here, about almost 3 million on the day. When the average volume on this ticker is about 400K. So yeah, definitely a name of interest. Haven't really checked out the catalyst yet, so we can do that together right here. So Innovative to present at Jeffries. No, that wasn't it. This one right here. On an upgrade, it felt Wells Fargo initiates coverage, $9 price target. So I guess that's pretty much the only news I'm seeing here. But look at this strong trend. I got the EMA up on there as well, the 9 on a 3 minute. But yeah, whatever time frame you like to use. Now, just like Prad said, I also do not prefer the 1 minute. But yeah, on occasion when things are moving real fast, like for example, like they do out the open. Even then on the open, I'm using 3 minutes most of the time, unless it's really volatile here. But yeah, no, holding strong trend here. I am a little bit late to the party. We're about $1.50 off the open here, and then yeah, a little bit of action yesterday to give you a little bit more buying pressure off of this $5 area. But yeah, no, I am definitely late to the party. I would definitely be a little bit more short bias here for the break of this trend. That would be the trade here for me. But no, if this respects the trend, yeah, you can continue getting in on the trend. And as long as it respects the trend, you can take that trend trade. I think that NOTV, nice, doing a decent amount of move as well today. Good look on NOTV. Now, Lauren asking, Obi, can you check plug? Sure, we can check plug. Plug is a charging ticker. Right, plug power. So along with this one, there's another one that moves. That's charge point, CHPT as well.
Shouldn't they both be shorts now?
Because of Tesla?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you look, they kind of quadrunk out the open, right?
To the point where they goes to zero.
Why is that? No, ChargePoint has a lot of stations.
No, but like the North American standard is now Tesla.
Sure it is, but it's like the top. These are still competitors, but they're nowhere close.
No,
it's
but
like,
if Tesla becomes a standard, though,
right,
and all cars are making those plug points like Tesla,
right, there's adapters you can get. Yeah, it's a plug, dude. You can
I don't
just
know,
get an
man.
adapter.
I think these companies are going to zero now.
No, I don't think so. They've got some substance. They have a decent business model, but only time will tell.
Yeah.
Only time will tell, right? But again, look at this. Look, this is something I need to get better at, which is like Tesla just had earnings. If we trade Tesla, it might not be the easiest ticker to trade, right? But what about sympathy plays with other EVs and chargers and things like that? Out the open, straight quadunk. Look at that, 13 break,
Plug is a
pre-market,
hydrogen business,
pre-market
says
low.
chat.
Hydrogen business? Okay. So again, they're in that sustainable vehicle sector, right? I would still count them in that. So the other one is also ChargePoint. Now, ChargePoint probably looking the same. I haven't looked at it today. Look at that quadunk. Right there, out the open, pre-market low break. What's the volume on the day? Is it tradable? 6 million. Yes, sir, it is. So yeah, going forward, maybe that is the play. When significant earnings move happens on a large cap and it has a whole industry of sympathy where you have chargers, you have other EVs, you have lithium. Let's take a look at LAC. I know LAC moves around as well. Take a look at that. LAC out the open, straight fades. So yeah, you can go to Tesla. That's going to be hard, but the sympathy plays are on the board out the open for you to take if it's there. This is something I learned. Thank you, chat. Thank you very much. I'll be taking a look at that next earnings. We've got a lot of earnings coming up.
Here's a stock that had earnings today. Las Vegas Sands actually missed out on their earnings report a little bit last night. We were looking at them move down off the open today, popped up, still down on the day. Waited for the stock to consolidate a little bit, got short 58, got stopped out, got back in, took profits. Took profits the first time, got stopped out, got back in, and you know, could have gotten back in again near the 58 high, but I didn't like how the stock constantly was holding VWAP throughout the day on negative catalyst to the higher side. So it's for holding above VWAP, and here I am trying to short this 58 area, you know, wasn't working out too much for me, so I just got out of it. But now that pulling back to this position, the triple top, quadruple triple bottom, quadruple bottom on the 1 minute. You can also see it on the 5 minute over here coming into play. Maybe a little bit of a bounce coming in, or even the breakout of that level, 57.60, 57.50 area breakout to the downside gives us a little bit of a ride to you know, enjoy some shorts on LVS over here. Negative earnings report. Looks like J&J wants to finally start selling off over here on the day after holding up in a beautiful range. Here we go, taking out the 50 period EMA, now at the 100 period EMA, and my stop just got triggered. My stop got triggered on J&J. Now looks like we might have that move towards VWAP, and we can maybe look for some dip buys around VWAP. UPST was in the money quite a bit there for us. It's still in the money quite a bit, 50 cents in the money, but you know, I don't really have too much size over here. Also, I'm waiting for the 55.50 area to show up. If we can break 55.50 and push to the downside, I'm looking for that swing down for some nice fun shorts over here on UPST. But right now, you know what? I'm just going to take some profits right here, and then we can think about getting back again near this 57 area, or we can just take the breakout of 55.50. That way we're protecting some profits that have been offered to us by the market makers. Thank you, market makers. Did I just get stopped out by J&J on a BS move there? Because if I did, that would have been pretty upsetting. But hey, I can't be upset. This stock has been monstrous for me. You know, I could have taken a lot more size off the open, and this day would have been way bigger. It's just, I'm back to my baby steps route, right? I'll be honest with you. Back when I was first on the show, I was, you know, my trading wasn't really at its finest. It's still not. I was trading pretty poorly, got beat up, and I lost my confidence, lost my mojo, I guess you could say. And you know, taking that little break, coming back, feeling better, trading better. I got even my friends telling me I'm trading better, so that's building the confidence over here. So part of that is why you know, I'm upset about not taking enough size on J&J on the day today. But baby steps. Still in my 4th year. We'll graduate soon.
It's a work in progress. Yeah.
Work in progress.
No, definitely. When you're having trouble, when the mindset is not right, taking a breather is definitely key, and that goes for anything in life, right?
Chat
Not
saying
just
Refrain,
trading.
stop
Like if
lying.
you're not on, if you're out of your groove, and yeah, you know you can do it. You just your groove isn't in step. Like you have the stats to back it. You have everything to do it. But yeah, if you're not on a good streak, yeah, you got to take a break. And maybe chill out for a little bit and then come back to it. And that happens with you know where I've experienced that significantly with the gaming, right? You go on.
Give me
tilt,
3 days any game.
You go on tilt, and then you're like, oh damn. For the whole week, I've just been ranking down, and I'm like, okay, well, you know what? I'm just gonna stop trying to force it, take a break over the weekend, and come back. And lo and behold, come back maybe over the weekend, over a week, and guess what? That kind of fugaze going on in the mind is a little bit cleared up as well, right? So yeah, definitely taking breaks is a good one, for sure. The 272 is holding for now here on Tesla, but I added a little bit more there. Got most of it out off of that, and kind of reloaded on the 72 just to see if it kind of holds. We did kind of get the 70 base, and we are holding above this consolidation, right? This key consolidation. That's what I'm watching here, because we saw the build up go into it as well. But yeah, as long as it holds the 72, I think we'll be all right. And then over under this consolidation could give us some direction there as well, right? But now my time is up. Thank you for having me. Up next is Mad Max himself. Take care, guys. We'll see you tomorrow.
Hey, Mad Max got one of my most favorite shirts on too. I love it. It's almost like he's trying to impress me or something. Check out BA, says Chad. But yeah, real quick, shout out to J&J for stopping me out over there at the 100 period EMA on the 1 minute chart and trying to move back towards the high of day. 169 has 202 lots on it. The high of day though is 168.80. So let's see if we get another run up over here towards high of day and we take out that 169 today. That would be insane. The stock was a monster overall. People telling me to take a look at Boeing, so let's go take a look at Boeing. Chat's wishing you a great rest of your day, OB. Have fun. People talk about Boeing, and I understand now why Boeing has been launching to the north side today. But we do have this little bit of an area that we've been watching. Wow, yeah, the 213 taking out 215 coming into play at the moment. 215.10 though, clear rejection of that 215.10 area. Is this the short on Boeing now? That would be the question. I've seen the stock go to 220 before very easily, so you want to be careful. If we do get a little bit of a pull closer to 215, I would like to take that short, give it that 10-15 cents of risk to the high side, and see if we can get that move down over here. I'm just going to throw the order right now, see if we can get that fill. Let's see if we can get that. Right here at 214.82. I'm not going to chase it. If they give it to me, awesome. We're going to give it the high day risk. If it works, dope. If not, we just enjoy the stock watching it to the north side over here. Looks like they are already pulling back. Look at the hundreds of shares on liquid gateways being dumped into the bids over here, and they are front running me and my 10 shares. Wow, my 10 shares getting front run. Gotta love it. Market doesn't want to even give me the smallest amount of shares that I'm trying to get over here. Market hates me. Market hates me. Disney popping, says Chad. Let's go to Disney. Let's go check out what Disney is doing. Mickey Mouse, how are you doing today? Mickey Mouse stock actually popping up to the north side all the way back up to $87. I'm surprised. It's still in yesterday's range though, so I'm not really too interested in making a trade over here. I guess you could say the same thing about UPSD. Prad, UPSD in yesterday's range. Why are you trading it? You're right. You know, sometimes I break those rules, but I'm not going to break that rule for Disney over here. Disney in yesterday's range, if you push up to 88, break past 88, maybe there's something to take a look over there. If we show a fail break of 88, maybe we can short that stock at that point. But right now, nice little volume candle coming in, turning the stock this 86 area. I think we've seen this 86 area hold up before. Let me quickly pull it up. Yeah, look at that. We've talked about this on the 4 o'clock show, I believe, how I'm thinking about possibly adding Mickey Mouse to my long-term account, especially, how the stock has bounced. Let's go to the 1 year chart. This is the 1 year chart. Bang, right around these areas of 2016, even the 2020 lows of COVID lows coming back into play for Mickey Mouse over here. So watching, looking for some bounces to come in front of 85, 86 or so. And today, obviously, giving you that beautiful bounce, 87 coming into play now. I would like to see that 88 break next if there is that is possible. Arnaldo spamming MRNA breakout. Let's go check out MRNA. Is that not on NASDAQ? It is on NASDAQ. 1 million shares traded on MRNA today. Just barely cracking 1 million right now, and it is breaking $127 to the high side. A new high day incoming for your friends on the drug makers today. I mean, yeah, you saw J&J. J&J earnings report good, guidance good. They were talking about how their med tech business side is doing amazing. So it only makes sense that mRNA kind of sympathy trades off of that. Not sure if mRNA has its own catalyst behind it, but mRNA having a nice little higher break a day. Mickey Mouse is in love with China. Not sure what that means, bro. Not sure what that means. What's up with BAC? Bank of America, BOFA. Bank of America, what's up with it? I mean, what do you mean? Did you not see the earnings report? Did you not see what happened with the stress test that they did? I'm going to put stress test in quotes because I don't believe in that stress test. Who did the stress test? Let me stress to your accounts over there and show you what real stress test means, and I'll deplete your banks in 2 seconds. Trust me on that, man. But yeah, I don't trust that stress test. But hey, banks passed said stress test, and their earnings numbers are coming out good. Inflation obviously helped out banks because interest rates went up, and if interest rates are going up, banks are making more money. Goldman Sachs obviously is a whole different case because they suck and they don't make money, and I think they actually lost on today's earnings report. Let's go check out where Goldman is, though. They were actually up on the day. I think XLF might have saved them a little bit. Let's go quickly take a look at what Goldman Sachs is doing at the moment. I'm guessing it's still up on the day. Yeah, up 2.6% and then $350. So here we go. Good news is bad. Bad news is good. You know the story.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. What's going on?
Chilling, brother. How you doing?
Doing all right. Doing all right.
You know, the donation box has been open. It's 11 o'clock, so we've been donating ever since 11.
I've been donating since
8:30?
9:36 a.m. 9:36 was my high. My low is right now. Tesla, you know, it's the only name that I had on the blotter today, Pred. We got the early long that I wanted off that 277 price, but it just didn't want to go anywhere.
Long, bro.
It was a great long, a great long. I got in a little early here when it looked like it wanted to hold that pre-market low. A little bit of FOMO, thinking that it was going to go without me, but yeah, I got out of that one, and then I ended up getting in like right at this bottom.
Was that like a tapery long or just one of your levels? Like, what made you buy that?
276.5 is like a big level for me. So because it couldn't get there, it got to 60s. I used that 277 price to kind of get in off of that, and then you're risking the breakdown of that. Yeah, so you know, got in off that, had a great long off the open, and then just like a little bit of over trading today. You know, got in some good longs again, like down here, good longs. It was just, you know, a couple of them really hurt badly. They, you know, you put the order in to get long if it comes back through the level, and it would just kind of tick it, and then you lose 40 cents on the way down. But yeah, couldn't really flip the bias to short today either. I mean, I tried 2 or 3 times and just couldn't do it. And I actually just had this long here that I think they kind of bamboozled me out of. But we'll see what happens on Tesla today. I'm willing to try, you know, a couple more times on the long. I think that we do get the bounce on this one eventually. Other than that, you know, I was watching Carvana today. Pretty disappointing.
I'm not 5'4".
Brad's pretty tall, guys.
Chat's like, if Pratt is 5'11", Max is a giant. I'm not 5'4", dude. I'm not in the high chair either. I just have a really bad posture. That's all it is. I have a horrible posture. I'm always slouched over. I'm a gamer, man. I'm sitting in a dungeon playing games all day.
Save us? What do you guys need saving from? Yourselves? Don't trade if you don't got anything.
Probably.
No, I don't think the opportunity was all that great in the market today. You know, not realizing that early enough kind of hurt me, and I think, you know, probably a lot of other people got hurt on that. Yesterday was a bit wild. Today,
Oh yeah.
I mean, you had that banger, J&J.
Yeah, J&J was fun today.
You're in Upstart again too?
Yeah, sadly. Wasn't fun right now today. It's my biggest loser on the day, Upstart. Yeah, not looking good. Man, look at Goldman Sachs right now, though, taking out that 350. We were talking so much smack about this position just now. It's taking out 350, putting in a new high a day, and that break was kind of clean, honestly. Did not even come back below 350, and I was like wondering, should I just get long after talking all this smack? But no, not going to push long after talking all that smack. Let's actually go check out Peloton. Yesterday, we had a monster short on Peloton, somewhere at this 980 area. Today, the stock again had that same high off the open. No, gave you this exact same short from yesterday. Look at that. It gave you the exact same short from this 980 to 940. You got that same move, maybe even a little bit of even bigger extended move, 980 to 920, and now coming back to VWAP, showing this rejection of VWAP. Looks like that 980 area is so good on Peloton that now if a day comes where Peloton wants to take out that 980, go to the north side, test 10 and go above 10. It will be fun to not. You got to look at that level. S&P 500 marching to the north side right now, and people talking about how mRNA is still taking out the highs. Yeah, mRNA is launching. I'm watching J&J also go to the north side over here on my second screen after stopping me out. So wah. There goes J&J, now coming to 169, which had 200 lots on it earlier on in the day. Wondering if I want to take the breakout off that level. You know what? No, I'm not going to. It's that time of the day where breakouts are not really the best thing to do. I've had a pretty good day off of breakouts. Now I'm really looking for that mean reversion setups and stocks to kind of pull back down at some point. Also, not probably the smartest setup to also look for, which is it's earnings season. If a stock is going to hold a direction and rip into a direction, it's probably a one with earnings and a catalyst behind it. So if we're looking for mean reversion, we need to go away from stocks that have catalysts such as earnings and maybe look for those. So Microsoft's, Apple's, Google's, stuff that actually reverts with the market overall.
Yeah, trying to get the bounce play or the reversion play on a stock that actually has earnings against it. You know, it gets pretty tough. Like any other day, you're taking some of these trades on Tesla to try to get it back up, and it'll just like bounce $2-3 on you. Today, there's just like a perma offer that's just there, just taking any fill that it can, basically just trying to sell some real shares. So I'm looking to get into something else. Apple was actually really nice off 194. I was not paying attention to it, sadly. I really like the idea of 194 holding today off the open. Obviously, nasty wicks. Let's say 194. It's going to be hard. Anyway, I liked it off the open off the 194, and it just didn't get there off the open. It was all right. Should work now. Pre-market just rips up right into the open, which like gives you that indication that it's going to rip. But it comes right back into 194 here, gives you the fills that you wanted, and now bouncing all the way up to 195.5. So Apple may be the one that has the juice to go today into the close with, ES really actually reversing its move quite nicely here, coming off the bottom. That's probably helped by Apple quite a bit, and NASDAQ still kind of lagging due to our friends Tesla and Netflix, where is Netflix at now? Where's my Netflix chart at? Nowhere really important. I like Netflix off of 431 for the bounce, but it's just kind of volume is dead, not going anywhere anymore. Starting to curl already off of 432, which, I don't even like 432, so not going to touch that one. What are you guys looking at? Amazon kind of gave up its range, sadly. But holding, interesting. If you look back, is this the 30-minute? Yeah. You look back to before we broke out, this 131.50 to 131.80 was like really holding. Come on, load. There we go. 131.50 right there. into like 131.75, 131.80 is exactly where this was holding. That's where it stops on this move down. So yeah, probably could have had like an alert set for that, but nasty move down on Amazon. I like the idea of being long already. I don't want to pay an extra 50 cents to be long right now. So yeah, I think this is one where if we get into 131.50 on like a quick spike down, I could take the reversal on this one back up to that VWAP price potentially, something like, or like AMD is always one that's great for the bounce play if that does come in, but I'm sure that the bounce has already happened. On this one, yeah, I don't know if 111 is really a level though, so probably would be looking for the fade on AMD at this point since it's done the $2 move off the bottom. You know, it spikes up into 113.50 and then slams back down. Yes, you could short 112.60. Who said that? Div. Yeah, you could. I think you could take the 112.60 short. I think you're risking all the way up to a 113 break though, so the risk reward kind of sucks there. Versus if like this spikes up into 113.5, slams back down into 20s, you can short 20s. You have a 30-cent stop. And now, like, you're getting that additional amount of reward, even just down to the bottom of the range. But yes, you could take the breakdown, try to structure it that way. Yeah, I don't hate that at all. But what are you looking for? Do you think that AMD is going to go more than 4% today? I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think that you're getting back to the bottom again today, but I think you could definitely get into like 112, 111.50. Kind of area there. Carvana's breaking 48. Let's take a look at that. Carvana's SSR, so.
No way.
Yeah.
Okay, go long.
Well, you could have a bunch of times off of this 49 level. I was actually watching right here at this 48.90. It wouldn't break it, and I was thinking maybe I should just punch long on there, try to get like $1 out of it. That's exactly what you get. Where she goes. I think if 48 holds on the bid, that's somewhere that you could try to get the same type of trade. But I don't know. Carvana's going to need to gap up one day to scare some shorts. Hopefully, although the volume's kind of light today, hopefully we've accumulated some more shorts. What was the volume yesterday? Like 120 mil yesterday. Only 30 today. But we still haven't touched that 45 level, 44.60. Which was the prior high. I think we need to go see that price. I think we have to see that 45 price, see if it breaks or not. If it can't break that, maybe that's the next leg up. But I have 0 fills on Carvana today after having like 100 yesterday. And there's a good reason why. It's right here, basically. This breakdown in the pre-market of 56 goes all the way down to 52, shows you that there's sellers here. Can't even get to 57 really off the open. It's just, it doesn't got it. The next trade on Carvana is going to be a 60 break or a 45 hold. I think I said that yesterday. Those are the only 2 trades that I'm taking on this name from this point forward. So see what happens on that. What happened with this Nikola? Nothing really. GFAI was kind of crazy today. You see that one? Nobody's on the small caps when it's earnings season, right?
Nah.
But GFAI went nuts, up 50% today. Come on, load. 50% today. Pre-market high break was sick. 425. You'd never have to sell all the way up. Obviously, you're probably selling right here at this 520 breakdown. So you get $1 on a $4 stock. Yeah, well, we take those. We take those around here. SAP also had news. Did you see that?
SAP? No, someone in the chat mentioned, though, people talking about Rivian. Yeah, Rivian is at my level now near that 25.80, high day 25.75, so I'm getting ready to take some fills over here. UPST running past 57. Thank goodness we got stopped out of that trade earlier for profit. I actually punched out of that trade because I saw that move coming. I said, nope, I'm out. Pieces. We held VWAP. I'm taking my profits earlier, and I'm glad I did that. People also talking about Target. I actually like what you did with Target there. Did not know Target was doing that today. And you're $3 in the money. You're asking me where possible resistances could show up. These are the levels that I'm looking at right now. 135.50 area looks like a possible resistance. Look how many tops we have here on this weekly, on this daily chart. Each single candle is one full day. We rejected over here, we rejected over here, and over here. We kind of had support on this day, and we also rejected on this day. So multiple resistances coming in on this, multiple days resistances showing up on this price point of 130. What is it again? 135.50 or so. So if you're looking to take profits, I mean, that's where I would be looking to most likely be out of my trades, right around these areas. But you can also look at other factors to kind of help build your trade now, which is look at where the EMAs are. The stock has been grinding the EMA to the north side all day, showing support. You could possibly, if you're $3 in the money, the stock's at 135, so you're probably much lower to the downside, right? According to Trade Ideas risk parameter calculators, it's saying your stop should be at VWAP. I wouldn't say that far, but you know, if it comes back to this range high, if it comes back below this range high, which also happens to be the 50-period EMA on the 1-minute chart, I think that's where my stop would be, and I would just let the stock go. But if you're looking to, you know, just take the profits over here, I wouldn't be wrong. I wouldn't be upset with that either, because that's exactly what I did with J&J. J&J had that move up into previous resistances around 167.30. I took out my profits in front of 167.30, and then when the stock gave me a breakout of that previous resistance, I got back in for another long, and there you see me riding it back in and then getting stopped out again. If this stock gives me another breakout of 169 now, I kind of do want to be in it, but like I said, it's that time of the day where breakouts don't really work out. Maybe I want to think about taking way less size. The size that I saw on 169 earlier, is it still there? It is. The 208 lots are still there. So I want to watch the tape, how the stock plays out. Look at the volume around this time of the day, around right before 12 o'clock, and now look at where the volume is going. It's depleting out of the market as it's supposed to. 12:20 Eastern Standard Time, S&P 500 still holding that beautiful trend that we've been making so far, back above VWAP, holding the higher highs, higher lows. NASDAQ trying to do the same thing, but its channel is now kind of curving to the side a little bit. You know, we're not really able to make a new high on the NASDAQ market. Instead of just talking about it, Brad, how about you learn to show the market to the chart, okay? Let's let's pull the chart over here. So as you guys can see, hey man, don't hit the fail on me. So here we go. We're getting, hey, come on, that's not cool. We're getting this, you know, same resistance of this 15,780, 15,785 area on the NASDAQ market, but at least we're getting higher highs. So maybe we get the flat top breakout that Sharif likes to look at very much, or maybe we get the breakdown of that trend line to the south side, allowing us to look for some shorts over here on the market. Rivian short now 15 cents in the money. Sadly, I don't have the full lot size that I want on this trade. It is pushing down though off that level that we were talking about near that 25.80 up to 26 area. Those shorts are working out. Let's put that money in the bank. Also, can you do lunchtime for me? Eggs, bacon, sausage. If anyone knows where that meme comes from, the back in the Vine days. Don't nod your head at me, Ramin. But yeah, it's sausage and what is it? Sausage and rice? Leave the cam on me. Let the chat clip it. No, I'm joking. Get it off me. Get it off me.
Your favorite IPO from yesterday is going a little nuts, eh, Brad?
Which one?
Odd just broke that 50 level that we were watching yesterday, went straight to 53.5. That's, I mean, you'd have to be watching it. Somebody in the chat obviously was, because they told us about this one. That would have been a nice trade. I don't know what the liquidity looks like. I imagine pretty poor. So can you even get any of these fills up here? Maybe, but market probably wants to bounce off of those pretty strongly. Also, SAP, they came out with news just now. I don't know what it is. But they were halted, news pending for quite some time, and no, I still don't have the news here on my thing. But they were halted, news pending for quite a while, and now just kind of trading down after opening from that halt, down 4%, continuing.
Apple tanking.
Is, wow, Apple's really tanking.
News? Any news? My charts are all messed up. I love it.
Yeah, what's going on with Apple? I'll try to find the news here. I would like to get short if there's something crazy. No, I don't see anything yet on Apple.
Profit taker.
It's not really continuing this. Maybe. I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, market's kind of going down, but I imagine that's off the Apple, whatever's going on here. Another
Imagine
new
they
low of
redacted
day.
their AI news. Okay, now a little bit more extension on the Apple move over there.
Yeah, okay. Keep it going. I think 194 breakdown makes sense if this Apple news is really something. That SAP is also falling apart, so I wonder what's going on with that one. I think they're supposed to report earnings, so maybe they reported earnings in. Yeah, that's probably what it is. I think they have an earnings today.
Let me mute this guy real quick. Put user in.
Yeah. All right, SAP has earnings today, so they must have reported earnings in Germany because it probably trades there. Apple, I think 194 breakdown would be really weak. If it holds there again, maybe whatever's going on here is bogus. But we got to figure that out.
Yeah, it's looking pretty
Nobody
bogus
in the
over
chat
here.
saying anything either. Strange.
Rivian shorts are working though. Rivian shorts 30 cents in the money. That level was an absolute beauty. Mint short, almost a repeat of yesterday's Peloton short. Same 980 today, 2580, and we're riding it to the downside. Now though, do we also repeat on the way we exit on these shorts? Is a thing. I don't want to be complaining about the stock exiting horribly later. So I'm going to try to channel my inner Maximin, the Max the Demon over here. And, I'm going to hold to break even. If the stock comes back to break even, I'm done. But if I'm not, then we're getting a whole move right back to the downside maybe and having some fun with it. Rivian now still up 2% on the day though. So keep that in mind when you are in these shorts. We're just playing off of previous resistances. Previous resistances can get wiped out and get turned into support. Just playing simple risk to reward, and based on that simple risk to reward, I'm already up, multiple reward units on this one. So hey, we like that. Sean saying almost made everything back on Apple. Yeah, beautiful swing down on there on Apple. We were just looking at it. This chart's a little bit messed up, so let me go to this chart instead. As you guys can see, a nice little swing down on Apple over there from 195.50s all the way down to 194.50s, a full dollar in a minute or two. So shout out to all the shorts over there. But a little bit of a pop coming now. You heard Max's call out on a possible 194 breakout short. I like that idea. Looks like the news is now coming out.
It's iPhone 15 Pro. They can't find enough screens to manufacture it.
That's not that big of a deal.
That's what it is.
It's not that big of a deal. They'll find more screens. They'll partner up with Samsung. They'll do something. That's not that big of a deal in my opinion. I think this is a buy the dip opportunity. For anyone wondering what the news is Apple struggling to manufacture enough screens for iPhone 15. I think they can easily just team up with, Corning. Is it Corning or Corning? Corning or Samsung, who's been, my earpiece just died, Fabian, I'm sorry if you need to talk to me over there. But yeah, Corning or Samsung or anybody and just start making up some of those losses over there. I don't think that's going to be too much of an issue. A little bit of a move down for sure, but a good dip buy opportunity. I was waiting for the catalyst, and sadly the catalyst wasn't quick enough for us to retrieve and understand to actually make a trade over here. Apple getting Corning Gorilla Glass? Yeah, Corning Gorilla Glass indeed. Man, I remember putting those Corning Gorilla Glass protections on my phone all the time back in the day. I don't anymore. Now I just rock this heavy brick of a case where I can just beat someone to death with. Let's try that case.
Yeah, that's too much for me. You put this in your pocket?
Yeah.
I don't think this would fit in my pants.
Big wallet, big pants. I had to learn to buy, huge pocket pants because my wallet stays stacked. So if eventually, this is nothing compared to how big my wallet is.
Big wallet, big wallet?
That's big feet. You're talking about something else. No, I'm joking. Getting back to the market here.
I mean, okay, so Apple recovers the dip. Everything else is saying, yeah, well, we just needed a reason to go down. Amazon taking out low of day right now. I'm wondering if that 131.5 comes into play, and I can actually play that one. Yeah, I kind of like the idea of like 130, 150 showing up with a big bid and not getting taken, and then getting long back through. But you know, if this NASDAQ wants to take out low of day, getting in front of any stocks to the long side is probably going to be a bad idea. So probably not. I don't know. We'll see what happens on that one. Tesla getting back into 270. You know, I missed this 270 long 3 times. Do I want it now? No, I don't. I think that we're going through 270. We're probably going to see 268 before we bounce significantly. So not going to step in front of this one. But I kind of want to. These ones were these were banger longs back down here. You know, you got to have patience sometimes and wait for that key level to come into play before you take these longs. Yeah, but I think this is going through. I think that we're going right down to like, what's my next spot on Tesla? 266.5. I don't think we get all the way down there. But yeah, we got to like 1,000, 1,200 lots on the bid there on this Tesla tape. There's two gateways. Yeah, 630, 579, so 1,000 lots. That's 100,000 shares on the bid there. Probably not going to be enough to hold this name up. Bad earnings from or good earnings from Tesla still goes down. I wonder who said that might happen today, and then still went long all
Someone
day.
said that yesterday.
Somebody might have said yesterday that Netflix is going to miss,
name
Tesla's going to beat, and they're both going down. I guess I should just be an options trader.
Yeah, forget who gave you guys that amazing call out yesterday. Wow, I actually forgot about that call out a little bit. Damn, that was a great call out because you were able to short at 280 today and ride it to the downside. A little bit of a triple bottom at 270. As you guys noticed, there was some size there at 270. I have an order to get short on the break of that size. We're actually holding up and buyers pulling the stock up to the north side. As you guys can see, Am I going crazy, or am I seeing 600 lots or something being shown up at like the higher prices? No, it's probably the 270 price showing up every now and then. My level 2 just bugging out a little bit. UPSD now. Sorry.
Interesting.
For 100 shares. I don't want to see one lot size. It's boring.
Yeah. Okay.
The one lot size is fugazi, anyways. Let's be
true.
real.
That is
Some
true.
of them are just AI, just putting orders and immediately like, oh, liquidity is here. Let me pull out and go lower. So I'm not buying those 100 lot sizes over there. Fugazi. Hey, Rivian now 87 cents in the money. Sorry, 42 cents in the money. Upstart 80 cents in the money. And Upstart getting ready to add on this position if we break this 55.50 area. Let me show you the chart over here, and then I'm going to trade over here as I'm throwing out the order. 55.4, 55.49, take size, bang, bang, bang. Throw out more orders. Let's see if we can get more fills on the break of this area of 55.50, as Upstart is now below VWAP, giving us some of our money that we donated on that stock back today. It's good to see some of my trades working. Today just feels like that. As I was talking about that sell moment, I'm having that sell moment today where getting hit and just not getting hurt. I can't wait to go to jiu-jitsu and exert the same confidence on a bunch of other people and then get beat up by them today. It's going to be amazing. That's what the balance is. When you're doing good in the market, you get beat up elsewhere. You know where that usually happens for me? In gaming, dude.
Yeah?
If I have a good day in the market,
You get smoked.
I get
gaming?
smoked in gaming. If I have a bad day in the market, I go home and I smoke it in gaming. Absolutely smoke it in gaming. I don't know why. It's like I can never do amazing in both competitive fields. I can only do one on one day. Makes sense, I guess. Your risk tolerance is just burnt out.
You're better as an underdog.
Yeah. Hey, man, look at that new fill on Upstart now. Let's see if Upstart can ride to the downside as NASDAQ has
You're
pulled right
shorting
back to lower
Upstart
day.
today.
Yes, sir.
All right.
That 55 area coming back into play, so I figured, hey, if we're going to go below 55, I want to be sure. I actually missed it off the first time.
Yeah.
I got back in the second time, was a quick little 50-cent winner. I got stopped out. Then I got back in a couple of times. This was a little bit of a slap me across my face kind of moment. I added to a loser multiple times when I knew the trade was bad, and eventually I said, screw this, this is stupid. I got stopped out over there. Then now I got back in over here, took profit, got stopped out, now got back in for a bigger move down.
Nice, nice.
This was so dumb.
Yeah, that trade might be something that, like, I don't know, if you were a trainee and you came up and sat here, somebody of experience might yell at you live on the internet for it and embarrass the hell out of you.
That's exactly what I yelled at him for, and that's what I did, right? That's exactly what I did. It was ridiculous. It was stupid. Yeah, Obi should have yelled at me for
He
that.
should have yelled at you. He was sitting right here. You had the chance. Here comes
There goes
Amazon
Tesla.
into that level. There goes Tesla through 270 again. I don't think it bounces this time, but I'm not shorting it.
269.85, 500 lots.
500 lots there, and
I'm out.
it
That's
bounces,
bouncing,
eh?
yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely buyers down here below 270. It's just, there's been buyers everywhere today, and they keep getting wiped out. So I feel like this move continues despite this buying. I don't see the order there.
They got taken out. Oh, no, it's still there.
Oh, there it is,
They
and
got
they just
taken
got
out.
taken out. So this is actually looking pretty decent to the
I'm back
downside.
in.
I ain't gonna trade this short at the lows again. Again? Oh yeah, I took the low day break here, which would have been sick if I just took profit, but that ain't me. I don't take profit. I just hold things until the end of time. Amazon's about to hit that 130, 150 potential bounce spot, so I kind of like that. Tesla, low of day, it has to break 269.45, I think. If you don't get that break very soon, boom, okay, it's gone. Wow, all right, 269. 269 breaking, trend continuing. All right, can it get through the 70s? You got to get through kind of 60s, 50s on Tesla for it to be a good break. Looks like you're getting there. This is trend continuation.
Don't
right
beat!
now. Let's go.
Taking some profits across the board on all positions over here. Rivian, UPST, Tesla, Bang Bang. Not going to see the rest of that. Let's go, baby. We're getting profits over here. Money being poured right back into the profit. Donation box was open, but we're now robbing the bank. No mask on. Mask off. Mask off with the bank over here, baby.
Is that $1? You got $1.50 already on that Tesla trade?
Yeah, buddy.
After a repunch? I
Yeah,
love it.
buddy.
I love it, man.
And I'm
Great
actually going to
trade
punch
there.
out over here because, I wasn't risking much. I got $1 on it. I took that profits. We are killing it right now. Today has been monstrous. Rivian is also giving us some profits. Upstart, whatever we lost over here is now coming back. Still down on Upstart on the day, I'll be honest. But Tesla, number 2 on the day. J&J, what are you doing over there, ladies and gentlemen? Let's go check out if J&J has pulled back or if it's somewhere. Oh, 169 on J&J actually broke. But good thing I didn't take that breakout. Look how weak of a break that was. It only went up to 169.14. The market's now trying to pump back up a little bit. So if that's the case, I want to go cover my Upstart a little bit more. Take some profits, put it in my pocket because Upstart could easily hold back up at 55 area. You know what? I'm getting the whole thing out of Upstart. I don't want to hold that. It could easily hold at 55. We've seen 55 been a very important level in the past. We took the breakout of Upstart 55 yesterday, and with that stock pulling back to that 55 area, monster move down. We are out. Thank you for Upstart. But we're going to try and keep on putting some pressure over here on Rivian. Don't think Rivian is coming back anywhere close to that 26 today, but if it does, I'm going to be there waiting for it with my orders, getting that short fills whenever that's possible. No other orders now left. Beautiful shorts coming into play with the market taking out the bottom. Let's see if we can find some new positions because the market's giving us a little bit of a bounce. S&P 500 never really pushed to the lower days. NASDAQ did break the lower day, so maybe a little bit of a bounce coming in for all markets over here with SPYs coming in and rescuing them.
Yeah, I just got long Tesla above this 269 price. It seems to be holding 269, not wanting to break below like 80s. So if we do break 80s, I will get out of this one, but I'm thinking we may hold here. So looking for this to hold. Yeah, maybe give it a lower day. Probably not going to hold here. Yeah, bad call on that Tesla. Let's see if we can hold 50s. Can't hold 50s. All right, I'm out of that. Yeah, it looked for a moment like it was reserving that 269 price, and it was, but couldn't hold it, obviously, and not going to give you the bounce. This one is gone. Market looked like it wanted to bounce off that 15.7, and then no. We are down. So, yeah, that 270 break, good-ish. But, like, you got to hang on quite a bit. I mean, you punched out of it, right? You had to hang on like 20, 30 cents if you were going to hang on to that trade, but gives you that $2 almost reward. And, yeah, we'll see what's next for Tesla. That 260, what did I say it was, 266? Yeah, 266.5 is like the next price for Tesla there. So probably going down another $2 here. What else? That SAP just kept going down, but there's no volume on that one. I was looking for somewhere to trade that, and there's just not enough volume to trade it. It's only done not even 1 million shares on the day yet. So are we getting a bounce? Did it bamboozle me out of that? No. Who?
No one gets that reference. Only the EDM listeners get the OIM. Yeah, thank you. Only the EDM players, viewers get that reference. Mal P. There's this artist who makes EDM music, and he has a song called "Give Me That Bounce." What's that countdown for?
Yeah, what's that for?
Wanted to see if the countdown will be back on. But Boggy just called, and you know what happened on the market. Boggy just called not too long ago. Dumpy, it's coming on the market. KRE getting back below VWAP over here. Someone in the chat said, Max, can you look at PAC-W? So I'll leave that one for you, but I'll quickly go to KRE because I noticed that I have it up on my second screen over here. KRE down on the day 1.9%. For anyone wondering what KRE is, it's a regional bank ETF, S&P 500's regional bank ETF, which is down on the day below VWAP, which is pretty surprising to me because as far as I've seen, most regional banks today were up. PAC-W up, WAL up, Zion, which announced earnings today, up. WAL announced earnings a couple days ago, and that was good. So all numbers look good, but I'm wondering what inside KRE is hurting them. So maybe I could go look at what is actually inside KRE to see what stocks are holding up. PAC-W's up on the day, no?
No, it's down 1.7.
Not anymore. It's down now. Ooh.
Yeah. We failed 1050 off the open.
It is.
I think 1050 was the price on the daily chart, if I can find it somewhere. Yeah. This 1050 right here was holding for a while there, kind of broke out of there, but then when it broke back down, that's when we had that continuation move down to $2. And then, we try to break that today. That's exactly where we fell from. So, kind of obvious price, I guess, but not necessarily an obvious trade today on PAC-W. Makes the move all the way back down. Maybe you look for a double bottom scenario at 975 here, but I don't know. Volume's kind of light once again, just 12 million. WAL looking a lot better. They got upgraded today, I believe, with a $60 price target. So, we're trading at 50 right now. It was trading at 70, I think, before all this nonsense. So there's still some room to go on this one. Yeah, it was trading like 73. But yeah, breaking out on the daily, like really strong daily chart at the moment, and not stopping, not giving up yesterday's high of 47. So, that's actually an interesting trade in this region right here. When it goes below 47, does a little bit of time below there, and then can't push any lower, does a higher low, and then you blast right back to the highs. Maybe $50 break on WAL sometime tomorrow could be something good. We shall see. Nvidia going up, not really. Maybe a little bit.
We are getting the bounce, though.
Getting a bit of a bounce.
Yeah, we are getting a bounce. Not sure what to do right now. I'm very patient on what I want to possibly put my risk on. I mean, it's also that time of the day where, I kind of just stopped trading a little bit. So maybe just manage my Rivian position. I do have more orders to take, more fills on Rivian if that order shows up. We do know that Sean, possibly will tell you to go take a look at Apple or AMD or something. So why don't we go take a look at that? AMD, sorry for the burping. AMD 111, 112 holding up at the moment. Is this the gap fill price? Isn't it the gap fill price on AMD? Yeah, so we're right back into the gap fill price. Look at that, the high over there. We gapped up on this day, pulling right back down into that 111, holding 111 picture perfectly. Today's low is 110.95 on AMD, giving you a beautiful $2 bounce off of that area. And now, if you're looking for a possible short, that 111 area looks perfect, right? And I think Max was also talking about it. Are we going to expect AMD more than 4% down on the day? That's a little too drastic, honestly. So a nice little bounce coming. And the fact that when NASDAQ pushed the low a day, AMD didn't really push down a low a day. I think that long off that 110.95, 111 just looks even better at the moment. So I like that. I like that long. Let's see if AMD can pull back to 111. Sadly, if the market goes for another ride to the downside, and if AMD's at 111, that might be a break at that moment to the 111 to the downside, right? But if that 111 does get tested, doesn't break, buyers show up, market's bouncing, all these things are happening at the same time, I like that long one more time on AM Dizzle for Shizzle. When I'm on one, I'm on one, dude.
Carvana's really giving it up, eh? That 46 now.
No way.
I, once again,
Where's
don't like it
SSR
until
bounce?
44.50.
Okay,
SSR was like 6% ago, bro. We are SSR and a half on Carvana right now. The SSR bounce was decent off of 49, but you know, it only goes $1. I mean, if you're risking 10 cents, you get $1. That's 10 to 1.
No, that's not an
you
SSR
take
bounce.
that, but like, you want like the big bounce
Yeah.
to, you know, 55 or something. I don't think it's coming today. You hope that today is a bunch of people getting short and then we gap up tomorrow and they get squeezed out. But I don't know, looking like for sure a pullback on Carvana. And whoever said NVIDIA is going up $1 ago, hopefully you were long because it continued. Now up to 461. So NVIDIA getting a bounce for sure. No bounce on Tesla, no bounce on Amazon, no bounce on Netflix. Kind of a bounce on Apple, but NVIDIA looking pretty good for this bounce. You'd want this back above 462. I don't know that it really gave you like anything to execute off of. Maybe taking it back through 460, but yeah, it's a little thin as a trade for me. Where is?
How is this stock a trader's wet dream, man?
When does Netflix get SSR? Is that SSR yet? Not yet. Down. Come on, load. 9.34.
We're getting there.
What do we need? Like $1.50 more to get SSR on Netflix? 429.83. So 430
I'm just
fail
gonna put a stink
break
bid there.
gives you the SSR catalyst as well. That's actually pretty juicy.
429.
Do the market makers allow you to have that one? I highly doubt it, but you know, we will see. We will see. Tesla continuing the move down. Are you still short Tesla?
No, I've been out.
Oh, you got out?
Yeah.
Yeah, 268 now on Tesla. I would say the bounce.
There's some size there too.
Yeah. Yeah, a little bit of size there. 800 lot. Oh, there's 1,000, so 1,200 or something on that level on Tesla. Yeah, I mean, that probably gets taken. We probably go down to 267 off of this. See if they can take it.
Could I take the breakout again? This is the exact same as the last one. Okay, let's see if it works.
Well, we've gone down $2 off the last break. So usually I'm expecting a reversal
clean.
off of the next $2 break. But, you know, today, bad earnings. We're already down 8%. How much further are we going to go?
That was clean. I did not retest it.
We're probably going SSR here, too. Man.
Yeah.
Where's SSR
Wow.
on Tesla? Let me calculate that one. 291.26 is the close. So,
and this stock's going to 265 today. That 270 break was so clean. Why did I get out at all? I don't know. Paper hands. I took money out. That's all I care about. I care about taking my profits. But man, that Tesla 260. What was the price we just saw? 268.
268. Yeah, it gives you like 40 cents there. But
I mean,
are you really looking
still.
for 40 cents on a breakdown? Probably not.
I mean,
not on
if you're
Tesla.
taking thousands of shares, you're happy with 40 cents for risking what, 10 cents?
If you're taking thousands of shares, you're not risking 10 cents.
You're risking 1 cent.
No, you're risking like $1.50.
No, you're not.
Look at the liquidity here, bro. If you took 5,000 shares, you're pushing the price up to like 268.50
Catch me
right
dead
now.
risking $1 taking 1,000 shares. Are you dumb? Never happening. Never happening. But yeah, nice little move though. But you're right, it wasn't that big of a move. You want to see like Tesla dropping down dollars on a break.
exactly.
Like that 270 break came in,
Yeah.
it struggled a little bit and then immediately flushed down.
And you're
$2
still holding
or
that
so.
270 break.
You're still holding
probably
that,
if,
exactly.
If you're really confident in the short there. If you're just
Yeah.
trying to take it for a scalp, obviously you take the scalp. And that's it.
NASDAQ going
yeah.
back down over here at the moment. Netflix still holding into that 433 50 period EMA on the 1 minute chart. Still grinding to the downside for the whole day over here. Let's see what happens. Okay, now you're getting a little bit of a bigger move on Tesla. Here comes 267 break. Let's see if there's any size on that 267. TSLA.NQ. Monster sell-off coming in late day over here for the market. SPY still showing me green candles, but QQQ apparently wants to push back down over here, and maybe some of it's being orchestrated by these Teslas, Apples, AMDs, and so on. The top six, which is, I think Microsoft was also down on the day. Microsoft made that huge run up to a new all-time high and then just completely died off. It did not do what NVIDIA did at all.
No,
Right?
it absolutely did not. Especially getting the Apple news the next day is pretty tough.
That hurt.
I think you could probably take Tesla long if it holds over 268 right here, but
Yeah.
I'm not going to do that again. I've done that too many times today. You can't just keep going back to the same strategy. But
The well's dry.
the well was definitely dry today. But yeah, I mean, this is kind of the reversal strategy that you want. It breaks down from another level. It's gone down from the key level, $2. So you have like $2 of upside, basically. You're risking down this 50 cents. You don't even have to risk 50 cents on that. But once again, like the perma offer is there. They don't want to let this go up. It prints green, it goes up 5 cents. Usually Tesla prints green, it goes up 50 cents. So there's definitely someone selling. Didn't Kathy Woods say that she
$15
sold
million worth?
a whole $15 million?
Yeah.
I bet I buy and sell $15 million worth of Tesla in a day. So that's nothing. She's got to have hundreds of millions in Tesla stock, no?
Yeah.
But good sell there 2 days ago, back when we were at, what was that, 290? That's, good sell, Kathy. Where's Kathy buying, though?
The absolute lows and selling it like an absolute god to the highs. What do you expect? She's Aunt Kathy. You think she's taking L's?
Yes, all the
No.
time, constantly.
Never.
Are
The
you
only
crazy?
L's she takes are the ones she's given out to the bears shorting ARK. And she gives wins to the longs who are going long S-ARK. Is that how it works? No, if you go long S-ARK, you're basically short ARK, right?
Yeah, you're buying.
Yeah, so never mind. I'm
Short.
wrong over there. Don't short the bottom intraday to catch some pennies. Hey, nothing wrong with it. Catch a penny here, catch a penny there. That's 2 pennies. You repeat that tomorrow. That's 4 pennies. Repeat that again. That's 8 pennies. Now you have 8 pennies compared to 2 days ago where you had no pennies, right? Nothing wrong with it. If it's part of your setup, take the trade, man. Don't listen to anybody else. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to Max. If it's part of your setup, take that trade. Trade your book. Put your risk on the table. Put your money where your mouth is. That's the beautiful part of the market over here, right? Everyone has their own theories. Everyone's fighting with their theories. I think yesterday at one point, Max and I were both long and short, same price Palantir. We both lost on that trade. At the end, market maker is always the winner. You never win in this business, okay? No. And that's the beauty of it. I love to lose. I love losing. I hear every single day live in front of you, taking these trades and enjoying it. That's the main goal. Enjoy it, have fun, live your life. You know, life's too short to just size up. Screw it. Life's too short to just size up. Obviously, size up with proper risk management and proper parameters. Make sure you're not blowing up your account in one trade. That doesn't make any sense. Make sure you're able to, play the next hand that's being given out. If you're not able to play the next hand, it's in like a video game. I gave out this analogy yesterday in New World, right? This DPS, which means damage per second. This guy, I'm trying to tank this group of enemies. And this DPS he has to do damage, but he keeps going down every like minute or two, and we have to pick him up. So I get angry, me being the rager I am. I curse at him a little bit, and I tell him, "Hey, dummy, if You keep going down every minute or two. Are you really doing that much damage per second? No. We're wasting so much time picking you up, healing you, wasting time on you. So the same idea over here. It's like, hey, if you're going down so much, it's not going to help you. You want to keep doing that damage. And if you want to keep doing that damage, you got to make sure your health is there. And the health is two different things, your mental health and your actual bank balance health. So you want to protect both of them, your mental, your confidence, your PNL. Protect both, protect all, look for the right setups, look for the right areas to put some risk into, and smack those trades when they do show up. Great example to my right side over here. This madman right here, when a good setup for him with his size, with his trade shows up, madman goes in with some crazy size, and I don't know how he does it, he holds it all. I don't know how he does it, he holds it all.
Well, not crazy enough size. What is
Crazy
this?
for me, but it's all relative.
Is this an IPO today?
Which one?
We have an PSQH.
I'll look it up.
It's halted to the upside. Now it just opened. PSQH.
PSQH?
NASDAQ, New York.
I don't see anything.
PSQH. Do we not have this in the system?
PSQH. Let's see here.
PSQH is right here on Trade Ideas. PSQH halted
Yeah,
at $25, comes down, and now we are at 26. So
9 million shares traded on the day today?
how do
What?
we not have this in the system?
Yeah. How does it not on any radar either? It's not even on the IPO calendar. PSQH. Is it anywhere here? Let's just PSQH. Yeah, it's not even on the IPO calendar. Don't see anything about it. But yeah, clearly that stock did ton of volume off the open. 9 million shares. Like, what are we joking here over here? 96% up.
How?
Obviously IPO price. Don't know what the float is or anything. Do you see the float on it? You probably
there's
not because
nothing
of
on
brand new
this.
IPO. Yeah, that's insane. How do we miss this one? Look at that move on this one, bro. $8 to 27.
I think this might be one of those names that we're not allowed to trade because of
Tax purposes.
yeah. There's that weird tax law.
It's a SPAC. Thank you, Brendo.
SPAC?
It's a SPAC. Yeah, I'm seeing like here, Columbia Acquisition Corp. Yeah, SPAC. Looks like, it goes back quite a bit. It's not a recent IPO. It goes back Wednesday, July 2021. It's been SPACing for quite a while, and today it's some catalyst behind it that's bringing in. Yeah, it's not on our platform though. We can't trade it, sadly.
Yeah, we can't do much about that. GFAI though we can trade, and this one just failed the high. A little bit of a quadrunc candle. I wouldn't call that a full-on quadrunc. It would have to get through that $6 level to do that, and in fact, $6 looks like kind of a great short, which means it's probably a great reversal long if we're honest. But yeah, tries for that $7 level, can't get up there, smashed down. I mean, great run for this one. I think, I don't know. Once they die, they die. If it takes out $6, that seems kind of dead to me.
It was a SPAC. CLRB was a SPAC. It was a SPAC. CLRB was the ticker. It's now changed to PSQH.
So can we still trade CLRB?
Probably you can see the CLRB ticker, but I don't think you can trade it because the ticker is now changed. It just hasn't changed on our platform yet.
Oh, okay. Weird. Weird. All right. Well, absolutely going crazy. There were all these SPACs last week that were just going nuts for basically no reason. I don't know why, but this is probably one of those ones. Yeah, Tesla getting smoked. I don't know why I can't just go short this name and hold it, but you know, the bounce is always in until it's not. When you have a catalyst and there's a trend happening, sometimes you should just not ignore the trend. Imagine that. The trend is your friend. Sometimes the trend can be your friend.
Never mind.
Yeah, particularly when you have a strong catalyst. Although I didn't see this as a bad earnings report for Tesla. I don't know about you. Yeah, obviously their margins are getting hit when they're cutting costs and cornering the EV market, but you know, whatever. People needed a reason to sell. We had a huge run up into earnings, so people were probably expecting a really amazing beat, and they didn't get that really amazing beat. So then we fall off. But we're right here at that 276.5 kind of level. Oh no, 277.5. So 276.5 is where I thought we might bounce from. Netflix catching the bounce. So as I expected, The market makers aren't going to give us that SSR move on Netflix.
Of course
We're
it
already
is.
$4 off the bottom. There's some volume coming in at 436. Volume candle getting bigger than the last few, so this could be the bottom on Netflix. Maybe this is where the real buying starts to come in. That 437 was, for whatever reason, a strong kind of hold previously in the day. So maybe through that 437 would make some sense to try to get a trade. I think you could even structure it through this 436, but it's not really holding at the moment. Obviously, Netflix being a name that you have to give over $1 to usually, which is why I hate trading it. Yeah, I mean, I just don't see, like this double bottom here at 432, you can't take it out. That makes sense for a spot to get long. For me though, like kind of taking a breakout off of a level that on a stock that's been ultra weak doesn't really make all that much sense. What else are people trading? PSQH, I got it on my trade ideas chart up here, but we can't pull it up. 2650, eh? Crazy move for probably no reason on that one. Although actually, if they change the ticker name, then that probably means that they've actually acquired somebody. So maybe they acquired a good company.
Come on.
Nvidia, yeah. Nvidia actually just got smoked off of VWAP there. Wow.
What do you think about long about Tesla here?
Not yet.
Yeah, probably not. I'm in it right now. It's not working. I tried once. It didn't work. I'm in it right now, giving it the lower day. Looks like the lower day wants to break. There we go. It broke. Giving it a couple seconds for it. Yeah, no, it doesn't want to work. I'm out. Getting out again. Just want to catch a quick little reversal on Tesla because Netflix obviously bounced, but Tesla looks like it might just be wanting to trigger that SSR today.
The SSR level was like 262 on Tesla, so I wouldn't expect a 262, but anything's possible. I figure it bounces off 266, but we'll see what happens on that one. I don't think I can play the bounce again. Apple's kind of starting to cruise down now too, so that 194 level could be in play on Apple very shortly.
No, this long is working now. Are you kidding me? It's going back through 267 on Tesla. Good, go back down. Don't go back through 267 to the north side. I don't want to see you back through 267. I want to see you much lower because I wanted to be in that long. So I don't want to see you anywhere close to 267. Maybe Tesla bounce off of 265, maybe, says Stevie. Yeah, I like that. We'll just have to wait. QQQ obviously not done going down yet. QQQ wants to still show me red candles. S&P 500 back to showing me red candles on the 5-minute chart. So maybe the moves are not done yet. Still some time to be patient on the market over here, especially if you're the type of trader like me who wants to, find those VWAP reversal type of contrarian to the market type of trades. I like to catch bottoms. Catch those reversal moves, go back to VWAP and so on. The mean reversion trades, that's what I'm looking for. I'm forgetting what I'm trying to say. Catch those mean reversion trades. So looking for the right time to get into that trade. Might not be right now as the market's still playing with the lower day. Let's see if QQQ wants to push much further to the downside. Let's actually look at QQQ levels over here, or at least the NASDAQ futures, I mean. Our futures trader on the floor today, actually, when I was grabbing lunch, comes up to me and goes, "Thank you for early free fall Friday." And I was like, "Oh, wow. I didn't even think about that, but you don't have to thank me. It was nothing. I didn't orchestrate this. It was Tesla and Netflix. You could thank Tesla and Netflix, but no, I feel her vibe on that. I'm pretty happy with this free fall today coming in on this Thursday. I even have the Friday vibe on. I'm Floral Friday, but it's a Thursday, right?
Floral
I
Friday
guess I kind of pushed it onto the market by making it think it's a Friday and having that free fall incoming for us. Rivian here pushing back down. Here's the low that I'm interested on the market. What level is that? The market level is 15,663. Let's see if the market can push down to that area, give us a level to bounce off of. Looks like it wants to go back up, and if Tesla goes back through 267 through here, I'm about to break my keyboard that I love so much.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking about that 267.
It's going.
266.5 price there, and
that's what
that is where it bounced from 266.5. I was thinking that it would break that, go another 50 cents, and then kind of go, but you know, sometimes they just hold the price on the bid. That seems kind of like what Tesla's been doing today. You know, it held that 272 on the bid, didn't break it. It held 276 on the bid, didn't break it, and then when it finally breaks down, then it goes. So, yeah, interesting action on Tesla today. Not the usual, so you know you got to kind of change it up, I guess. Yeah, this looks like that could go. That's $1 off the bottom already. But we're just running into the teal. So really, I mean, we're so far away from the 50 period too. This run down in the last, 45 minutes has been pretty aggressive on Tesla. At what point do we catch a bounce? Like, is there even a green candle on the 5? Not really. There's this little consolidation candle.
Who the hell is Wojak?
Wojak? That's a...
No, not Bojack. Wojak.
That's like a meme thing. A Wojak?
What's that?
You know the guys that look like they're screaming and crying? I don't know, man.
I don't know a meme. That's crazy.
The meme. I'll pull one up.
Yeah.
Where's my browser here?
Like Wozniak or no? I'm thinking about something. Wojak is also a crypto coin. Oh, Kojak.
Like this.
Oh, the Chad and the.
Oh God, what have I gone to here? this kind of meme. Those are Wojaks.
Okay, he's saying Pratt got Wojak vibes. Yeah, okay, I'll take it. I got those meme vibes for sure. I live off of memes, man. Memes control. Bro, this Tesla long, man.
Yeah, but it's $1, Pratt, and you know. We need more than $1 on this name off.
Maybe you. I'm happy with $1, bro.
Yeah, but like, what are you doing? You're just bidding 266.50. It didn't even get there.
Yeah.
You know, like, how do we execute this trade? I think, you know, at the end of the day, the short through 270 was obviously the play.
Okay, where's the next
wasn't
play?
Clean. I think 265 fail break makes sense for a long.
UAL trying to take out the high a day.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Oh, there's 3,000 lots on 57.25 though on UAL at the high a day. So, I would like to get short right before that price.
And that is the high of day.
Yeah. I'd like to get short right before that price or take the breakout of that price.
I think taking the breakout based on the...
How the market might bounce?
Nah.
And the good earnings report?
Yeah, I mean, double top, is it going to be a triple top? I guess is the...
Also, it held pretty good if you're looking at the chart, right? Here's the chart loading up. It held that range pretty well, held the 100-period EMA. Now it's trying to take out that size on the ask.
Also, you could call that like maybe a little liquidity grab down there below 56.70, and then we just kind of bounce really hard and go straight to high of day. So, yeah, here we go. Does this size get taken off of the offer? 3,000 lots at 325,000 shares? Yes? Yes, 325,000 shares. Does somebody want it? Does someone want to buy 325 of UAL at the high of day? It looks like potentially someone just took off 10,000 there. Do they want more? Who wants it? 300,000 shares here. Neil just sat back down. I'm sure he wants all that size there.
UAL high a day, 300,000 lots. Sorry, 3,000 lots.
Well, you can get it right now on this breakout if you want it. It's only done 15,000 shares of volume, or 15 million shares of volume.
Punch that level so I can get the fill of the breakout.
Someone else started. You can finish it, Neil. You never want. Neil, you don't want 300,000 shares right now?
Oh,
boom,
Neil, there it goes.
It is.
And I'm in, baby. We're in. Let's send it to the moon.
Okay, Brad, let's go. Oh, 20 cents. I'm regretting not taking this breakout with you. Oh.
Let's go.
Wow. Keep going. Keep going.
Now I have no size left.
There's some size left. Some size there on 50. Does somebody take that size on 50? This is going, man. This is going. Great breakout there on high of day. There's the 50 getting taken there too. So somebody needing the liquidity here. Do they keep it going? Does it keep moving? There's no bid. The offer just keeps getting punched.
Quickest 50 bucks
Stalling at 52 there.
What a punch.
Wow.
Quickest 50 bucks I can make in a day. Let's go.
Wow.
Easy money. What's that? Bro, I was getting ready to short that level
Yeah.
first, and then Max goes, Pratt, are you stupid? Go long. I said, okay, let's go long. It's that simple. Listen to Max. Max makes you money. Max doesn't only make you money in the chat, not only makes himself money, makes me money too. So shout out to Max. High five, brother. Let's go.
Nice
that was
trade,
a nice
Brad.
little move over
Hey,
there.
you know,
High
it takes
day
you to
breakout.
punch the keys. I can say things, but you punch the keys there. Great, great call. I didn't, necessarily believe in it, but you crushed that one.
Let's go, baby. Nice little move over there.
Yeah, I just looked at the daily chart actually. That's such a great
So
breakout.
why did I get out then?
57.25 is the daily breakout price. I mean, we got some room on this thing. Oh, that's the minute. That's the 30-minute. Whoops. But yeah, this 57.50 is actually a breakout price. 57.25 yesterday's high.
Doesn't even drink coffee.
That's a great trade. We got room to 59 something if this wick over here is real.
59?
Let me check. Well, I mean, if you're looking
I'll
for
cry if it
something
goes
to
there.
trend for the rest of the day, but like, we're already up 4% or whatever, 5%. Is it going to trend another $2? Probably not, but that's a great trade right there. And you can take a lot of size on that one for sure.
People saying I broke the coffee machine even though I don't drink the coffee because of the energy that I'm bringing out over here. Yeah, that could be it. I actually don't drink coffee at all, just so you guys know.
You don't drink coffee?
No, man, I'm not a coffee guy. I do like caffeine, though, if it's in the form of G Fuel. So shout out to G Fuel, sponsor your boy
Fuel?
over here. It's a gamer fuel. It's literally called Gamer Fuel, G Fuel. It's a caffeinated sugar drinks, I guess. Yeah, it's amazing, bro. You should try it. I'm sure you'll substitute it with coffee. Coffee tastes so bad. Like, how do you drink that horrible drink? Tastes like absolute mud water.
Adam DeLuz in the chat said just did 10,000 for you.
What's that?
Adam, did you punch 10,000
Did
shares?
Adam punch 10,000 for
Adam-
me in that?
Adam
you're
DeLuz?
the man.
Just did 10,000 for you. If you actually took out 10,000 shares there and
You're the man.
just got 25 cents, nice trade, nice trade.
Yeah, that was a monster move.
That's
Let's
crazy.
go.
That's a great move. Just off a technical breakout, you can take as many shares as you want there, basically, and you get 25 to 30 cents right away. Right away. I mean, it doesn't get much better than that. Where is GFAI? People saying in the chat. So it's GFAI is holding. GFAI does the quadrunc and then holds. This means to me, or this suggests to me that this stock is being held up by an algorithm that has the intention of sending it back through the high of day again. I don't want to. Tesla's back at 266 already.
Yeah, I'm happy I didn't take that long.
Anyway, based on the fact that they held this, I feel like this is going back through high of day, and we're going to see $7 before long on GFAI. But I ain't going to trade it. The volume's so, lackadaisical at the moment. Not really interested. But Tesla at that 266 does a fail break for now. Only went 10 cents. I think just based on the fact that we consolidated just above this price previously, it's probably not a good long here, but I mean, you're basically structuring 20 cents risk for whatever reward you think. I think it would get back through 268, but no, we're down again. Little buyer on 70s, expecting them to get clipped there, and then potentially 265 being the next long opportunity. I think if we get to 265 in the next 2 minutes, it actually would be a good long because now you're extending off of these moving averages. We just went and touched the teal. So, we're not going like really crazy in the trend. When you want a reversal trade, you want it accelerating off of the trend, and then you're wanting it to bounce back into a more reasonable price. But yeah, maybe we bounce from here. Maybe we just go take this out. Right now, like maybe a 268 breakout makes sense to try to get back into 270, but I don't think so. Seems like Tesla has to do the move down. AAPL, what's going on with AAPL? 194 bounce. Interesting on AAPL. Yeah, I kind of like the breakdown on this. at 194, but looks like it wants to hold. Like, is the market going to bounce from here? What time is it? 1:30. All right, here's the problem. NQ, low of day, double bottom, but low of day took out the low. ES making a higher low here, potentially. Do I want an Apple long when the ES looks like it's potentially trapping people on this higher low? I don't know. Then you could also say NQ is trapping people short below the low, and then it's just going to blast off. Tough to say, really, but I think I'm just going to stay away from the tech names at the moment, and potentially wait for Tesla at 265. But I don't think that's happening. I just don't think that I can continue to take these longs all day long and keep losing on them. So probably stay away from it. But I understand the structure of Tesla at 265. It makes sense. After that, we're really starting to fill in some gaps, and this earnings wasn't even that bad. It's just kind of strange that we're here. I feel like we gap up overnight and then do some of this move back. What do you think?
Oh, just making some tweets to gloat
you're
about my
just-
trades over here.
Showing off?
Just showing off, gloating about my trades on Twitter. Trying to grow my Twitter too, So shout out to everyone who's out there following my Twitter, at TraderPrat on Twitter. Go hit that follow button. Tesla at the moment, what is Tesla doing? Are we getting a bounce? No, market's still holding off at the bottoms. NASDAQ doesn't want to go any lower, but Tesla says, here I come to the downside. Don't you worry, Pratt. So more shorts pouring in. Man, why couldn't I just hold the 270 short? Look where it is now, 265.
Brad, come to my screen, guys. 274.50.
That's where you were short?
I punched short.
Yeah.
And I got scared out right here because I thought it was just going to blast right back off because I was long bias all day. It never touched that again. The first time I flipped short, bias flips. I could have just been holding this all the way down. Would have been a great day. What can you do, man? You can never hold the short on Tesla. I don't know. Find me someone who can hold a short on Tesla all the way down.
Bill Goats.
Yeah. Well, he can hold it all the way up. Can he hold it all the way down? That's the question.
Bill Goats, dude. He holds it all the way, every way,
all the way,
day.
everywhere. Just as a statement. Yeah.
That's a power move, eh?
That is such a power move. And here we go for that 265.
Oh, 1,000 lots.
We're reserving 30s. I would have expected more lots on 265 to be totally
You're right.
honest.
We saw 1,000 on every single way to the
Yeah,
downside
so let's
far.
see. Maybe there's another gateway there as we get closer to it. This is coming down pretty fast. Oh, I have this. There we go.
I think I saw another gateway pop up slightly.
Volume's getting kind of elevated here, so we may see the volume bottom soon on Tesla. Okay, it's
2,000 lots.
2,000 lots down there at 265. I am kind of debating which way I think this is going to go. I feel like this fail breaks and then shoots back up, but
yeah, that's what I'm doing.
yeah, I think that's a better way to play this. I think if it's going to be good though to the upside, maybe it doesn't even give you the breakdown.
Yeah.
Because right now we've got
100%
some
right.
reserves on the bid here. Still kind of just chilling. I guess time of day isn't the best for volume, but
there we go.
Let's see. People trying to get filled on the bid going in.
Front runners.
Front running, looking for the bounce play. Someone in the chat said bidding.
Oh, front runners are happy right now.
265.20. Whoever said they were doing that is thinking that they might make some money here, but we get shot straight back down. The perma offer remains there on Tesla today.
Come on, give me that break, bro.
All that green prints, and then it just goes nowhere. It stops. There's reserves everywhere. Everybody's just trying to sell before it goes SSR, I guess. Your options tool said 7% move. We're already at 9.
You did say that move looked a little perfunctory according to their calculators. I'm not going to stop using that word until Sharif's back,
If I just took my own advice, I'd be a sick trader, man.
You, me, everybody, mate, everybody. That break is incoming.
Oh,
Here we go.
Here we go. They didn't take any of it off, so I think the low there was 01, so is 01 reserving? Boom. All right, we're through 265, bidding up, bidding up. Looks like there's green printing. Oh, back through, back through. Are you long?
Yeah.
All right, let's see if this goes. See if this break can hold. The low was 66, so you could risk all the way down to there.
That's what I'm doing.
Without any issues. Looks like reserves all over the bid. This could be a good one, man. This could be a good one. I can't do it again. Do we hold? Do we hold? There's no real size anywhere. Ooh. I don't know. I don't know. Can't really hold below 265, but it looks like it maybe wants to go down. Someone's chasing it down with 5,000 shares. Do they get filled? Oh. All right.
Size showed up there, though.
Yeah, there's a bid. No, this is going down. This is going down. There's 50s getting taken out.
Wow,
Yeah, expecting 264 to break here. Wow, huge move on Tesla today. That 10% coming in hot. What did I say it was? 262.50 or something? I think, though, like, here's the thing. We're getting very heated to the downside
SSR
right
is coming.
now.
What was that SSR price?
I think it was 262.14, I think I said. Yeah, 13 and a half. 262, 13 and a half. Do we get there? Probably. That seems to be the way these things go. If you get close enough, it's going to get there, unless you're Netflix, apparently. But, yeah, expecting 264 to break. I think a 263 fail break would be pretty good back to the upside. But, you know, let's see. There it is, back above 265. I don't know. There's not really enough volume for this. Like, it's not bad volume, but it's not great either for these reversal plays. What are you thinking?
Cursing in my head.
You're killing it today, man.
I'm just cursing in my head right
today.
now.
What are you talking about? You just took a breakout on UAL and got 30 cents right away. Nobody ever does that.
Beep, 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 beep. Just cursing in my head right at the moment because I want this trade to work. But no, I think you're right. Right now, nothing's really happening, Prad. Nothing's really happening. There's no reason to get emotional about it. Hey, if you missed it, you missed it. Who cares? There's going to be other trades. There's more days. Earnings season just started.
Yeah.
It's Praddy season. You said earnings season are your best season.
Oh, GFAI $7.
Go for it.
Yeah, GFAI going for that $7. I figured that this was incoming. Volume's still kind of light. But, yeah, they do this dump, and then it doesn't go anywhere. That's when you know that somebody is kind of soaking the bid and possibly manipulating this stock to the upside. So we'll see if this $7 move plays out. Ooh. Day chart looks pretty good over $7 right there. Interesting. We'll see what happens on that 7. If 7 could take you to 9, that'd be pretty sweet. Not something that I would want to take. And Tesla holding that 265 for now. So had to do another 75 cents, but it can't get to the next even dollar, and then it bounces. You do see that quite often. On names like this or on big moves where it takes out a key level and then it can't take out the next even dollar below it, and then you bounce really hard off of that because people were expecting that move to follow through and they couldn't get that. But just bouncing up to the teal right now on Tesla, not even there yet. So 266 being the teal. You could probably expect a 266 failure, and then it gets back down to 264. This move has been pretty incredible to the downside off that 270 fail. You could have gotten in 271.50 probably, or it was really great off this VWAP 274 fail break. It only went like 6 cents, so you're only risking 20 cents probably on that one. And you get the full failure all the way down, $10 move. Yeah, nice.
What is IB
opportunity
low?
there? What is what?
You see how Danaman said ES futures held IB low? Intraday band low? I don't know what IB is. Maybe if you could put in what IB is in the chat, that could help me out over there. QQQ looking like it wants to bounce now. And the S&P 500 wanting to already bounce all day since for a while now around this 45.75 area. So maybe these longs are going to work out, just not for me. So sad on that part. Looks like UAL wants to come down. Look, that trade was a simple hit and quit. It was a hit and run trade. We hit it, we run, and I'm now closing the last few shares that I left for a bigger run. I don't care about it. I'm out of that trade. That was a hit and run trade. We hit that real quick. Let's go take a look at Rivian. Now we just make sure that we don't get caught by the cops after the hit and run, right? So I'm running away from that one. Let's look at Rivian. Rivian coming back to the 100 period EMA, kind of giving you that head and shoulders on the 1 minute. You guys know how I don't like to use patterns to begin with, and also the 1 minute chart to begin with. So let's look at the 5 minute chart. You kind of see the head and shoulders on the 5 minute too, but the right side shoulder is much lower than the left side, so maybe would not be considered as a head and shoulder. But hey, our idea of shorting previous resistance, previous supply zones for a possible move to the downside paid us dividends, and now we're looking to see if we can multiply those dividends with the help of the market, maybe breaking said lows or bouncing off these lows and pulling back to that 26 area, giving us an opportunity to short that 26 like we've been waiting all day for that. No other trades on board for me, as you guys can see, pretty much flat right now. Even this Rivian trade that I have, the size that I have left on this, flat. It's non-existent. Almost think of it like I don't have the trade on board, right? Because that's what I'm doing. It's not on board with how much size I have left. So just letting the trade move by itself at this point. Oscar saying, I hate this day, gave away X amount of dollars. Oscar, I apologize for the market over here for you today, man. It's hopefully you're able to learn something from this and come back tomorrow, come back stronger, come back a little bit, don't let this one bad day hurt your confidence. Come back tomorrow, look for those good A+ setups, look for those beautiful trades, and hopefully with the help of Max, Neil, Sean, we'll all be able to catch those UAL trades and make those quick little pops and add some money to our bank account.
Yeah. Dan coming in the chat. Shout out to Dan, always in the chat.
Interactive brokers?
Initial balance,
Initial balance,
which he says is the first 60 minutes of trade. So if we go to the ES chart, first 60 minutes is 9:30.
You're breaking lows, wow.
So the low was 45.75, and that's what he's talking about. So first 60 minutes of trade is apparently the initial balance, which is some kind of futures concept that us button pushers can't get our heads around.
Us plebeians.
Yeah, but if you're having a bad day, like Prad said, just tomorrow come in, only take the A+ trades. Just take the things that you know are make money for you over the long term. Don't push it, don't chase it, don't try to make it back. Just put in a good day. That's what I'm going to be doing tomorrow after kind of messing up an okay day today myself.
I've been blowing up your Instagram account with like reels and so not around exactly the time that I'm public transiting every day, right? So I saw this one reel yesterday. It's talking about trading, and this guy goes, if you had a bad day of trading, just go to the golf course, and he shoots an absolute horrible shot, and he's like, and this will give you the confidence to really end it all. I'm like, wow, Jesus, like this is crazy. And that kind of gave me a little bit of that joke kind of gave me. It's like, wow, like don't go that far.
I remember.
Don't go that far. Just focus. Don't overtrade. Yeah, don't overtrade. Those Instagram memes are amazing, man. Those are classic memes over there. Internet never loses. Internet never loses. Check GFAI, says chat. GFAI is not my thing. I can't look at it. One thing I can do right before giving it back to Max says QQQ just broke the day very slightly and now it's popping back up. So maybe this is the bottom over here.
Yeah, a little liquidity grab bottom there. That's what we like to see. Tesla holding 265 as well. So maybe the double test there on Tesla. Actually kind of looking almost like earlier on 270 where you get the test twice and then kind of bounce from there. Actually, this one was 3 times, so maybe that's what we're doing right now. Really bouncing off 276 possible breakout price, but you know how we've seen that perma offer on this name all day. So
even give me the W shape.
The double, yeah, W shape recovery. This one was the double W shape recovery right here before it goes, but. yeah, maybe that's the low. Maybe, I mean, a lot of people were looking for that 265 break. A lot of people were looking for the 265 test for the long. So it's definitely an interesting price to potentially turn around from. I don't think we're getting a VWAP again today, but you never know what the market may give if NASDAQ just decides to scream to the high. You know, maybe anything is possible. I think shorting any pops in Tesla is probably the better way to go, but that ain't my game, so I have none of that, as Apple just gives up the low as well. So Apple through that 194. Why every time I come to this name is there a new bad wick on it? Yeah, there we go. Through that 194, through the low of day. Hasn't hit the pre-market low yet of 193.75 or 193.80. But it looks like it's heading that way. If we do kind of fail this break down and get back above like 194.10, that might be somewhere to structure kind of a reversal long, risking this low of 193.88. But I don't know. Bad news on Apple, and it's continuing its move down. And you know, yesterday it had great news. No, that's not yesterday. That's today. Yesterday, it had great news about AI. Sells off the entire move. Then today we pop, fade, and now we have bad news and we're continuing the move. So kind of feels to me like Apple wants to potentially give up the range and go back to where it was more comfortable in that kind of 190-ish to 192 range that it was chilling in for quite some time. I gotta fix this chart. Anyway, Tesla, did it get through that 276? Not yet. 266? Did not get through that 266 yet. I think that could be a trigger price to kind of blast off a little bit here up to 268, but again, not going to take it. And that GFAI just keeps rolling off of $7, so it doesn't want to break it. Does that mean that when the breakout actually comes, it's pretty good? I don't know. It's kind of a grinder. It feels like maybe breakouts aren't the way to play on this one. You got to just get a dip somewhere, find a place that it doesn't want to go any lower, and then kind of just ride the wave as it slowly moves up. Possible, you know, stairs up, window down scenario where you just crash through VWAP on this one on a failed breakout, as the markets do seem to be coming off the low pretty aggressively here. Wow. ES looks pretty good at least.
The bottom's in. Tesla's going up without me. Woohoo!
The bottom is in. Prad called it. You know, get your longs on board.
Woohoo! Without me every damn time. Here's the IB line that Dan Emmons was talking about. He actually posted a picture over here. IB initial balance first 20, 30-minute periods, or also the first hour, starting from 8:30 Central, so that's 9:30 our time. Yeah, 9:30 Eastern, so 9:30 New York NASDAQ market hours. That blue line right there, so as the market pulls back to that blue line of 45.74 area or so, expecting a little bit of a bounce, and that's exactly where the market, the SPY market, at least 45.75, 45.74, is indeed moving back up north. PSHQ or whatever that ticker was is still moving to the north side, so shout out to that one.
Wow, $30.
Show it. I don't even have a chart for it. PSHQ. Wow.
$30. Oh. Wow, that's nuts. I mean, we wouldn't be trading this even if we could, but crazy move there. Nice bull flag action on this 5-minute chart. You know, it takes out that 26.30 straight to $30. Where's the next halt level? I guess it would be like almost 33 on this one. Congrats if you guys are long. I don't know, maybe we'll have it in the system tomorrow, but I mean, 12 million shares isn't too bad. Usually you see these, it's like 4 million. So maybe there is some liquidity on this. I wish we could, check. Man. Oh, and you know how the bottom is in, Brett? Mm-hmm. You know how the bottom is in?
Carvana pop?
Carvana pop. This is the clear signal that the bottom is in. That 48 level was a clean breakdown. So 48, you could think is going to be a clean breakout. I don't know. I mean, it is SSR too, so that does help you on the long. It's better to catch a dip on SSR stocks, though. It's a lot easier to kind of get long on the bid when they're trying to push it down. They can't push it down any further. You just buy structured risk, 10 cents, 50 cents, whatever you want, and you're expecting a reversal move. So yeah, this looks like it actually might go here. Back to that $50 level maybe, I think would be the target on this, but you know, I'm not really willing to do it on Carvana today. Kind of got smoked taking breakouts yesterday. Here we go though, 25 cents already, 30 cents. Here we go on Carvana. Is Carvana going to save the market itself? Let's see if we can hold 48 here. A hold of 48 on the bid would be pretty bullish, actually. I'm just not really willing to take on any more risk today. Let's see. I don't know. They are selling it. Now there's some size on the offer. Maybe it's a fail break. We'll see what happens. Stop would be below 48. So you'd only be risking like 25 cents on this breakout. You'd probably get filled like 09s there.
Fish on a heater. What
Yeah,
does that
you
mean?
are right, Enrique. I do not know how to short. I am not good at shorting.
I am.
If I knew how to short, you know, I don't know. Maybe I would never go long.
That's what my problem is. I suck at going long. That's why I look for shorts so often. I'm so bad at going long, man. But hey, I can't say that with J&J today.
Oh yeah.
All right, I
You
can't say
crushed
that
the
with
longs
J&J today.
and yesterday.
UPST long yesterday.
Yeah.
What can I say? I'm just a natural trader, ladies and
You're
gentlemen.
just a natural trader.
It's nasty over here. It's nasty. All right, Biden finished talking. Was he talking?
Biden was
He
talking?
was talking. Wow.
Oh well,
Now
that's
for
why
sure
the
the
market's
market's bouncing.
Yeah, exactly. The market goes down while he's talking, goes up while he's off. That's
Obvious.
pretty obvious. It is interesting that Carvana is holding above this 48 level and doesn't want to break it. Maybe it breaks it now. See if it holds. It's interesting.
I don't want to take this long on QQQ. You know, I miss Tesla, so I'm thinking long QQQ right here at the 380 for a possible move up to 381, a quick tight risk. Nah, it's a horrible trade. I'm just going to stay away from it. I don't like it. Now that I'm thinking out loud, this sounds like I'm being a degen over here. I just want to be in a trade to be in a trade because I gave back $10 on Tesla over there trying to catch the long. So now I'm a little upset. I just want my $10 back. Nope, that's not the smartest way to trade. We'll look for the next little opportunity that shows up and see if we can make some money on that opportunity. Might have to wait for it, man. UAL now popping back down. That was a nice little pop on UAL up to, what was it again, 50, 57, 50 areas or so, but now it's coming back and actually holding the 50 period EMA, holding the previous high also near the 57 area, 57.20 area. So let's see if this one can hold this previous top. 57.25 was the size, I think, if I remember correctly.
Yep.
Let's see if we can hold this 57.25, pop back to the north side off that area. This chair sucks, man. I have to like sit here, but then this chair is like slanted this way. I end up going this way. So I do apologize for the production team because I'm always half face cut off, right? Half face cut off. Maybe if I move here, this would probably be better. That's why I'm leaning over here and just talking
And
to
it's
you guys.
opposite on the TV that we have
Yes.
in front of us.
Yeah.
So you go this way and you're trying to go this way.
Yeah.
Yeah. It happens to me all
But
the
it's
time.
holding though. 57.25 is holding. 57 surprise. I mean, maybe not that surprising. So there was a buyer there.
Yeah, I mean, there's a seller right
seller there.
Yeah.
Someone came and wiped them out.
Yeah.
So clearly there's someone long 57.25. They don't want that price to go below that at this point.
Yeah.
Right? So
I mean, if someone's willing to buy that many shares, 330,000 shares
much is
at
that
that
notional?
price, that would be 15 million, I think. Yeah. 15 million bucks at that price. Do they have another 100 million that they're willing to buy at the same price? That's what you gotta wonder. You know, good earnings on UAL. Airlines have been, you know, pretty strong this year so far. So yeah, I mean, I could see that continuing. Good daily breakout spot too. You're just gonna have some natural buyers trying to cover any shorts in that region. Tesla turned around, didn't get through that 267 price. So looks like Tesla wants to continue to move down. Carvana is holding this breakout of 47.50, but not holding that 48 level that I thought it might. Gives you 30 cents if you like that, but I don't think that you really want to be going for 30 cents on Carvana today because you're losing probably 80 cents if you're wrong on this one. Apple did do the little grab below that 194, never touches that 193.90 again, and now we're back up into the 40s. So, you know, it depends if you want to trust the 50 or not. Maybe you think it's going to hold this 50 and go right back down if you're short. I think that's a reasonable projection given all the weakness in the market today. But if we take out this 194.40 kind of area, you're probably looking back at VWAP, PSQH, 32.50. It hasn't halted again though. Great breakout. That gives you $6 on the break of this little consolidation. Sharif would absolutely love this pattern. Like that bull flag for our man Sharif. He's back on Monday, right?
I think so. I believe he is back Monday. Do you guys know if he's back Monday? He's back on Monday.
Monday, confirmed. The big dog. Maybe you guys can get some real trades. Oh, what is?
Maybe I won't have to yell at traders again.
BGLC, BioNexus Gene Lab.
That's above GER? Oh yeah, I see that. It just came out of nowhere.
Just came out of nowhere. I think it might have been halted. BGLC.
NQ?
Yeah, NQ. Looks like it might have been news halted or something. And
185,000 shares traded.
then just resumed.
Is this an IPO?
I don't think it's an IPO. Is this an IPO?
Is everything an IPO?
No, this was trading yesterday. It was trading at $1 yesterday. It's currently trading at 5.
5, wow.
This could be like a full-on short squeeze. Actually.
This is a recent IPO, though.
Is it?
September 2020.
My daily chart isn't even loading on this one.
Not that long ago for an IPO, but the stock barely does any volume. I mean, you're looking at today's volume, 100,000, 200,000 shares, barely any volume being traded into these halts. The stock is going a little crazy, popping up in our scanners. It is now the highest gapped up stock on the day.
Yeah, that's why I looked at it. It's
highest gapped up stock on the day.
Are
we using the same? I was wondering whose layout this is. This is your account?
No, it's not my account, but I loaded my layout.
Yeah, this is my account, but I was wondering whose layout this is. I've never used this layout before. I was wondering where my layout went. No. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, that's my custom layout.
That's mine now. Yoink! Mine now, son.
Hey, you can have it, man. You can have it.
Maybe now I can start making money like Max does.
I don't think Tesla pops up on that scanner very often, sadly. Yeah, this one's halted, though. It actually is not
Market back down.
Oh, no, it is showing halted. Tap 550, so it's trying to gap up 10%. This thing could be, like, absolutely crazy if this was under $1 yesterday. But, I don't know what to think of this. I don't know what's happening right now. Announces pricing of... Oh, they just uplisted today to NASDAQ.
From New York?
Uplisting...
Or from OTC, I guess.
Probably from OTC. A stock split, says Eric from the back. He's probably long at $1 somehow. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on this one. But they did uplist pricing of its public offering of 1.2 million shares, $4 per share. Yeah, who knows what's going on here, but halted up. Should open, should have opened already. Maybe opening in the next few seconds, if it's 10-minute, and then if it is, oh, there it is. All right, it's open. Is it going to do any volume now? BLGC opened at $5.50 from the halt up at $5. You can look at this halt price of $5.06 for potential support. Now we're going back up, new high. Does it go through $6? Through $6, $6.20, halting up $6.12. Yeah, this could be really crazy, actually. I'm too concerned about the risk on something like this to get involved. That's all right. Tap is now 650, 675. All right, this is going nuts. $7. Oh my God.
On BGLC? Bro, stock has no volume. How are you trading this?
Sean was trying to trade this one. Oh man.
400,000
well, look,
shares
increasing
traded.
volume on every candle that it's open. Can't stay open. This could go anywhere really. Yeah,
How is
we
this
don't
stock
have it
not
the
blocked
daily.
on our platform is the first question.
That's true. How is this not blocked?
It is blocked? Okay, I hear him
Oh,
from
it's
the back.
blocked.
It is blocked. Okay, I was gonna say, how is this stock not blocked? Usually on our platform, risk parameters automatically kick in, which is any stock not doing enough volume, they get blocked. You can, however, tell your manager of your floor, if you are the manager of your floor, to contact the head office and get the certain stock unblocked. You need to provide them with the reasoning behind why they need to unblock it and a bunch of other little stuff here and there for it. So maybe the stock could now come under the unblocking, but right now, man, ooh-wee, what a monster move. 43% to the down still. I'm guessing that's a little bit fugazi of a number.
There's something weird going on there.
Yeah.
Well, I guess that means that they set the price at $10 for whatever reason.
That could make
'Cause we're at
sense.
6. I don't know. Whatever.
Halted at 612, wants to open at 650, so it wants to rip even more to the upside. Let's see what happens over here.
Maybe it gets to 0. Maybe that's the price target. It's $10. Just get this to 0.
That could be something to look out for.
Yeah.
I not like that idea.
Somebody in the chat, Michael C, said just scalp 20 cents on BGLC.
Damn, son.
You crazy, man. You're crazy. Scalping 20 cents on something like
But
this.
like, with how much size can you really take in here?
It was doing okay volume, to be honest, and it was all lit market if I look at it. Like, not a lot of dark pools in here, so people were trading this. I don't know how many shares you could have actually gotten, but yeah, there's like probably 100,000 shares in there somewhere. Oh my God, that PSQH as well, $35. Anytime that it's blocked in our system,
They make moves.
These things go crazy because they don't have all of the day trade the world people holding it down, I guess.
The dummy flow.
Yeah, they don't have our insane order flow. Apple also just did reverse off of the 50 period, so I kind of figured this might happen every time I pull this stupid thing up. Yeah, so it did reverse.
Taki.
Oh yeah. It did reverse off the 194. Kind of looks like this wants to break low of day and really make a move at the moment. Because I mean, if you look at those market moves that just happened, NQ and ES just looked like they were going to go bounce off the 100 period on the 1 minute, which I don't even have on the 1 minute, but 21 on 5 is the same thing as 100 on the 1, and right back down to low of day. So looks like the market wants to make a move down today.
Ooh, look at this one. HZNP, buyout stock, FDA catalyst, falling through the bottom over here. So maybe
Brankles.
It's the stock for Brankles, the stock for Neil over here. HZNP, deal falling apart, most likely had bad FDA news. Previously was a buyout stock over here. But if the deal didn't fall through, then this could be a good dip buy opportunity over here. So let's go find the stock.
The deal fell through on this one a long time ago.
It did?
Yeah, I believe so.
Ooh, then it just got a bad news right now coming in then. I'm trying to go to the screener, not screener. Where is that deal sheet? I think it's the deal sheet that we got to go to. Yeah, deal sheet, HZNP, HZNP. Where's H? A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P. There we go. H, supposed to get bought out at $116.50. Clearly was trying to hold up and make a move towards those ranges, but this FDA catalyst over here coming in and ruining everything. A little bit of a sell-off coming in for this position. Nice bounce though off that 102, 101, 80 area. Did you say you got it? Did I just hear someone said I got it? Oh, I'm tripping. But nice little bounce happening over here on HZNP. Keep your eyes out for this one.
Yeah, and volume's actually coming into this one, so it could be something other than that, like SAP that I was having a look at, that the volume never came in. And Tesla as well has held for now, but pretty convincingly, to be honest, that 265 price. So double bottom below 265. Now we hold just above 265, and we're blasting off to 267. I don't think that we get to 272 today. That's VWAP, but it is possible. We've seen these moves happen on Tesla before, where it kind of finds a bottom and then goes all the way back up to VWAP, and sometimes beyond. I don't think I don't think beyond is in the cards today, but maybe you get VWAP. That's still $5 away. Be a nice trade. Kind of wish I had that 265 double bottom action there, but you know, you only get so many shots.
Yeah.
You only get so many shots on these. Carvana gave up that
Can't be Pistol Pete.
that 48, so Carvana giving it up. Oh, where's WAL? That it's holding up. Oh,
pop.
Right as I put it on screen, it pops.
What happened? What are you looking at?
That HZNP, I imagine.
HZNP?
Oh, taking out the lows. Oh,
Halting.
no, not halting. No.
Yes, that's a halt price. That's a halt band.
No, it's not.
No?
Oh, wow. The volume's coming into the downside on this one. This is this deal could be falling apart.
Wow.
It was trading. If I was just looking at the chart, it was trading well below this before this.
116 and a half, yeah.
Yeah, but if that deal falls apart, we were trading at
100
$70, at $80 before the deal was announced. You know, we've been at
So
90.
what happened? There was a reserve and it broke? Oh, so there was a reserve on the bid, it held the reserve, and then it
on the
broke
offer,
and
on
it
the
offer.
Yeah.
Ah, Brankles has it recorded. We're gonna go watch it later today. I don't know why you're laughing. I mean it seriously.
Yeah.
He has it recorded. We're gonna go watch it later on. Exactly understand what happens with the tape, and that's a great example. Someone on this floor always has some ticker recorded, and if we ever want to learn about that, we just ask them, "Do you have that recorded? Do you have that recorded?" And they go, "Yeah, hey, I have it recorded." We all sit down in the meeting rooms. We watch it. We study the tape. We learn from it, and we can then understand how can we trade that next time. So record your screens. Learn from it, grow from it, get better. Shout out to Brankos for recording that. The ticker is again HZNP for anyone wondering. Someone in the chat though did ask me or ask us, I guess. They were saying you guys don't trade SPY. My answer to that is, it's like having a wife. You just have this one girl every single day. That's boring for me. I like having multiple girlfriends, and so I go directly to the stock market and I trade all the stocks. For example, today 13 stocks traded again.
Yeah, and it all starts with.
I was complaining about that yesterday, about how I trade 13 stocks and I don't want to, and I do it again every single day.
It all starts with getting one, right?
I can't be loyal.
Yeah, BLGC halted down now.
BLGC halted down.
BGLC. Why do I think BL? All these consonants, man. 3 I can deal with. 4, it's like. Halted down. Now the tap is 510. So if you're gambling on this one, gotta be careful.
What's going on, boys?
Gotta be careful.
You're loving this HZNP.
What's going on?
It went back up.
I feel like this is not a trade, but
you tell him, Max.
Whatever.
You tell him.
I mean, well, let's see what happens with this. Does it go all the way back up? Why would it if it's got bad FDA news right now?
I'm shorting it here.
If you ever seen a volume bottom, that's what it looks like. The highest volume candle of the day coming at the lowest point of the day. Fail break 101, however you want to execute that one. And, you're $2 higher now. I don't know. You got to be, there are multiple factors here to analyze. First of all, this FDA catalyst or whatever drug catalyst that there is. Secondly, this buyout deal that they're talking about.
These guys are having so much fun back there.
There is a big reserve on the offer there at 102.80, and then it reserved again at 102.94. So somebody is trying to get out of a position here and hiding their size, or trying to get short and hiding their size. If that does break above 103, you could expect possibly an explosive move up. But if it doesn't get above 103, this could go right back down to low of day, because there was clearly a large seller up here that is hiding their position size. But yeah, I don't know what to think of this. Obviously, they do have a buyout deal in place that's been agreed to.
In case she
does that.
Sean,
what's the word that I'm looking for? Espousing? I don't know.
You're
Talking about his loyalty.
You need Sharif here for big words,
yeah,
man.
I need Sharif for the word of the day there.
Kremlin, he goes. I like it. Now
What
comes
else
the
we looking
pullback
at?
on HZNP. Here it goes on the way back down. So yeah, as Max said, I kind of would agree with Max. I don't think there's an actual trade here. Maybe you're playing the news catalyst and you had that short of the previous low a day. Anywhere in these ranges, looking for that iceberg order, looking for that reserve is obviously a good trade setup. I'm not going to deny that. I'm sure some of the boys on the floor made some money, but you would be having to watch the stock like a hawk. And being a host on the show here, sometimes you miss out on those opportunities. I'm not able to watch the stock like a hawk, find those iceberg levels, so I'm not going to be able to put some risk on the table to trade here. But hey, opportunities are there. You are able to push some trades around over here. Congratulations to anyone who did find some trades on said stock. Rivian now flat on the day for me because it is popping back and giving us more fills on the north side. Market trying to go back up. Rivian with an insane pop over here, right back into that 25.80 area. So here I am taking fills, trying to get more short, have that room back to the downside if possible. Another fill coming in. There's 1,000 lots on Rivian above 26. This could also be a horrible trade over here because look at the trend of the stock. The trend is insanely to the upside. Obviously, yeah, it rejected one of our levels and gave you a beautiful short, but you've heard this mentioned by Neil many times. When a stock comes back to a level again and again and again, rejects once, rejects twice, you think the third time it's going to reject? Maybe it does, but most of the time the chances are it walks through that level and burns everyone around it, takes them to the back of the yard and shoots them in the face. So be careful with it. Don't be that dog that gets killed. Be the smart dog, the healthy dog that goes out there, gets all the big snacks, baby, the Scooby-Doo snacks.
That's my rule. The third time it's probably going through, but you know, sometimes it holds. And if you get a fail breakout,
I'm getting the Scooby-Doo snacks right now. Give me that short fill to the downside.
I think below 25.50
I don't like that size.
You could probably add to it or add on the break of that size, but you do have those lots that are on the bid there that are going to have to get broken. GFAI.
Let's go.
Did it go?
Yeah, they got taken out. That's a short.
Yeah, you're looking good there. You are looking good. 25.73 your average.
I'm always looking good, baby. Look at me. I'm always looking good.
Oh, man.
All right, go for it.
GFAI at $7 again, rejecting once again, but holding up. I don't know. This one now has a double top, goes all the way back down to the same price, stops, holds, goes back up. This, you're probably expecting this to be the down move. Once you break this consolidation high here, this is the classic kind of scenario there where you consolidate below, the shorts feel like they're in the money, do a little wick, and then it's back to the high side. So I would fully be expecting 7 to break here. I'm not saying that 7 breaking is going to continue, but I would expect it to break, and then either you get the full quadruple through $6, or this actually continues. Or, you know, nothing happens at all, but that's probably the least likely scenario there. We got a super chat here. HZNP short 250 shares at 102.73. Got out at 101.25.
Balls on this guy.
Nice trade there. Hopefully, you know, we helped you out with that one. Quick 375
Muy grande cojones to do that. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, that's you know. You're living on the edge there. You're living on the edge for sure. But, I mean, at the end of the day, you're risking at the maximum. You were in, where was he? 102.73. Oh, wow. What a great price, too.
That's
but,
a good price, yeah.
Yeah, you're risking at maximum probably like 104 if that goes real bad. So you're risking $1.25 and you made $1.50, so it's not that bad. And that's a worst case. You're probably getting out for 50 cents. So risk reward makes sense on that one. What else is going on?
Shout out.
What else are you guys trading? Is anybody trading? I mean, Prad's trading.
I'm in Rivian at the moment, but yeah, I don't know if this is going to end up being a good trade or not. I'll be honest with you. I would love a flush on it, but you know, I'm glad that I'm not going balls deep on the size over here. I'm keeping it tight. I'm keeping the risk management perfect. I don't want to give back my whole day. I've been singing that song all day for you guys. I'm sure some of you are tired with that CD playing again and again and again, but that's the whole idea. How many times has Neil mentioned this to me? The name of the game is not how much money can you make. It's how can you protect the money that you have made.
Don't tell me that. Not today.
Don't tell me that.
Not the last 2 days.
How can you protect the money that we can make? And yeah, as Max just said, you know, we've struggled for the last few days. There's so many opportunities over there. Everything just flashing dollar signs at you. You kind of get lost in the sauce. And right now I am getting lost in the sauce. This Rivian does not look good, I'll tell you that. Look at the buying coming in, bro. Why am I still holding it?
Yeah,
I mean, look at the selling coming in. Hold it. So it's like so bipolar every 2 seconds.
You just have a hive day stop on that one?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you can just look away and let the stop take you out on that, I guess. Sometimes I do that. I put it on another stock. When it's getting close to my stop, I'm just like, no, I don't want to see what happens.
That's 15,000 shares on a dark pool gateway being punched into the ask over there, and I'm still holding the share.
How do you interpret that? Because sometimes you think if it's going dark pool, that means they don't want it to go to the lit market, which means they want it to go down.
Oh, is that how it is?
I don't know.
I like that theory. I've never heard that one before. I like that.
That's a Greg thing.
Is that a Greg thing? That's for sure a Greg thing. Yeah,
Yeah.
I like that. I like that idea. They're hiding it. They don't want to know. But then
they
why
don't
would
wanna
they punch long then?
Well, they have to, but they also have enough sophistication that they can make sure that the price doesn't go up when they punch.
Yeah, it's
I don't know. You know,
Hello.
I just play off other people's ideas and make them my own. But
that's what I do. Hey, let's go. Shout out to your UAL trade today. Monster move on that one. We enjoyed it. But sadly, look at UAL now. UAL right back to 57, taking out that 57.25 area, pushing back below 57.25. Looks like that 25-cent pop was everything she wrote off that break. There was no other extension. But hey, what goes up must come down. We did get a pullback over here. We're still above 57, so can't be complaining too much about this move down over here. Maybe now we can look for a possible dip buy around this new low that the stock wants to hold up in, which was also previous day's high kinda, and then have that run up, not previous day high, today's high earlier on in the day near the 57.25 or so. Let's see if the stock can find some buyers and push back up to the north side and have that journey to the prices that Max was talking about earlier. What was it, like 59, 60 or something? So we'll see if that one comes into play. Market's still hanging out with the low of day. S&P 500 actually pulled up a little bit to the north side. It's been stuck in a 5-point range. So it pulled up to 45.80, but rejecting off that 45.80 one more time and pushing back down to 45.75. That IB low that our friend Dan Emmons was mentioning in the chat over there not too long ago. Bring Frank on. He always lifts NASDAQ when he talks, says Nita Stonk. I'm pretty sure Frank is on today. I think he... Incorrect? Oh, vacation. Wow, he's not allowed to do that. So let's call him up over there. Tell him to get off of vacay, get his butt on Trader TV live streams because we need his valuable information. I like Frank. He's
oh yeah,
he's pretty chill.
Renato was asking about AMD. Nice double bottom there at 111.75. You got size on the bid too after it kind of gets down there and puts in the double bottom. So possibly looking for the reversal here on AMD. I can see the reversal trade potential here. Try to get it back to VWAP. We said, like I said, I don't know if it's a 4% day for AMD. Probably see some reversion on this one. I could see you back at VWAP, which is $1, which is a pretty sick trade on AMD. I think, you know, trying to get more than $1 on AMD is not always easy. So yeah. I see the reversal trade. I mean, you could also structure a breakdown trade. We got that 111.75 right there. Are you going to see low of day again? Maybe, probably not. I don't know. I guess it all hinges on the NASDAQ, right?
At this point, my friend, it all hinges on where Sean and Neil push their buttons because we are off clock.
Oh, yeah.
We are heading out. We will see you guys tomorrow at same time, same place. I'll be back, obviously, at 4 o'clock to cover all the earnings movers that are happening tonight. So come hang out with us. Last night's stream was fun. We'll have more fun tonight. Go have fun on the closing show. Until then, ciao.
Choppy one for the overall market. Individual movers where you had to be all day long, continuing to be that way as far as the afternoon is shaping up here. Still